Fingertips brushed a giant magic seal, and some mysterious person hurled a spell in a language nobody could understand. So what was that magic trying to do? Suddenly, boom, the magician threw his hands over his face as the explosion tore through the air, because this place was drowning in raw magic power. Even the mightiest wand got shattered by the summoning, yet somehow, the summoning still pulled off the impossible. Right in the heart of the house, a guy who had crashed asleep in the middle of the hallway was blasting out a brutal snore. When he finally woke up, he couldn't believe it. Those doors weren't locked. Staring into the yard, he went rigid when he realized he wasn't looking at home anymore. He was staring into a full-on forest. Still clueless about what just hit him, he figured he'd only stepped out of the house. Then he spun around and froze because it wasn't out anymore. It was his house, and he couldn't even wrap his head around how that was possible. He craned his neck to the sky and froze. Mythical beasts loomed there, unmistakably dragons, and the boy blurted out, "Since when have you been flying over my house?" The hero jolted awake in a brand new world, and even then, he couldn't stop himself from assuming it was all some twisted deception. Yesterday, right after work, his colleagues dragged him out to relax, but all that waiting around felt painfully boring. So the second he stumbled into the house, he dropped and fell asleep on the spot, head throbbing in his hands, because even he knew he needed more rest. A voice in his head hissed that the energy here was monstrous, like the devil himself, and he didn't even know who was calling him. Someone had already begged him to stay away from a massive gathering of magic because it could turn lethal in an instant. He'd have to tread with razor focus around that kind of power. He burst up to the doors, clutching his head like it was about to split in two, while her voice shrieked that the magical energy here was even stronger than she'd ever dared to imagine, and that one wrong touch of that door could spell disaster. Outside the door, the hero froze. There were girls standing right there, and one of them blurted that she knew what was going on. The magic artifact finder wand immediately flared and pointed straight at her, and the hero stared in shock, not having a clue who they were until he noticed their costumes. Yep, cosplayers. The girl blared that she'd do it, and when she snapped up, the other girls shot out of their seats, desperate to stop the princess. The hero was so locked in on ending the day in bed that he decided something had to be done about them, right now. He barked rude as thunder, telling them to shut up, and then demanded they look at the time. Right when they did, a gust slammed through, and the girls got blown backward. Straining with every ounce of strength, they fought back, and the skirt got yanked up so their panties flashed into view. Every girl was slammed backward on impact, crashing into the trees like they'd just been blown off the wind. He was left reeling, totally unable to wrap his head around how this could have happened. Those two had just been blasted backward, and there was no way that was possible, while her hand shook like crazy. With tears spilling down her cheeks, she blurted that the hero slammed them back using only his screen, and she called him a monster for it. Right in front of them, the guy looked downright terrifying. The hero surged toward the girls, and one of them snapped to the princess that they needed to retreat, yet the princess, still barely able to rise from her knees, shot back that it was the wrong move, her legs shaking like they'd just taken the blow. As she fought to stand, her whole body rattled with tremors, and she yanked her short skirt back down, now pulled up. Terror slammed into her, and she did something no one could believe. She wet her feet. Then she stumbled, breathing hard, and heat rushed up her whole body as she turned scarlet. Ashamed, the princess hurriedly apologized and swore they hadn't meant to bother him. Then the hero froze, unease creeping in as he realized what just went down, staring at the puddle soaking under the girl. He rubbed the back of his head and insisted he only meant to scare them off, not realizing, until that moment, what he'd actually done. The girls barely managed a pathetic nod. The hero snatched one of them by the hat and demanded to know where they were headed. Terrified and blushing, the girl stammered that his house sat at the very center of the most magical spot on Earth. The hero had no clue what she meant at all. That's exactly what it was all for, why he'd pulled off those impossible things earlier. Then the girl leaned in and asked, "Have you even seen what you did?" The hero didn't even clock what kind of nonsense they were spitting, and then the girl snapped at the princess standing near the guy, snagging her short skirt and tugging it down, saying she couldn't keep going like this anymore because it was time to get out of here. The princess lifted her wand high and slammed down an emergency teleport spell at the top. The 5 terrified girls standing before him just vanished, like they were never there at all. The hero froze in shock because he'd watched himself throw them back with a single screen. Staring into the far distance, he finally realized it. This wasn't just a new place, it was another world. He grinned and said it was straight up unbelievable. Then, right behind him in the hallway of his house, a girl burst in and called him Master, and the hero had zero idea who she was. The short-looking girl craned her neck and stared up at her host, peeking out from around the hallway corner, and the boy practically burst with excitement, calling this new world straight-out awesome. But he had to learn how to live in this place, and the more he stared at it, the more he realized his old world didn't have the same rules, so what survival skills did he need to make it here? Out of nowhere, doubt hit him like a punch. He snapped around and spun back. He bolted into the house on pure adrenaline, and the girl barely slipped behind the corner of the wall before he came crashing in. Then he tore straight to the food shelves, checking that she was exactly where he needed her. He popped open the cam mode, then double-checked every last piece of his outfit was perfectly in place. And yeah, his bed stayed lonely. This had been the same routine for 10 straight years, so when he changed his clothes, he didn't even blink at how nothing had changed. Then he yawned so violently tears shot out of his eyes. Burnt out from exhaustion, he crumpled onto the bed and let out a heavy sigh. This old family house was already 60 years in, still soaked in that unmistakable smell of grandfathers. Once the hero was inside, he felt safe at last, so he shut his eyes, and for the first time in forever, he let himself drift into sleep. Then just as he settled in, some brutal screaming ripped him out of his seat, girls in pure panic, yelling for everyone to run, and the hero couldn't shake the thought, how much time has gone by, and are we really dealing with this nightmare again? Those screams made his blood run cold. There's no way these girls just got teleported straight into the dragon's nest. The dragon snarled at the girls, so they burned through the last of their magic to drive it off from town, and with tears in their eyes, they shouted for the princess. They said the princess had to break free, so they decided to draw the dragon's attention. One of the girls screamed at it, calling it an overgrown lizard. The girls shook with pure terror because they could feel its full power pressing in on them, and the princess snapped, "Tell me where to run, his house is right ahead, and that straggler's dragon is right behind us." As a royal, she couldn't just leave her people behind, she had to march them into battle, not flee. When the princess girl demanded she retreat, the look in her eyes didn't shake her resolve. The dragon swung in, then started loading its magic, jaws brimming as it prepared to strike. It blasted flames straight at the girls, and they snapped their wands up to face the enemy. Then a deafening explosion ripped right outside the hero's house. Trying to clamp his hands over his ears, the boy muttered a little too loudly, while the girls scrambled to defend themselves and realized their barrier was already buckling. He shoved himself into the pillow, but the moment he did, his head started splitting even worse. Meanwhile, the girl pleaded with the princess to leave them alone and begged her to go, but the princess snapped, yelling at her to shut up. She snapped out her words, swore she wouldn't abandon them, and then blasted the truth out at the top of her lungs, while the girls screamed for the princess, and their cries drove straight into the hero's head, making him lose his mind with agony as he howled in pain. So he couldn't take it anymore. He sucked in a huge breath and let rage explode. He bellowed every word he could, then ordered the juveniles to back off and let him get some sleep. The girls spotted something barreling toward them, and it was a tornado the hero had unleashed. With the dragon beside them, they both stared into it, frozen in pure terror. The tornado slammed into them, and in a violent whip of wind, it crushed the girls and the dragon down to the ground. The hero clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing his shout had ripped out way too loud. Then he bolted up to the girls and demanded, "Are you okay?" They shook in pure terror because his power was monstrous, and from the tornado almost all their clothes had been shredded away. She broke into fresh tears and flushed hard again, screaming at him to stop, because right in front of him, with no underwear on, she couldn't hold it in and wet herself again. Ashamed, the hero realized his voice had made her tremble and wet herself again. So shaking, she blurted that he'd beaten the dragon, then asked what punishment they'd earn, begging him to spare her people and, if he must, to take her life instead. The hero let out a heavy sigh because he couldn't make sense of what she meant. He'd never want her life, not ever. He begged them to be kind and let them take their dragon along, because that weird, incomprehensible thing had no place here at all. One of the girls snapped her hands over her mouth in pure shock, and the princess stared at the hero, stunned. She stared in disbelief, still couldn't wrap her head around how they were supposed to take down that dragon, because to beat something like that, you'd need at least 10 adventurers, and the scales alone could buy a fortune, while the heart was worth even more thanks to its wild magical power. Still clueless, he gets hit with a question. Why is the prince handing them something this valuable? And the princess demands answers on the spot. But then the guy shot back that he didn't want a car like that. He didn't care what they did with it, whether they sold it or just tossed it aside. He jabbed a finger at them and barked, "Back off, stay away for a bit and let me sleep." He looked wiped out, pounding headache and all, and the princess could tell, no tricks, no hidden motives. Magic was all that remained to lift the dragon into the sky, because a thing born to soar wasn't meant to crawl. While she summoned a dragon, the princess shoved the guy's gaze away from her bare ass and told him her name was Dania Prussia Medicine, second princess of the Prussia kingdom, promising she'd pay off the debt and begging the hero to remember her. The hero caught on that they were cool guys, but he was running on empty. After stretching and yawning until it felt like tears, he headed into the house, convinced this time he'd finally sleep in peace. While the hero crashed into sleep, his head somehow wound up on a stranger's lap, and in his dreams, he heard someone calling his name. He ended up with his hands on her soft feet, and he couldn't figure out why that wild, incredible feeling hit him so hard. Then a girl pressed her hands to his head and told him she decooked him lunch. When he snapped awake, the boy stared at the smiling girl in total confusion and blurted, "Who are you?" The girl praised him as a master and warned that disaster was about to strike. Then the boy snapped into panic, racing through one thought: had he really shut the door? "Don't worry," she said. "It's sealed tight and only you can open it." He didn't buy it for a second. If she really could do that, how the heck did she slip in here? The girl took a deep breath, introduced herself, and said, "I'm Sekira," and just like that, it was clear she was a spirit tied to this very house. Decades after she was born, she finally meets him, the family member who raised her all those years, and the truth is, she's been squirming with embarrassment, too scared to walk up to him. The hero leans in and asks who gave her that name, because Sakura means a cherry blossom tree. He remembered the house's wall supports were carved from cherry wood, and Akira practically burst with joy, because the hero swore his grandfather taught him that. Dichai's grandfather warned him that cherry wood was almost never used for building, and when the hero pressed his hand to those walls, he jerked back, because they were cool to the touch, like the house itself was holding its breath. After Dichai pressed his hand to the wall, he had no clue they'd been living with such a cute girl. She practically lit up at him, calling her cute, and hurriedly thanked him, and she was sure the Lord had to be starving after everything they'd just gone through. In that case, she told him to raid the food, and she happily grabbed whatever he could find, plus whatever was waiting in the fridge. Daiichi practically burst with joy at the sight of a home-cooked meal. Then he remembered what Sakura warned him about, getting the food out of the fridge, and he demanded to know why it was warm. Sakura said she whipped up electricity with her magic, and since there was groundwater under the house, she even installed plumbing with it. Dichai stared in awe at the magic and couldn't believe what he was seeing, until the girl chimed in, agreed with a grin, and told him to chow down fast before it turned cold. After thanking her for the meal, Dichai lunged for the plate and devoured it, and once his stomach was finally full, he turned to Sakura and blurted his question. He'd figured out he was trapped in a brand new world, but he couldn't wrap his head around why he'd been dragged here. Sakura grinned and told everyone he'd lived in this house long enough to truly drink in its magic, because the place itself is magical clear through. The hero suddenly remembered what that princess had warned him about. Everyone knew exactly what kind of power was sealed inside this place. This wasn't some mystery room. It was the Dragon Artery, where mountains of magic gathered, and the crazy part was that Sakura and the hero carried that same kind of power too. Sekiro told Dichai that he'd been living in that house since he was born, so it was stuffed to the brim with magic. Then the hero caught on to exactly where those wild gusts of wind were coming from. Sekiro's eyes lit up and he pushed Dichai to picture what he could do with it, and she quickly convinced him that a little practice in magic would help him unlock his full potential. The hero pushed himself up from the table and urged, "Let's do it outside, please." He didn't want to harm her or make things worse, and Sekiro froze in shock before thanking him for the care he showed. Then Sekiro told her to wait right there and promised he'd get changed. As they burst outside, the heroes stared at the massive craters carved into the ground by yesterday's brutal battle, and Decius just scratched his head like, what did we just survive? Teeth clenched with pure rage, he blamed those little girls for everything. Then Sakura leaned in and asked what he wanted to study first. Dachai snapped that learning to grow food mattered, but he still couldn't stop thinking, I'd clean out those pits first, yet food has to come first. What? Sakura nodded and promised she had a way to crank out even more food, but Digi eyed her like something about it smelled dangerous. With a casual flick, she held out her hand and boom, an apple materialized in her palms. Then she offered it to the stunned newbie with a bright, teasing smile. They figured they could toss in some seeds, watch apple trees shoot up, and get that whole lawn back to green, like hitting two birds with one stone. Dichai clocked that it might take a while, so he asked Sakura how long trees usually take to grow. Sakura grinned and said it was fine, because with magic, they could just speed the growth up. The hero couldn't help but feel a little stunned by it, his first time after all. The girl stepped in as his mediator and promised she'd handle things because she was perfectly tuned to his power. She told him to use it however he wanted, and he barely even noticed when she urged him to do it. Then Sekiro grinned and said, just touch her and picture a tree sprouting and growing. Dichai's cheeks flared with a blush as she repeated what she'd just said. Then he stumbled over his words, panicking as he asked where he was even supposed to touch her. Sakura lifted her gaze to him and said she was all his, ready to serve, no questions asked, so Dichai smirked, hooked his lip in motion, and promised he'd handle it. Red-faced with embarrassment, Dichai couldn't figure out why Sakura's face looked so messed up, tired, flushed, like she'd been sprinting. She practically begged the master to picture the apple tree growing, because that's how she'd tap into his power. With a hand stroking Sakura's head, he started thinking about the first step. The tree would have to sprout before anything else could happen. He pictured the seed that was about to sprout in his mind, and the moment it hit him, the girl started trembling. He'd already imagined how it would grow, and when Sakura gasped and collapsed to her knees in front of the hero, one thought hit her hard: his magic power was straight up unbelievable. He told her he was almost finished, and she dug in with every last ounce of strength. Then, after a little while, a tiny sprout broke through the soil. He stared at the sprout with shaking excitement and declared it had popped up almost instantly, so if that was the trick, he could picture an entire tree overnight. Then he told Sakura she could have blown past a few steps, but Sakura was breathing hard, swatting the air as she hissed that she was burning up. Dichai leaned in and asked if she was tired, but Sakura froze, more shocked than tired, then insisted she was fine and pushed to keep going. The hero bet he could pull it off, so he braced his palm on Sakura's head and told her they'd keep going. Yet the girl let out a strained sigh because she couldn't stop it. He was pouring way too much power into her. He kept forcing more strength into her than was even needed. Tears streamed down her face as her whole body turned blazing red. She screamed that it was impossible because his power was just too overwhelming. Still, she gripped his hands in front of the sprout, and the little sprout kept swelling bigger and bigger. She begged for one more screen lock, like it would be over any second, while the sprout kept pushing out, growing more and more with every breath. Power surged through her, and in the blink of an eye the sprout turned into a huge, lush apple tree. Dichai stared up at its treetops in shock and blurted that it had grown instantly. He snapped his head toward Sakura, sprawled on the ground, and asked if she was all right, only for her to freeze, because she never thought he'd do something like that. She told him he'd done an amazing job, picked an apple and handed it straight to the hero, adding that it was one he'd grown himself, and when Dichai smiled, she said they'd grown it together. The girl grinned and nodded along, giving him her yes. Once he took a taste, the boy's face lit up, because that sweetness was absolutely out of this world. He finally understood how magic was meant to be used. Sakura swore it held unbelievable power, and even pitched the idea of turning this place into an orchard. They'd have to plant a mountain of trees, and Sakura couldn't wait to help the hero. Then, right as she was smiling, some kind of creature streaked through the air and flew over her. That huge bird-like beast swooped in, snatched Sakura in its claws, and blasted off with her into the unknown. With a giant sack of gold on her shoulders, the princess dropped it to the ground and groaned that it felt brutally heavy. Then they sold the dragon and raked in a little over 3,000 silver, all for the guy who'd killed it. She ordered her men to stay away from that deadly spot again, and when she apologized that her energy still hadn't come back, she admitted she couldn't make the coins float. Just then something strange caught her eye, a creature drifting through the sky. Its scales flashed like the rainbow, but it was tiny. Yet it was the greatest dragon there was, faster than every other, slipping through the fight with insane agility and laughing at magic like it couldn't touch it. Shudai barely ever laid eyes on that powerful, rare dragon, and the girl swore it was drawn to its insane magical power. Then Daikai snapped, Sakura. If that dragon ripped his house away, it'd prove he's a total bullshit landlord, and he had to save her. He wrestled with the truth he had to use magic, and he had to land it dead, so he wouldn't hurt Sakura. Then he wondered if magic could even work without her. So the hero shut his eyes and pushed himself to try it all by pure visualization in his mind. He barked orders at the apple tree to strike, and it blasted straight toward the dragon, and Dichai was shaking with excitement. Finally, he could unleash magic on his own. The dragon finally let the girl go, and Sakura dove down like a falling star. The hero snapped into action and commanded the tree again. It shot straight at Sakura. Sakura's breath caught as she screamed and begged, "Please catch me." He bolted after her, finally catching up, and then Sakura crashed straight down onto the guy like a punchline. The hero grabbed the girl to stop her fall, and accidentally clamped onto her balls. As Sakura rose, she turned away, and the hero blurted an apology because he only meant to grab her by accident. Still, the girl beamed and thanked him. Then she yelled at Dichai, telling him the dragon was closing in at 12 o'clock. Dichai clocked it right away and muttered that the dragon wouldn't quit, like it was hunting a refill. Sakura's guess, that creature wasn't just flying over, it wanted to build a nest in a spot soaked with magical power. Right then his stomach growled loud, and heat rushed to his face as embarrassment took over. Of all moments, it had to happen now. Sakura couldn't believe it. This hero was feeling hungry right in the middle of everything, and she clocked how hard he'd been burning through his strength just to get around the trees. Sakura leaned in and told the master the info she'd dug up. Dragon meat was ridiculously tasty. Then he snapped at her, warning her not to say stuff like that with such a cute face. The hero clocked the dragon's weird, poison-looking scales and figured it meant a feast for the two of them. Then the hero struck first, so there was no going back. Daichai immediately set his sights on that dragon and decided he was eating it. With Sekiro finally safe, he couldn't hold back anymore, power surged, and he just let out a full-on yell. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he wanted dragon meat, and the tornado tore straight toward the dragon. The dragon roared and lunged from side to side, snapping inches from him, until he slipped away at the last second. Daichai even kept thinking, if only it were farther, while the dragon shot him a disgusted, judging glare. Sekiro watched the dragon shoot into the sky, and the guy warned her, if it bites anyone else, we're in trouble. But he was already too far off, so Sekiro snapped, called to the master, and declared that his whole introduction mattered. He couldn't just shout, he had to aim that shout in her head. Daichai finally understood her and went for it again, yanking in a fresh gulp of air like he meant to breathe through the moment. He ripped open the sky with a tornado summon, then screamed at the dragon and commanded it to touch down. The dragon's eyes bulged when it spotted a brutal tornado charging right after it, and then boom, an explosion tore the air apart. That princess charging straight for them heard the sound and froze, fear shot through her, and then the air came ripping toward her. She tried to escape, but the stream snatched her up and slammed her onto the ground, ripping at the clothes on her chest. Then she toppled down in shock, shouting, "Why does this always happen to me the moment I come here?" The hero blurted, "We did it," and swore his magic got stronger the more he focused. Then Daichai leaned in and demanded, "All right, Sekiro, what do we do with it now?" Sekiro clutched her hand into a fist and demanded everything be brought to her, because she knows exactly how to cut up dragons, and with magic, it'll be done in seconds. The guy couldn't believe his luck, and he gushed that he had the coolest house ever. After she slid a plate of piping hot food in front of him, Sekiro declared she had a rainbow dragon steak for her master and told him, straight from the heart, to enjoy every bite. Once the hero took a bite, his face lit up and he swore it was unreal. "This steak melts on your tongue, and the meat is so tender you could chomp it all day." Later, Sekiro built a giant refrigerator powered by magical energy, sitting right by their apple trees. Daichai bragged that Sekiro could make anything, but the girl fired back that it wasn't true at all. Then she thanked the master for saving her today, and somehow even the idea of surviving on her own in a whole new world felt like it could be fun. Meanwhile, the princess barely pushed herself off the ground and snapped that it was his magic again. Then she scooped up the coins and planned to swing by a little later, like everything was just the same old routine. While everything else spun onward, the apple farms surged, orchards swelled and grew right before our eyes. Sekiro grinned and told the hero he was doing way better now, and Daichai jumped in, saying it felt so much easier to grow trees with magic. So Sekiro leaned in and said it was time for the next lesson, leaving the hero staring back at him, confused. The girl flashed a grin and promised she'd be his guide once more. She slumped against the tree, dropping a not-so-subtle hint right in front of the hero, and demanded he touch her to pass her magic along. The hero's eyes went wide, cheeks blazing because the whole setup looked downright dangerous and a little too tempting. Then he closed in behind Sekiro, grabbed her by the shoulders, and asked if she was ready. Sekiro nodded and agreed. The girl snapped he showed up, and when they spun around, they caught sight of a freaky creature staring straight at them, with a whole tree growing out of its head. Daichai stumbled in stun, then blurted to Sakura, "What is this?" And she snapped back, "A wooden golem." This tiny timber monster was crazy good at picking apples, and the hero stared at it in disbelief, because it meant magic could do that too. Right behind Sakura's back, something darted past in a blur, some weird humanoid monster with a dog's head. They lunged at the girl from behind. She snapped "Master" right at the golem he was tinkering with, but he didn't so much as look up, so she sobbed and pleaded, begging him to fuse with her and do it right now. With a nervous gulp stuck in his throat, Daichai tried to make sense of what she was saying. Images of them sharing one house crashed through his mind, even though he'd only just started seeing her since she couldn't step into his world as a real body. Today was blistering hot, and somehow that made his decision feel inevitable, so he agreed. He dipped his head to Sekiro, thanked her, and felt the truth hit him. This day was finally here. Sekiro told him to shut his eyes, and the flustered kid nodded so fast he almost tripped, then they pressed their foreheads together. He couldn't stand to open his eyes, because once he realized just how close he was to her, embarrassment hit him like a truck. It felt like the line between them was vanishing, and the guy let out a deep sigh as he realized just how warm she was. It felt unreal, like nothing he'd ever touched before, and for a second, he even wondered if he'd learned to live with it. He snapped his eyes open again and froze. Something weird was right by him, a hologram hovering overhead, shaped like a map. He snapped at Sekiro to slow down and explain where they were right now, and she calmly said they were up high, staring down at their land like a bird's eye view, so that was why she wanted to merge with him. From here, you could see everything. The hero was blown away, stuck on how spirits could pull off something this insane. Then it hit him. This was exactly what she meant when she'd warned him earlier. Turns out they weren't sharing the same idea of what merging even was. Sakura warned them 65 magical monsters were trying to slip into their territory, and as soon as she felt them closing in, she fused with it to meet them head-on. The armored wolf bared his blade and grinned, telling Dicha this place was packed with wild magical energy, perfect for him to claim, and he planned to carve out a home for his wolf clan right here, calling it Galagaru, the forest where Dicha's house sat beneath his rule. His warriors swore everything was set and they were ready. He clenched his resolve, certain this place would become their new home. With swords clutched in their hands, every wolf hoisted their blades over their heads. Gallo barked the order to fight just like they had in their last city takeover, and if they won, he promised a feast waiting for them. Gallo demanded that every warrior march out and crush anyone who dared resist. He barked for telepathic contact, and the second squad slammed into the offensive. Then the third and fourth squads surged forward to attack together, while the fifth squad burst into action, followed right after by the sixth. Dichai stared at the map's moving dots as they sprinted straight toward his house, then slammed his fist into his palm and swore they'd never roam his property. Sure, they could try, but he fully expected it to go horribly wrong for them. The wolves were already racing toward his house. They barreled through the dense woods, crashing past anything in their way. Gallo barked orders and had every troop hammer their enemies into the ground. He was rock solid sure their elite squad would wipe out every enemy in no time, and with telepathy syncing their minds, their teamwork was operating at peak level. With a savage lick, the wolf growled that their enemies should just pray to the gods, because every squad was absolutely on fire. The hero realized they weren't far off anymore, and he started closing in from every side around his house. Dichai grumbled that these inconsiderate fools were clearly hunting his place. There were 65 of them total, and the hero couldn't help but wonder, could he really take them all out by himself? Sakura begged Hyjin to serve her, and now they moved like a single living body, so if Dichai poured his magic into her, she'd spring deadly traps, and the hero was freaking out like, that's amazing. Then Dichai dropped the real bomb. These teams had 6 squads. He grabbed the girl by her shoulders, told her he was handing it all back to her, and begged her, please, rely on you, while gripping tight like his life depended on it. Gallo bellowed at his wolves and sent them crashing into the attack. Right by an apple tree, one of the wolves spotted something. Then the tree lurched to life, roots ripped out of the ground, and the whole pack's unit started to panic. The hero barked an order, and the golem surged to life, rising up like a force unleashed. A wooden golem clawed its way up from the earth, and it terrified an entire pack of wolves in seconds. Just as the wolves crashed in, golems started crawling up from every corner around their house. The squad couldn't figure out what was happening to this guy, so they demanded to know who he even was. Then Gallo's crew told the commander straight up, the golem wasn't alive at all, just some magical creature. Gallo shot the warrior a furious glare and snapped, did you fall out of an apple tree? Because the kind of magic it would take to build a machine like that was insane. A regular golem stands about human height, but this one was absolutely enormous. And the golems were only getting bigger and bigger, while the wolves stared at it, realizing it all might have been nothing more than a dream. Gallo heard his soldiers screaming for help. There was a massive golem right in front of them, and they all needed him fast. Gallo demanded nobody mention the 5 more golems on the way, then they marched straight into the trap, and Gallo paid for it. Daisai roared that this was his turf and no trespassers were welcome, then ordered the golems to hurl that junk aside. Golems surged from every side, flinging the wolves aside, and the wolves scattered and lifted off like it was nothing. This hit every single pack of wolves, unit by unit, without mercy. Watching Golem blast the wolves so high they vanished into the sky, Sakura grinned and bragged to the master that this was just incredible. His control over golems was unreal. Daikai nodded, said they handled everything perfectly today, and right on cue his stomach growled again. He let out a heavy sigh and admitted he'd burned through most of his energy, then said it was the perfect moment to eat, because Sakura suddenly remembered the hero hadn't had breakfast today. So yeah, now it was go time to whip up something delicious for him. Dichai thanked Sakura, and the second those wolves were smashed, the golems showed up, right even inside the city streets, and when everyone laid eyes on those towering monsters, shock hit like thunder. The hero also loved this world's endless greenery, plus he spotted neat animals darting through the forest. A full week had already slammed by since he showed up. He stared at the dragon tearing through the sky, and realized he'd landed in this world just 1 week ago. Back in that old world, he bolted out of the house at 6 a.m., sprinted from work, and barely managed to catch the last train. Then, once he finally got the door open, he called out, "I'm home," like the new life had already swallowed him whole. Sakura finally choked out that he was back for good, because monsters were already trying to crawl into their house. He figured it was safer to wipe his earlier words clean, since he still wasn't used to strangers barging in, and he grabbed the girl by the shoulders and demanded she show him what was happening. Dichai spotted the wolves again, only this time they weren't alone. They weren't dressed like the others, way smaller, like they didn't even belong in a fight. The guy clocked that they never came here to scrap, so he told Sakura, if they start acting hostile, flip the traps. Dichai and Sakura marched straight at the unwelcome guests, no hesitation, no retreat. He grilled the kids, asking what they wanted here, and one of the wolves hissed to the others that this was the king's magical aura. Then every wolf dropped to their knees before the hero and declared, "You're our king." Their Lute Wolf clan ruled this demonic forest. Chief Garu stepped forward, introduced himself as king, and demanded they bow. Then they backed it up with proof as the mysterious hooded beast tore off his clothes. The chief's younger sister staggered out, fully exposed, in front of everyone, and the chief handed her over to Dichai as a living offering. Dichai then demanded her for himself, even claiming he had to use her and devour her to claw back his appetite. With his eyes covered, the guy blurted out in total shock, demanding to know what was happening, because he couldn't wrap his head around why this girl was standing there without clothes, and he flat out refused to believe she was really a she-wolf. Sure, the tail and ears gave it away, but other than that, she looked just like any normal girl. Dichai stared at the poor girl and snapped at Garu, "What do you mean?" But Garu just grinned and said he'd eat him if she didn't catch his fancy, and the girl shot back that she was packed with magical energy, so if Garu devoured her, his reserves would be fully restored. Garu begged her to let him feed on her so he'd spare the rest of his men, but Dichai had no idea you could even use magic that way. He couldn't believe it, someone was really offering him up to be eaten by a pitiful she-wolf, and he snapped to Garu, asking if he'd picked the wrong shores. With a burst of magic, Digi shoved the wolf back and snapped, "You're wrong." He swore he wouldn't bite a single person, no way, not even his sister, and he wasn't chasing some throne. He was done with all that chaos, ready to live in peace. The whole squad stared at the guy in shock, then asked, did he really forgive them for crashing into his territory? After all, they got wiped out and scattered. If he was done with them, then he could use them however he wanted. Dichai hesitated for a beat, grabbed the cape beside the naked girl, and said that grabbing it was the smart move. After he dressed the girl, he slammed down the rule, never attack humans again, and that was all he cared about. The girl stared at Dichai, utterly stunned. Garu couldn't believe how softly the losers were let off. Then he hauled his crying sister into a tight hug, and blurted how relieved he was that she was okay. The hero lifted his hand and declared, "Yeah, they look like wolves, but they're still human." Then he snapped, "Time to leave, remember my order." Garu pressed again for him to be their king, and when he refused, he promised, "Then I'll bring you our offerings." What? He jabbed at the massive cart packed to the brim with food, and declared that every last supply for their wolf clan was right here. Then he told Dichai to accept the offering. It was damn tempting, until he grabbed a couple bags and demanded he could haul the rest back to their families. The wolf acted like he wasn't pleased with the gifts, but Dichai shut that down fast. This wasn't about feelings at all. There were only two of them here, and while they talked, Sekiro kept his eyes locked on her. The wolf squad snapped to attention, saluting him like a hero, and told Sakura he looked absolutely unstoppable. They hauled the carts off, scrambled for forgiveness again, and rubbed his sore lower back. Dichai couldn't stop thinking how loud they'd been, how the coast was finally clear to slip back to the house, and he still couldn't believe it. He was really their king now. Sakura grinned at the master and promised she'd use the gifts to cook tonight's dinner. She'd whip up a veggie stew. The hero couldn't help but think it tasted amazing, but then reality hit. Ludwolf kings really aren't supposed to pack on weight that easily. It had been just a few days since the Ludwolves smashed the Daiichi house, and for the first time in a while, the Medi's kingdom finally went quiet. With the sacks of silver thudding onto the ground, the princess clenched her resolve. Today, she was finishing her mission no matter what. Today, she refused to back down. She was taking these coins straight to the hero. As Sakura and Dichai strode along the forest path, they suddenly spotted two dragons circling high above them in the sky. He stared at the closest branch loaded with an apple and demanded, "What is that?" The boy yanked it free, then froze because it gleamed golden. Daiichi figured it must be something rare, but he had no clue whether that apple was actually safe to eat. Sakura spotted another one just like it, and she had no idea that eating them could trigger something wild. They dug in together and took a bite, and the hero swore it was sweet and juicy. Then Dichai swallowed and went, "Wait, something off with this apple." Heat surged through his body and he snapped at Sakura, "What in the world is happening?" He stared at Sakura, who was breathing hard, and then she looked straight back at her master. Flushed with embarrassment, he closed the distance to Sakura and confessed that he'd been dying to tell her something since the very day they first met. Right then, a voice snapped at them, asking what they were doing here, so the hero shot a look at Sakura and demanded what she'd said, but Sakura swore it wasn't her. A dragon swooped right overhead, and it snapped to the other one that the king had banned it from flying here, branding it a disgrace. The second dragon sneered back that it knew nothing, since it hadn't seen a single soul here that could hurt it. Adrian's eyes went wide, because the dragons weren't just there, they were actually talking, and Sakura could hear them too. Then she caught that apple smell and swore it carried a whisper of dragon magic, and she figured once they took a bite, they'd finally understand what the dragons were saying. They planted the tree right where they'd slaughtered the great dragon, because dragon blood soaks deep and drips pure magic into the soil, then blends with their spell work, and that's why this apple hits with brutal power. He rolled the apple in his palm and said this was wild news. Maybe they could grab all kinds of interesting stuff with the blood of other animals too, and then he decided he'd check it out later. Suddenly, boom, an explosion tore through the air, and the guy froze so hard he dropped his apple, staring around like, what now, not again. A golem surged out of nowhere and snatched the princess. Then the tomato-red girl swallowed her nerves and let out a shaky hello to the hero, but the boy's eyes caught it fast. She was dripping again. He couldn't believe it. Again, it happened. The princess realized right then that the hero had already moved on and completely forgotten her. Rage flared in Dichai's eyes as she demanded, "How much longer are you going to trash my lawn?" Then she dropped to her knees and blurted, "I'm sorry," because this time she wasn't here to ruin things. She had a real reason. She leaned in and told him, "Don't worry, I'm paying you back," like it was already settled. She lived in this place soaked in magic, then introduced herself as Dainia, making it clear you didn't need to use her title. He couldn't stop thinking about how she never once called him by his name. Maybe he'd never told her it in the first place. He rubbed the back of his head and blurted out why Dinah even came here. Dinah stared back, then remembered everything. She dropped the stuff the moment the golem snatched her. She shoved the two huge bags right in front of Sakura and Dichai, then thanked him, breathless, because he'd pulled her out of the dragon's clutches. After they sold the dragon, she insisted on handing him his cut, then pointed out the haul, 3,000 silver coins right here, because that's basically nearly 3 million gold pieces. The hero stared at the bag and clocked what those coins were worth. Turns out they could buy him a full year of freedom without needing a single cent, and the guy immediately pictured himself idling for a whole year straight. Turns out these coins basically equaled yen. The princess stared at Gollum, surprised by how well he was doing, and when the hero saved her life, she swore she'd still return. Dichai smirked and said the girl was so conscientious, and she just huffed, "That's my only good point," before admitting she wasn't using her magic nearly as well lately. Then dragon voices rained down from above, and one snapped, "Attack first." What? The first dragon snapped, asking if he was sure, because they were literally talking about that guy who'd eaten a dragon. Then the king chimed in, craving a one-on-one showdown. And the second dragon demanded to see the man, the one who was as tall as a pebble. And if he dared to kill their brother, then he was already marked for death. Right after calling the hero a puppy, the dragon licked its lips and basically said, "You're delicious," since he was packed with magic, and the hero then told the princess they'd be eating them again. She was not having it. Dichai stared at the dragons piling in one by one until the sky felt packed, and he couldn't help wondering just how many it would take to finally bring him down. She gasped in horror and realized there were 5 to 10 dragons hovering there, and the sight crushed her so hard she wet herself again, because deep down she already knew the end was coming. Dichai gawked at the sheer number of dragons gathered here, like the heroes had just kicked up a mess they couldn't fix. Daichi stared at the princess with a heavy heart, realizing she knew everything about it, because the moment she showed up, they attacked them. She blinked back tears, looked at the hero, and begged him not to pin every bit of the blame on her. Then the guy huffed out a breath and said he was just kidding. After staring at those birds, the hero suddenly declared they'd better get ready for a fight, and the princess nearly froze when she realized they were really going to battle that many dragons. One dragon lined in, told the others, and declared, "I'm going first." He barked an order for everyone to trail him, then soared into the sky right alongside the heroes. The princess's eyes went wide with fear, and she blurted, "They're attacking us." She yanked out her wand and barked a scorching spell that set her enemies aflame. Then she launched a blazing fire spear straight at the dragon. The spear slammed straight into the dragon, and the beast snapped it up in his paws like he owned the thing. An explosion tore through the battlefield, blasting the other dragons into a panic scatter on every side. The girl kept replaying every mistake in her head until the smoke finally thinned and vanished. We just stared at a massive dragon, and pure rage rolled off it like thunder. She couldn't believe her best magic trick failed, and the dragon she faced wasn't even a normal one. Worst of all, there were more than a dozen of them lurking here. Another dragon snapped that they were just a bunch of cotton nuts, and another one laughed that the hero was so terrified he couldn't lift a finger. Then a third chimed in, so if that's true, we've got nothing to fear. Every last dragon hissed, locked on their targets, and roared, we've been dead for ages, before they launched into the attack. The hero shouted at the girls that they were all charging at once. That was a disaster. Then he barked at Dynia to get behind him and promised he'd handle it. She told him to wait, smirking like she could still take them on, because she refused to sit back and watch Daichi fight alone. Before all that, her old mentor used to pull the same move whenever her magic wouldn't focus, so the princess stared, eyes locked on her, and yeah, right at her butt. She leaned down before the hero and Daichi snapped back in shock, demanding to know what her mentor's training was. Then he stared at the dragons and decided to try it because she kept pushing him to. He screamed that he'd spank her to save them, and the blushing boy begged him not to call him a pervert. Then he snapped at the princess, calling her dirty. The princess flushed red, then lifted her chin and snapped that it was working. She'd handle them. Right then she felt it, her magic surged like it was going to burst out of her. Across the sky, the dragons were already lining up to strike, roaring for everyone to attack the heroes. One dragon snarled, how are we supposed to eat them if you vaporize them? Power surged inside her, and she prayed it would finally click and work. She raised her wand to the sky, snapped her wrist, and a blazing beam burst into existence. Then she screamed, and it tore straight toward the dragons. They didn't even have time to understand before the fire cooked them, and one of them swore he was dying as all of them erupted into a wild roar. A colossal, sizzling beam blasted up into the sky, cooking the dragons as it raged overhead. Right then, one of the dragons crashed to the ground right in front of the heroes. The princess never saw this coming from herself, and when one lone shot cut down their fellow dragon, even the other dragons were left stunned. Just like their king ordered, they wheeled around, took off into the sky, and swore they'd never step foot in that area again. The girl yanked off her hat in total shock, then clutched her head like something inside it was cracking, muttering, what is this? After all, this was a legendary magic class, and she'd never, ever pulled anything like that before. Meanwhile, the hero had absolutely no clue what she was screaming about right now. She realized the truth in that spanking. He laced her magic with his strength, and that's why her next attack hit like a thunderclap. Her legs buckled and she dropped to her knees. My magic is completely gone, she whispered, stunned, because she couldn't wrap her head around how that guy looked like he hadn't even lifted a finger. He had no idea, so he just acted like he was effortlessly cool, and honestly, he didn't care at all. The only thing that mattered was getting that dragon out of here, period. He flashed a smile at her, stunned she pulled it off, while Daichi insisted she truly earned that reward, and if he saw her walk away and leave it behind, he'd be devastated. The princess stared at him, stunned. She realized she'd slain the dragon, and then it hit her. She'd warned him dragons cost a fortune, and he just handed her a brand new one like it was nothing. She stared at Daichi with a heavy heart, praying he wouldn't explode at her, because she'd straight up ignored his order to stay away from here. The hero snapped back, remembering everything, then jutted a finger at her, recalling how he'd begged her not to come here, and he shot a glance at Sakura, who just stood there, watching in silence. He smirked and said, I'm not mad, I don't care what's happening, as long as I'm living in this house. Because right here was all he had left in this world, and when Sakura saw that, delight lit her face as she grinned at the master. The princess beamed and thanked the hero, then Daichi leaned in and demanded, wait, what exactly are you thanking him for? She let out a huge sigh the moment she realized he didn't hold that grudge against her anymore. She was totally drained, promised she'd come back for the dragon at night, then walked away, still turning back to the guy, praying they'd meet again someday. Next time, he begged her to come without the dragon pack, so she flicked her wand and prayed it would be true. After a quick think, Daichi urged Sekiro to let the golem haul the dragon straight to the spot where she could teleport, because leaving her body lying here would 100% scream for attention. He leaned in and told her, I'm starving, then joked he'd steal just a little bite to make it beauty. She laughed and said, good, because we've got pudding tonight. The night swallowed the sky. She snapped a teleportation spell around herself and bam, a dragon stood right in front of her. She couldn't wrap her head around why that body was just sprawled there. She guessed the hero must have tossed it out of his territory. Night had already fallen, so the princess scooped up the dragon and headed straight for home, straight through a teleporter. The teleportation slammed them straight into the heart of the Prussian castle. The girl snapped reality like a blink and teleported straight beside the fountain, dragging the dragon with her. She wiped the sweat off her brow, then froze when a voice behind her demanded, what's going on here? And there stood the magical Captain Knight. She bragged that she'd incinerated a dragon with a single strike, then demanded that the girl sell it and funnel the money straight into the treasury. The knight stared in awe at its shimmering scales like they were reflecting magic because it wasn't some weak beast, it was a high-level dragon, so he looked at the princess and confessed he admired her, because she'd slaughtered a dragon like that all on her own. But the princess didn't claim she took it out by herself. She said it died after just one shot, and that a man stood with her, feeding her some of his magical energy. The knight blinked in shock and blurted, "Then it's called augmentation," and they both knew it needed a ritual to begin, yet the princess was certain of that too, because somehow he could trigger augmentation just by touching her. He totally looked like the kind of guy who could get shoved into some legendary, super high mage class. The knight couldn't believe it. This forest had someone here who was insanely powerful. And then they realized it. King Yashahachi just stopped showing up in this forest, and that can only mean one thing: he's brewing some kind of plan. It could mean a dragon's been chewing on humans right here, because the girl strode through the forest with a cane clenched in her hands, and then she spotted a strange light spilling out beside Daichai's house. That strange girl just stood there, locked on Daichai's apple tree like she was waiting for something to happen. As Daichi strolled through his garden and chatted with Sakura, a certain girl caught his eye near the apple tree. He confessed this was the first time he'd ever seen an intruder this cute, and the moment he looked at her, he realized she was lost. The hero stared him down and demanded, "Are you really apples?" Then shot back, "Yeah, apples, even if they're golden, they're still apples." She told him she got it and that her journey had taught her something new. Then the hero stared back and couldn't stop wondering if it was actually normal to run from home that young. The little girl thrust out her hand and declared, "I'm Hestia," and you could tell she was genuinely thrilled to meet them. The boy shot his hand forward and she matched it back, and when her stomach rumbled, the guy immediately figured she was hungry. But Hestia insisted she had no idea why, even as those weird growls kept coming, and the hero still couldn't tell if she was really okay. Daichai stared at Sakura and asked, "If Hestia bites into that apple, will you be okay?" Sakura grinned and decided to find out for real. A colossal, dragon-like aura roared around the girl like a living storm. Sakura couldn't believe the sheer mountain of magical aura packed into this tiny little girl, then she just grinned and insisted she'd be fine. Right then, Sakura realized how ridiculously powerful her magic was, so the hero stepped in, offered to test it on her, and see exactly what kind of magical effect it would unleash. She ripped the apple off and blurted that, yeah, that meant she was sitting on a huge load of magical energy. Then she shoved the apple straight into Hesha's hands. Hester stared at him, asking if this apple was really for her, and he nodded yes. Then she snatched it up and ate it. She grabbed a bite, chewed it down, and swallowed like she meant it. She took one bite of the apple, devoured it in a blink, and instantly demanded more, while the guy stared in disbelief, asking how she could still be hungry when this apple was supposedly the most nutritious thing he'd ever tasted. Sakura flashed a grin, and the hero could tell she was in a great mood, like she just might be crazy about kits. She nodded along to everything he said, and her mind went right back to that little master, never worn out, always laughing, always finding a way to have fun. Daichai nodded along, but it felt weird. How do you even talk about childhood in your own house with her? Hestia snapped that it was delicious, and yeah, she was probably stuffed already. The hero grinned, dying to gently stroke her head. He grinned and told her she'd actually picked up a few arcane words after all. Then Hestia shot him a grim, unhappy look. Daichai leaned in and asked Sakura if she was ready to head home, then turned to Hesho and demanded to know where she'd go. Sakura thanked her and couldn't stop praising the apple's amazing taste, and in the end she said she'd most likely just go home. The hero nodded and said, "Maybe we'll catch up later," and she grinned back, "No doubt we'll meet again for sure." Sakura said that girl was weird, and Daichai shrugged like that kind of weird was normal around here. Then when they finally arrived, the voice coming from the shadows told him it had been waiting for her for ages. A colossal dragon burst out to greet the little girl and welcomed her to Dragon King Hestia Radon. He let out a huge breath of relief that she came back from human territory in one piece, then his eyes snapped to her clothes, because they'd completely slipped off her body. She got reincarnated into a whole new form, and flashed a smile like she'd just won the universe. The dragon bragged that her human disguise was downright incredible, then begged him not to belittle her role, because they'd both been grinding in sweat for their people. The dragon bowed and apologized, then leaned in to ask how her journey went and how strong the enemy really was, only for the girl to suddenly snap back like she'd forgotten everything. She straight up said she didn't want to fight the hero at all, and the dragon just froze in shock because the odds of her losing and dying were brutal, and she also refused to wreck the place. He was way stronger than her, and those apples he brought were so damn delicious, so the dragon went, "Yeah, is that really true?" But the moment shifted. Fighters were already charging forward, reinforcing their troops and holding tight, just waiting for her command. She knew it and told them to hold up for a second. Then Hestia stepped in and dared him to spar, daring the others to witness his real power, the same power he'd used to cut down the Dragon King. If they caught sight of it, they'd back off. This fight decides the dragon race's future. She wins and they're safe, but if she loses, the boy dies, and once she's gone, the dragons will never come to him again. She was still their king, so even if she died, she demanded they never, ever forget this battle, and she ordered them to ask the dragon if he understood her. Creepy moans echoed from a room in the house, and there in bed, a blushing, confident girl snapped her head up and called out to her master. Meanwhile, Dichai stood beside the pit and shouted for Sakura to come over, and as the girl steadied herself, she climbed off the bed and promised she'd be there in a second. Sneaking up behind her, the girl demanded, "Did my master call you?" Dichai glanced at the scattered rocks and snapped that, thanks to those goons, the garden had turned into a total green disaster. He couldn't even wrap his arms around a healthy rock, so the girl suggested he use a golem for the job. Then he stared at Sakura and asked whether he could synchronize with it. Sakura paused for a breath, then nodded and said, "Yeah, we can pull it off." He checked on her right away, clocking her heavy breathing and flushed face, and she insisted she was okay. She'd sprinted here as fast as she could. The hero didn't fully relax and asked her to speak up if she started to feel worse. She nodded, thanked him for being so kind, and after he gently stroked her head, Dichai suggested they get started. Two towering golems slammed into view ahead of them, and the guy snapped, "All right, time to get moving." He thought, yep, it all landed perfectly. Dichai stared at the golem and thought, this rock is too big for something this small, so he didn't hesitate and fused the two golems into one. He figured that if he poured magical energy into his hands, he'd finally seize control of them, so he dove in and tested it. Once he touched the golem, he snapped into action and decided to begin. Relief hit him hard. He'd been right all along. It felt like his arms were trapped in glue, so soft and unreal he could barely believe it as he dabbled the wooden golem. Then he clenched his teeth and decided to take control. He couldn't believe how soft the thing felt. This golem swallowed his whole hand, and Dichai just told Sakura that it was apparently stuck. Stunned, the guy stared at the golem that had just lifted itself, using the very power from him. He insisted he didn't order it to move, and Sakura figured he was just mirroring his own actions, so Dichai decided to go and investigate. Right after he tried to wrestle control of his golem's hand, he realized the golem was doing the same thing, moving his hand back like it had a mind of its own. Sakura said it was exactly like that, because he'd synced up with it, pouring his magical energy through his own body and repeating every single move in perfect lockstep. Once again, he was bragging like crazy. Magic was the most incredible thing ever, and then he hit everyone with a truly brilliant idea. He shoved it in right here, pressed it down a little there, and then shoved it somewhere else too. Sakura grinned and told Daichi, "You look exactly like the kid you were back then." She looked at him and saw the exact same kid who once begged her to come and check out what he'd done. The hero dove straight into a golem and fused with it, until all that remained of him was his own face. Who would have guessed he'd snag not one but two golems, and somehow pull off a Phygenic wooden armor too? Sakura was like, "Your master is unreal," and then the hero cut in fast, "Don't hype him up, right now he looks like a chubby oak tree." He figured he'd pretend this was just a brand new mecha launch, then planted himself at the control panel, and the hero set out to test whether he could hoist that rock just like that. With that rock up in seconds, he started grinning, because this wooden armor meant he could do anything he set his mind to. He told Sakura to clean the place up, and she kept grinning at her master the whole time. It kicked off a brand new technology. Then our hero stared up at the sky, praising those airborne projectiles, and with pure magic he rammed the top of the trunk into the ground. When the target swooped by, the trees bent and ripped out shots at the enemy, all made ridiculously easy with his wooden match. Recently, the hero pushed his borders wider, then laid down brand new traps like they were taunts. He stared at Sakura and swore these traps would totally do the job. Then she slumped a bit, looked relieved, and said it was wonderful. She shouted for her master, then crumpled hard to the ground. But the hero snapped into action, caught her before she could drop, and rushed, "Are you okay?" The girl dropped her head, blurted out, "I'm sorry," and begged him to forgive her. She totally overdid it, too much magical energy poured out of her. She told him she had the time of her life with him, then shrugged off the fact that all that energy still has to get refilled. Dichai didn't get what she was saying because he drinks power straight from the dragon's vein, so yeah, she should have just crashed for a few hours and she'd have been totally fine. Suddenly he heard sharp crunching right outside the house. Sakura threw out a heartfelt apology, admitting she was the spirit of this house all along, yet with the energy drained, everything looked run down and sad. Dichai barked, "Is there any way to fix all this faster?" And Sakura didn't hesitate. She offered to hand over her own energy. He let out a heavy sigh like the world finally made sense, convinced there had to be a way, and said he'd do it, but the girl hesitated, like she wasn't ready to speak yet. The girl's cheeks flared red as she admitted the fastest way to refill magical energy was to give in to her desire. He leaned in and asked what she wanted, and she instantly blushed and got flustered. Sakura insisted that the only way to set things right was to chase her deepest desire and restore her magical energy. The hero nodded, still rattled from the chaos lately, like he'd bruised his own brain a couple times, and then he leaned in and asked her to spell out exactly what she wanted all over again. Red-faced, Sakura told him he should satisfy her libido, and the second those words left her mouth, she buried her face in pure, burning shame. Deechai figured she should eat or catch some sleep to recover, but the girl snapped, "Nope, I don't need sleep." Then she added that she'd burned through way too much energy, so eating would take an insane amount of food just to get it all back. The hero suddenly realized he'd never once seen Sakura sleep, and every time she ate, it was way too little for all the energy she was burning, so he pressed her, "Do you always recover like this?" Her face flared bright red, and she admitted she'd never had this little energy before. I thought, so that means she does this all the time. He swallowed hard and admitted he was mortified, because they were sitting there talking to her about those kinds of things. He figured she wasn't done yet, she just needed to crash and rest. And it would crank her energy back up in a flash. Sakura insisted it was exactly like that, and promised it would do way more than just sitting around and resting. He scooped the girl up in his arms, and it hit him all at once. He swore he'd do it, make Sakura's wish come true, because courage was bursting out of him. Deechai dragged the girl inside and laid her on the bed, right as rain hammered the windows, and the roof started to leak. The flustered guy stared at the blazing red Sakura and practically blurted, "Are you ready?" The flustered girl in front of him shot the owner a question, "Is everything okay?" Deechai spotted the ugly cracks crawling across the walls, and it all clicked. Sakura, the spirit of this house, had fallen into this ruin for a reason. He asked her straight out if restoring the energy would put everything back the way it was. Sakura nodded, insisted she was still the spirit of the home, then hesitated, worried he might not like her body, and she apologized for the whole mess like it was her fault. The guy looked totally lost, couldn't make sense of her words, and snapped back that she'd brought him no trouble at all, then admitted she was cute, said he genuinely liked her character, and confessed he hated seeing her like this because he refused to lose her no matter what. The hero told her, "If it's all right with you, I want to stay with you forever," and Sakura looked at him with a heavy heart before pulling herself up from the bed. She wiped away her tears and blurted out that it honestly made her unbelievably happy. What he just said felt unreal. The hero stared at the crying Sakura, stunned, and she blurted out that she'd been thinking of him ever since the day he was born. She flashed a grin and practically purred, "I'm so happy we're here at last." He choked down the lump in his throat and replayed every word she'd said, heart thumping, because just yesterday he'd only ever seen her as a house, and now there she was, standing right in front of him as the unbelievably cute girl, Sakura. He cupped her face, and with a grin that could only mean destiny, he swore they'd finally be together at last. Without a second to lose, the hero lined in and stole a kiss on the girl's lips. Outside, rain hammered the streets, and Sekiro stared at Daikai, mortified. Then the guy smirked and said he'd figured it out, vowing to start slow and build from there. She stared at her master, burst into tears, and cried, "These are tears of joy, I'm just so happy." Right in Sakura's lap, the boy dropped off to sleep, and she gently soothed his head with her hand, because he's the only one who can truly be her master. And he's the only one who still gets to call her home. When Daytree woke up, pure shock hit him. He blurted, "What happened?" and couldn't wrap his head around who the hell added a second floor to his house. Sakura grinned and told her master that his magic energy was trapped inside her, so yeah, turns out she ended up pregnant. He replayed her words in his head and got the whole message, but biology still didn't explain where the second floor of that stone building even came from. She flashed a smile and told him straight up, "I'm the spirit of this home," then hit him with the twist, "Her children are the next houses." She told him he shoved so much magical energy into her that it burst out, spilling into the building and carving out a whole new section. The hero stared, thinking hard, then it clicked. If he kept feeding her energy, his house wouldn't just change, it would grow. Sakura laid it all out, every detail dead on, plain as day, and that's exactly how his son wound up on the first floor of his own house. Once Sakura and Daichai fused forces, he claimed the second floor of the house. After he made it down to the first floor, Daichai froze, stunned by what he saw. It was absolutely massive, and the young man practically lit up with joy. He realized this wasn't some tiny place, it was a full-on 3-bedroom apartment, and it even came with furniture. He told Sakura it was straight up unbelievable, and the moment he said it, she blushed hard and insisted she hadn't done anything. It all started with the energy he poured into her, She was so overflowing with power that the first floor finally appeared. Dichai didn't even think his move was that big, so he offered to go back up, and once he got there, he grinned and said it felt way cozier up here than downstairs. His eyes locked onto a tiny garden shed, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it had popped into existence that very night. Right after the energy was refilled, he spotted tons of new stuff, yet Sakura still felt the place looked way too empty, so he pushed for renting it out. Dichai started mulling over the idea of becoming a landlord. Maybe it would work if they could convince people to move in here, and Sakura lit up because she was thinking the exact same thing, craving a packed-out place even more. But she begged the owner to stick around and move into the second floor with her, because she didn't want him slipping out of her life, only the guy wasn't even thinking about going anywhere. He felt totally at home in this corner of the house, wrapped up in the room's warm vibe and comfy furnishings. His house kept expanding, sure, but right here was where his real home finally lived. He refused to think any differently, and Sakura lit up, saying it was absolutely glorious. The hero leaned in and asked if she was truly that worried, because she feared that once he saw the fresh construction, he'd suddenly change his mind and drag everything over to himself instead. Dichai shot back with a sly little grin, if you really think that. Then he'll throw himself into expanding the place as far as he possibly can, so Sakura grinned and promised, "Master, I'll do whatever you wish." He mulled over the weird feeling that she wouldn't fold, that she wouldn't let him win, because at the end of the day, both of them get the same choice, to choose and to be chosen. Sakura slid in beside the hero and said, "That's why I'm going to go all out, so the master picks me." But he didn't let the moment drift. He told her to stop spiraling about things like that. Dichai set breakfast in front of her. She snatched it up without hesitation, and just like that, one whole week slipped by. Their house somehow landed on top of a skyscraper, and the guy just froze in pure shock. How in the world is that even possible? He stared at the house, shocked it had sprouted 7 extra floors in a single week, yet he hadn't lifted a finger to make it happen. Life with Sakura droned on slow and calm. Day after day they ate, woke up, fell asleep, then strolled along in quiet peace. But it's not like he didn't slip into her secret rooms at least once a week. Sometimes they'd even fall asleep side by side. Sakura grinned and told her master, "Your magic is insanely strong." It still slammed into her, and yeah, he's pumping energy into her even when they're standing right next to each other. Then he demanded she break it all down in Russian. Even if they fell asleep side by side, the house would keep swelling and growing anyway. Dichai decided this was the easiest, wildest way to build a whole new place for himself, convinced his house's growth wouldn't mess with anyone. The only real headache was figuring out where those new floors would even land, and honestly, I can't wait to see what his place looks like by the time the manga ends. From the balcony, the hero stared in shock. His house had ballooned into something truly enormous. What gnawed at him was this: everyone was up here, and nobody was watching the lower floors. Sakura flashed a smile and told Dichai the golems would crush every problem on their side, and for a moment the hero had to admit she was right. The princess, stunned, came back and stared straight at the house like her brain couldn't process what the hell just happened. And when did that giant extension appear? Then she spotted it. The guy's place sat right up on top. The princess shouted, asking if anyone was home. Then Dichai clocked it. She was there to visit. Sakura turned to the owner and asked if he'd go welcome her, because the princess wanted to borrow one specific thing. He spun around, spotted the elevator, and blurted out, "When are you free to make it?" Sakura flashed a grin and swore that with magic, anything can happen. Then she quickly apologized because she couldn't tag along. She had to cook dinner. The hero realized magic was useful again, and honestly, he even felt a little intimidated by how huge the house had gotten, but that didn't stop him for a second. He climbed up to the second floor using his own 2 feet. But for the other 5, he had no choice. He'd have to ride the elevator. Downstairs, Dichai met the princess face to face, and before he even sat down, he greeted her and asked how the girl was holding up. Then he clocked the nerves in her voice. The princess let out a huge sigh of relief, because for a moment she'd feared the girl was gone and that she'd led them to the wrong place. The hero leaned in and told her she'd missed a ton, and then he admitted that he and Sakura had been busy fixing things up while she was gone. Meanwhile, the princess was hustling through the capital, clawing through her errands just so she could get here faster, and she bragged that she hadn't slept in 2 days. Daicha didn't even buy it as a good thing until he looked closer and spotted the dark bags under her eyes. She hit him with the truth. She was basically the version of himself before he even stepped into this world. He lived on sleepless nights, grinding to finish every last thing before the deadline, and the crazy part: she didn't show up randomly, she came here for a reason. So she demanded he take it, then dropped a heavy bag of coins at his feet, one whole sack packed with 1,000,000 silver pieces. Date shot a frown and told her he didn't need the money, but she wouldn't back down. "This is our thank you," she said, from every last resident. Problem was, the guy still had no clue what he was supposed to be thanking for. Ever since he moved in, the whole place started buzzing with magic, and because of him, their animals and plants exploded into life like they'd never grown this well before. Plus, the supplies they got for the animals turned gentler, better, and higher quality than ever. So yeah, he basically contributes nothing, lives for himself, tosses out a little magical energy now and then, and they still act like he deserves praise. So they handed him a sack of silver, right on the spot, because they wanted him to know loud and clear that his help was what made their kingdom thrive. The hero flashed a grin and agreed to take them in, then he clocked it. This girl didn't know how to lose. He told her he'd handle the money, and had the golem hurled the sack straight into the house. The princess snapped back to that past disaster and went pale, muttering that they never should have needed the golem at all. She couldn't erase it from her mind, and now brand new golems lined up right in front of her, so she grabbed the hero and demanded to know what they were. Her jaw dropped at the sight in front of her, an entire room spilling over with golems, and Dichai casually admitted he'd turned the first floor into their storage stash. One of the golems suddenly snapped to life and shot its eyes open. The princess stared at it with pure terror, convinced this nightmare was starting all over again, and she snapped at Dichai, asking if he was really sure, because last time he'd abused her. Dichai shot back that she better not say that, promising he wouldn't touch her. The princess opened her mouth for a reply, but every word died in her throat. After she'd stared down every golem that sprang to life, she blurted, "So you're planning to take over their city, huh?" She couldn't believe it. He was really stockpiling all those golems just to guard his home. Dachai had zero clue what kind of takeover she meant. Sure, imagination was nice, but he never pictured anything like this, and he flat out swore he would never pull a stunt like that. He grinned and said he was perfectly happy in his little cottage, with that garden right beside it. The princess let out a huge breath of relief, relieved beyond words. And even if he called them golems, they were just plain apple trees, so he told her to look because she had nothing to fear from a regular tree, right? The golem cast its eyes down, and the hero said she was the reason he felt crushed. The princess crumpled with guilt and blurted out an apology, just like always, jumping to conclusions before anyone could breathe. Then Dichai stepped in, confessed she hadn't slept in 2 days, and ordered the golem to fix it. He yanked an apple off the golem, hurled it straight at the girl, and smirked like delivery fee. After she snatched the apple out of the air, the princess could feel it buzzing with raw magic, so the hero leaned in and told her it would fix her sleep deprivation, and she nodded like, "Yes, that'll make me feel a lot better." Then she asked, wide-eyed, "Wait, you're really giving this to me?" What? Dichai grinned when he remembered what she'd told him. She wasn't feeling well, and she'd feel better if she just ate an apple. The princess was all flustered and grateful, but she couldn't figure out how to properly thank him. Then he simply let out a breath, waved it off, and told her she didn't owe him a thing, just to eat it. The girl nodded, said she had to run, and waved goodbye. Then the hero realized she's never quiet when she shows up here. They'd already welcomed plenty of visitors, and it wasn't just people. Wolves and dragons showed up too. Dachai wanted to hunt down folks brave enough to make this place home, but everyone stared at his house like it didn't belong, and even the princess's jaw dropped when she finally saw it. He just got hit with a wild idea and ran to ask Sakura. Then Sakura dropped the real twist. They could make it work if they truly bonded, and the hero's excitement exploded because it sounded absolutely possible. The house started warping back into its real shape, and the outside vanished from that weird look. Boom, it was their original home again. Dichai nearly burst with joy at the sight. Sekiro even thought the house design was genius, until he realized it still looked the same as before, but nothing underneath was simple. He'd buried all the other floors underground. The first 5 were just storage rooms, and the 6th floor was packed with golems. He locks the golems in the lower levels, but that cripples their power, so he built a slick system that lets them shoot up to the surface in an instant, turning the whole place into a secret hideout with hidden hatches and mind-blowing controls. To everyone in this world, he looked totally normal, just as Sakura grinned, relieved that this time, people would actually find this place welcoming enough to call home. The guys spotted Hestra's silhouette and demanded to meet Sakura, because she'd just come to see them. The hero ran up and greeted Hestia, and the moment he saw her, he knew she'd changed since last time. She grinned and admitted it was just a disguise. She dyed her hair, slapped on makeup, and that blinding white color made her impossible to blend in, so it wrecked her travel. That's why before every trip, her charges dye their own hair too. Dichai nodded and told her she had great friends. Then the girl tightened her grip on the cane like she was bracing for whatever came next. She dropped her eyes and admitted she was done hiding, because now she couldn't see the point of it anymore, not even a little. The boy said that if she didn't need it anymore, it meant she'd finally found a safe place to stay, and Hestia nodded along. Then the world started smearing in front of the hero's eyes, and before he even understood what was happening, he just kept rubbing his eyes, trying to clear the blur. Her clothes hit him like a burial kimono, and Hess just snapped, "What's wrong?" So he fumbled out that he'd seen that kind of outfit before, the one people wear when a family member has died. The girl puffed out her cheeks and insisted those were her best clothes. Then Dichai's embarrassment hit him hard, and he hurriedly apologized, making it clear he hadn't meant to say anything bad. But maybe he wasn't wrong. She had worn it the moment her life hung by a thread, and she had to choose. Dichai smirked as he wondered what kind of decision that little crumb meant, then watched as she greeted them and thanked them for the apple. He figured that out because people kept swarming to him, begging him to wipe out debts nobody wanted to touch. So Hestia yanked out a scroll and unfurled it wide. The girl ripped the scroll open, and the hero's eyes widened when he saw the parchment. Turns out it was a map. Hestia nodded and said it was a simplified world map, then she pointed her finger straight at the castle. "If you go this way," she warned, "Prussia is right here. They'll track down the Holy Knight's city first, then push onward to the land of the half-humans, because this world is packed with cities and countries everywhere." She dug up intel on every country, all for him, then told the hero she could lay out every detail piece by piece, and he couldn't help but wonder what she, or he, already knew about this wild world. Yeah, he realized he basically knew nothing about this whole world. He'd never once left the block around that house, so the world felt brand new to him, but if she handed him answers, he'd grab them without hesitation. He bowed to Hestia and asked her to teach him. She let out a quick blush, then snapped into a serious face and nodded. Sakura promised she'd keep them in line, and demanded Hestia be taught a brutal lesson. Dichai stared at the map, then blurted, "Where's my house?" The girl pointed straight at the edge of the forest and said, "Right here, the place with a nasty reputation, the evil forest, the forest of temptation. Just west of here lies a valley where dragons once ruled," and the hero stared at it, then suddenly understood why they always slipped through this place. Suddenly a roar snapped from behind him, and from the stones, a hulking golem-like creature started to crawl and gather. Rage boiled in the hero the second they started. Right away, they got cut off and interrupted, and Hestia didn't even blink because this forest is stuffed with top-tier magic stones that Prussia uses to forge incredible gear, until sometimes those stones fuse into golems. So the moment the boy realized he'd left the map behind, where the golem already was, they knew they had to run. With that insane pileup of magic, their bodies healed on their own, almost nothing could touch them. Daikai stared at it, doubted it was really that unstoppable, and demanded to know how anyone could beat it. If they had the right materials, it could be smashed to pieces, so she snatched up a huge, gleaming dragon scale and thrust it toward the hero. It was the very scale from the dragon he'd just slain, a beast so strong it practically radiated power. Hestia promised him, "Hurl this at the golem, and it'll be destroyed." The hero declared, "Give me the right materials and we'll win," then immediately proved it. He launched into a swing at the golem. He hurled the scales at the golem, and it shattered into pieces right in front of him, leaving the hero staring in disbelief that it was actually real. But he couldn't figure out why the scales detonated. He must have dumped way too much magic energy into that throw, turning those scales into a walking disaster. Hess just told them that even this golem couldn't crawl back to life after that much damage, and the hero realized he'd better be way more careful next time he throws scales. He heard Hesja's stomach growl and immediately asked, "Are you hungry?" Dichai snatched an apple from the tree and thrust it into the girl's hands, saying it'd be the perfect snack, and Hesja smiled and thanked him. The moment she sank her teeth into that apple, the hero's mind flashed with one crazy thought. She looked like a tiny wild creature, chomping away as she ate. Hestia said the sky was fading fast and she needed to head back, then she asked, "Can I come see you tomorrow?" The hero grinned and waved her over, telling her she could drop by any time she wanted. Sadness still clung to her eyes as she gave him a heartfelt thanks. Spiky volcanoes blazed as dragons tore through the sky, screaming for blood. One of them blasted the queen with rage. "Why are you with this guy instead of tearing him apart?" And the queen's reply was ice cold, "We're wasting our time." The dragon lurking by Hestia snapped that the weaklings would dive straight into their deaths unless she made a call, because it was her job, her duty, as their king. But Hestia got it instantly, and insisted on one last day before anything could move. She begged for one more day, then popped back up in the hero's garden. Daiteki spotted her instantly. He begged her to wait while he said he'd go pick apples, then ordered the golems to wrap up their work and marched over to her, only to apologize again for making her wait. Hestia thrust the staff of the Dragon King into his hands and tossed him a cool cloak right after. Dichai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why was she handing him everything so easily? He couldn't help but wonder if she really meant to part with it, especially when it looked way too expensive. She gave a small smile and told her it was totally fine. Esther was certain he'd need it. Then the guy bowed and thanked her. Daichai grabbed the staff, slipped on his cloak, and flashed a grin. This thing feels so comfy and it looks so cool. Then he added, and yeah, plenty of people around here dressed just like this. Right then, that staff became the spark that set everything in motion. He always leaned on his imagination, and he still couldn't wrap his head around how a simple staff could matter this much. Hestia even claimed he could swing it like a real melee weapon and start smacking things. She smirked and laughed it off like it was all just a joke. The hero swore he'd never seen her joke once, so yeah, turns out she's got a playful side after all. And just as he said imagination magic was crazy useful but not exactly powerful, the guy added that when he casts, it cranks his hunger way up, and then he crashes fast like his energy just evaporates. That's why they swore a magic key was the only way, but the hero just stared, completely clueless. Hesh told him his staff could rewrite a single word to trigger that kind of magic, taking the load off the brain, and then he begged him to take a look. She stared at her cane, commanded the stick across from it to ignite, then the flames snapped down on it at once. Daichai froze in shock, then blurted, "That's so cool," and she told him he could do it too, plus she even said she could order it to blow up. Right then, boom, an explosion ripped through everything and the stick burst apart too. She told him to stop overthinking and just invent a word, then assign the magic to it, easy as that, and the magic cost dropped like crazy. Daikai immediately clocked it and matched it to the hotkeys burning in his head. Tugging at his sleeve to get it just right, the guy went for it, then paused, weighed his next move, and decided to start from the very beginning. Daichai slammed his staff into the apple tree and roared at the wooden golem. Then, in the blink of an eye, the whole tree transformed into a golem. She just grinned, patted it, and declared, "You're incredible," because he nailed it on his very first try. But with just one golem, he couldn't pin down exactly how much his magic energy had drained, so he slammed the choice and tried one more time. He forged 5 more of those golems. The hero burst out in delight, saying it all worked out perfectly, no exhaustion in his bones, and not a single ounce of hunger either. Then he spun toward Hestia and declared that this magic key was flat out incredible. But the girl slumped and pressed her hand to her head, and the boy's stomach dropped like he'd messed up somewhere. But that was exactly why she couldn't stop staring. He was the first person she'd seen use that so effortlessly. Even when he was just making up words, the staff still drained energy, so she begged him to be more careful. The hero got it at once, grinned, and said it was amazing, then he thanked Hestia. The girl flashed a confident smile and said he deserved the staff, and then Sakura swept in and waved them both over. She slid in a tray piled with cakes and tea, then lined in like, "Here, take a snack." As she gratefully took the tea, her fingers brushed the mug, and the liquid felt cold at once. Sakura only grinned and said, "Relax, it's iced tea." After she took a bite, the girl grimaced and said it was bitter, but weirdly, insanely tasty. Sakura shoved a tray into her hands and told her straight up that it was packed with sweets. The hero just stared in awe as Hestia devoured her food. Then she turned to Sakura and gushed that it was delicious, making the girl beam with pure joy. Sakura said she'd be heading out again and told her guest not to go overboard. Then it was time to say goodbye to Hestia. Daichai told Hestia, "If you're going, I'm fine, you can keep training on your own," but the girl shot back, "Nope, I'm staying right here with you." After grinding through practice for a while, the guy finally admitted, "I'm beat," then decided to pull one last sprint. He forged colossal, muscle-bulking golems, like he'd turned raw strength into an all-out evolution. The hero saw the trees fused into one and felt the magic hit, wonders everywhere. He wanted to tweak the shape even more, but for now, he'd call it. Hestia praised him for an insane first day, and he grinned back, saying it was all thanks to his amazing teacher. Night was creeping in when the boy blurted, "Will you make it home without me?" Hestia grinned and promised she'd walk alone since her place was close by, and Daikai took that as his cue to say goodbye. He just smirked, thinking they'd finally had fun. Then he felt the clock run out because their time was about to end, and she leaned in to bid the hero goodbye. Daichai didn't get what she meant by that goodbye, so he tried to ask, but Hestia was already gone, fading into the distance, and he could only assume she wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. That night, the dragons swept into their valley and crowded over the rocks, all gathered like something big was about to happen. The dragon that marched with the queen roared to the others, demanding everyone listen. He roared that by tomorrow morning, Hestia, the king of the white flame, was headed straight for the battlefield. The dragons were wide-eyed and on guard, and then the order hit, "Get ready, war was coming." Hestia stared at the dragons, saying nothing, just letting the silence hit like thunder. The dragons practically buzzed with excitement, because they'd been waiting forever for this exact moment. They were so sure this brat wouldn't even clock what hit him, and they couldn't believe they'd need an overwhelming numbers advantage just to deal with some tiny guy. The dragon roared that everyone would head out tomorrow to watch the king clash with Brett. Hestia stared at the dragons with a heavy heart, baffled that she was ever stuck ruling jerks like them. Then even she looked shocked at herself, because she'd already decided the dragons were shallow, and there was nothing she could do to change it. She glanced back at the dragon behind her, realizing he'd already lived for more than 100 years, and if he hadn't been sharp enough to think critically, they would have buried him long ago. He was her right-hand man. But Hestia had her hands full with her kids, and she decided she'd jump in to help them. The dragon behind her swallowed its pride, apologized, and urged her to use this moment to get ready for battle. Then the girl slipped out of her clothes. It had been ages since she last let loose her real magical form. Right then, a massive armored dragon tore across the sky instead of the girl, and her thoughts snapped back to the hero who smiled at her so sincerely, because Hestia had just told him everything he needed to know about this world and magic. She'd never faced a rival who demanded her full power, and that alone had her fired up for the fight, because part of her already feared she might never walk out of this place again. Up on the roof, Sakura and Dichai stared out at the wild, jaw-dropping view, and Dichai swore it was the same Dragon Valley Hestia had talked about, until he looked closer and saw it wasn't magic at all, just a bunch of jagged, pointed rocks. Once that house turned into a towering perch, you could spot the whole neighborhood from there, clear as day, and Sakura was practically bursting with joy, thrilled to spend this amazing morning right beside her master. With those magical keys in his hands, he finally stopped hemorrhaging energy and even started waking up earlier, yet Hestia kept haunting his thoughts. Had she made it home safe? He couldn't forget the words she threw at him right before she left. Suddenly, the boy spotted a whole cloud of dragons barreling toward them through the sky. It was a whole horde of them, but the giant white dragon leading the charge was unlike anything he'd ever laid eyes on. Sakura swore she spotted pure hostility in their eyes, but they were just cutting through, nothing more. She told Daichai they should head downstairs fast, or the air pressure might slam into them. Daichai nodded, and even then, it took forever to reach the first floor. Turns out the hero was already pretty close. A dragon coiled to unleash a strike, and Daichi froze in shock, totally baffled because he couldn't wrap his head around why they were attacking. The white dragon slammed straight into the side of the house, ripping through the wall as it came. Daichi stared at the house and couldn't stop imagining Sekiro inside. He spun around and saw Sekiro behind him, and he blurted, "Are you okay?" Sekiro's face was full of worry as she said the house was basically fine. Only one wall had a little scorching, nothing else was hit. The dragon leaned in and spoke straight to everyone inside the house. The dragon stepped forward, declared himself king of the Dragon Valley, and dared the fighter to take him on. When they refused, he roared that he'd scorch the world with his white flames. Then the trees by the house erupted, blazing under the dragon's heat. The hero stormed up to the dragon and told it, "You burned my house, so now I'm ready to fight." It was his home, and he swore he'd do anything to protect it. Then Daichai snapped his focus to Sakura and reached out his hand to her. He demanded they start her full synchronization, while he slipped the magic key into place. He swung his staff and unleashed the magic key, pouring full power from the tree armor like pure devastation. The trees began sprouting together, smashing into a colossal golem right in front of the dragon. When the transformation finished, its eyes flared to life with blazing light. In the end, Sakura and Daichai slipped straight into the golem's wooden armor, then the king mode kicked in. With the magic key in hand, Daichi figured out how to fuse 100 golems, and because he and Sakura were perfectly synced, he could even see straight through the armor's top. What he'd done before, that was just kid stuff. But this dragon didn't just loom. It devoured the sky with pure mass, its armor towering around 10 meters, while the rest of its true size was crammed into a terrifying 30-meter presence. They had the numbers stacked in their favor, and on top of that, they could fly. Sakura swore to her master she'd guard the house with her magic, and demanded he go all out in the fight. The hero flashed a smile at her, and the thought hit him hard. Sakura was now part of him, so he decided right then he'd keep guarding the house no matter what. He blasted out that this was his home, his only place to live in peace, and he swore he'd never let some jerk from Dragon Valley wrest it away from him. He yanked control of the armor, and the massive golem charged straight at the royal attack. The white flame dragon braced itself, ready to burn off any attack the moment danger struck. The dragon stared into the golem and demanded the hero inside strike. Suddenly, the kingdom of Prussia erupted with news, castle doors blasted open, and a man roared that the scouting team had sent a message. They spotted the Dragon King in the west of the dark forest, and the scouts swore they saw his blazing white flames. Plus, he wasn't alone, he rode in with a whole dragon army. "If they strike that city, it's getting obliterated." Even the scouts chimed in, saying the Ludewolf tribe had bolted and vanished too. The man roared for everyone to sound the alarm and evacuate, but the crowd went blank. There was nowhere to run, because the Dragon King owned the city with no escape in sight, so panic swallowed them, and they all figured the whole place was doomed. Then a voice blared, demanding everyone calm down, and when the tension snapped, it was the princess who stepped out into the court. She snapped at them, "Don't you dare panic," then leaned in and demanded, "So, how many dragons are coming?" He told the princess there were at least 50 dragons, and right then, they swept over the dark forest as smoke-choked bushes spread where the flames had already struck. The princess paused for one heartbeat, and then the truth hit her. She finally understood exactly what the Dragon King was. A dragon whispered about in legends. One tale said he roasted an entire country to cinders. She'd heard he was buried in sleep, but now they're staring straight at it with their own eyes, no stories left to doubt. The princess snapped her gaze to the captain knight and commanded, "Start the evacuation," then urged him to save as many lives as they possibly could. The knight promised he'd rally his warriors, but they wouldn't reach this place for at least a day, so the princess paused, slipped over to the weapons shelf, and snatched a staff. And just like that, she squared up, ready to throw down with the dragon herself. The knight felt stunned, but the girl wouldn't back down. She was ready to fight for this city. The knight tried to hold back her object, but she got him instantly, like she'd read his mind. The princess admitted she knew it, too. There was no victory for her. She was only offering her life as the sacrifice. She flashed a grin and promised him, "If I give it my all, I'll keep him busy and hold him off." In moments like these, she finally understood it. Being a princess meant she was happy, not trapped, because she chose to stand her ground and protect her people instead of running. Blush flared across her cheeks as she yanked her short skirt down between her legs. She steadied her shaking hands, clenched the staff harder, and declared with a fierce smile that she was ready to give her life for her people. The knight and the others stared at the princess in total shock. Then she spun toward them and said she was leaving, telling them to watch her battle. The castle crowd tried to stop her, but the princess already slipped away with teleportation. She marched straight to the lem and saw that the teleport landed flawlessly, so now she sharpened her focus and started hunting the Dragon King. Way up in the sky, she spotted a dragon blasting out wild white flames, and her mind just couldn't wrap itself around what she was seeing. Right in front of her loomed a massive golem, towering over her like a living wall. The princess stared at the Golem King in pure, jaw-dropping shock. She couldn't for the life of her figure out what kind of monster could slam the brakes on the dragon's flame. Dichai stared at the princess in stunned silence, totally baffled about why she was even here, while the princess heard the hero's voice and gasped in surprise. Gollum stared down the dragon, then erupted, yelling that he'd burned his garden to the ground. He also scorched the arms of his amazing wooden armor, rage boiling in his blood, so the hero stormed at the dragon and sent it packing, swearing it wouldn't be allowed to keep wrecking his house. They scrambled to summon the rest of the golems, still locked away in the vault. All 5 floors of golems jolted awake and started moving at once. Dichai grinned and thought it was genius to cram every empty corner of the house with golems. Then he crossed his fingers because he still hadn't tested some of their gear yet. With a sharp command, he flipped them into full defense mode. Without a second to spare, every single golem surged straight for the hero's armor from all directions. They clamped over his armor from head to toe across Gollum's body. The hero dubbed his move a royal defense. Dichai bellowed at the reptile to strike, promising him he'd pay for the trouble, because now it was time to hit back. The Dragon King's battle roared into full swing, and the guy yelled, "You're about to see everything we can do." At first, he entertained the wild idea of bringing that dragon crashing down to the ground. The hero stared at Sakura and demanded, "Are you okay?" She nodded and said the fire didn't scorch the house's structure, so she was fine. Hearing that, the guy snapped, "Then we're doing it." Traps started springing up all around the dragon, and Sakura announced that the target had finally been captured. As soon as the trap snapped shut on the flying weirdos, a storm of arrows tore down on the dragons from every direction. The dragon considered just dodging and letting these projectiles miss, but every time he darted out of the way, he realized they were flashing and revealing themselves as they came. Even trapped in that position, the dragon still snapped out of the way, right in front of the hero's eyes. Alright, so he switched tactics on the spot and ripped the trunk clean out of a tree. He lined up his shot and hurled the trunk like a spear at the enemy, and the whole tree shattered open midair. The dragon figured another obstacle had just popped up in his way, so he decided to scorch it with pure fire. He unleashed the dragon's breath. Dichai thought it was ridiculously convenient, since the dragon could just torch everything it saw, then hover right in front of them. But it bugged him that the dragon would just touch down and brawl like some ordinary fighter, and that Gollum, the hero, threw up a wood shield. The moment the shield slammed into the dragon's flames, it instantly cracked apart into pieces. He bragged that the shield was carved from enchanted apple wood, then one hit made it splinter into nothing. The remaining dragons swooped up beside the king, screeching that the Lord was crushing it. Then they cackled, praising the battle as too good, even saying they hated that it was about to end. The dragon locked eyes with the hero and declared, "I'm the Dragon King and this is my full power." Then it hissed and launched its next attack. The guy felt it in his bones. He was about to breathe fire again, and if it happened, the whole neighborhood would turn to ash. Dachai's rage flared, and he snapped at the dragon not to even think about quitting so easily. The hero snapped his head to Sakura and promised, "We're going all in, everything we've got." Sekiro nodded along, and the dragon felt the final chapter click into place, like the end was already sealed. With all his strength on the move, the dragon unleashed the Dragon King's white flames at its target. The Golem King dropped his hands to the earth and spoke straight to every tree they still had left. He demanded they grow and merge, and boom, a towering tree erupted above him, swallowing the dragon's brutal strike. The ground buckled and the whole neighborhood shook as the impact tore everything apart. This was the final, earth-shaking moment of the showdown with the Dragon King. The hero spotted the tree's top getting scorched, and he shouted that they had to pump in more magical energy, right now. Dechai gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into it. Then the tree started to slowly rise. After what felt like forever, the tiny sapling snapped back and raised its crown again. The dragon blinked in shock as the tree suddenly started to sprout and grow. He couldn't figure out how it was multiplying inside his flames, and the hero roared at it to tear the fire out of him. He burst straight through the dragon's flames, and the branches slammed around him, squeezing tight across his whole body. Dechai shrugged like it was nothing, then boom, the dragon was captured. But then the guy clocked the staff Hestia handed him was cracked, and he realized he had poured way too much energy into it. The dragon roared in pure rage, swearing he'd never let the other guy beat him. With those words, the dragon blasted his flames straight onto the very tree that held him. Hestia was spinning in circles with zero progress, then she finally felt the exhaustion hit her like a truck, while Guy stared at that dragon and confirmed it was the king of all dragons, far stronger than any other, and then Guy asked for permission to show exactly what that armor could do. He heaved the giant golem's leg up like it weighed nothing, and he couldn't stop bragging. This power was unreal, like the might of hundreds of apple trees. And that wasn't even the best part. The magic spilled straight into his home, soaking into every single cell of that armor like it was alive. The Golem King strode to the trees that clung around the dragon, then threw his arms around them like he meant to hold the monster in place. He pushed out every last ounce of power, then roared, "This is it, there's no way I'm losing now." He yanked the dragon's roots free from the earth, ripped them away, then flattened them across the ground with a royal deflection. The tree's branches and the dragon slammed down onto the ground together. The princess stared in stunned silence at the dragon the hero had just crushed, while the rest of the dragon pack kept their eyes locked on the wreckage. "I told you everything he listed is what forged this victory, and that strength of his was absolutely unreal." The hero stared at the dragon as it crashed down, smashing through the branches to the ground. Relief hit him hard as he realized they'd done it, and the dragon finally crashed to the ground. Sakura choked up and said the master was unbelievable. Hands down, he was the best. The horrified princess could only stare as the golem charged straight for the dragon. She was stunned by herself. She couldn't even explain why tears kept streaming down her face. The girl didn't even clock what just happened. She watched the legendary white flame dragon get crushed, and it hit her hard. Nobody was ever supposed to beat something like that. But right now, she's staring at it with her own eyes. She finally realized she wasn't just pretending anymore. She was a true sorceress, and she'd spent her entire life grinding her magic until she could become the best. She called him in to make Prussia stronger and push it toward prosperity. Then, out of the forest, a house rose, and with it came its master. She gripped the staff in her hand, and nobody could deny that his help kept the country standing. She was genuinely grateful, still remembering how it all began the first time they met. But she couldn't hide her disappointment, because if he was here, there was no way she could still be called the strongest. Tears streamed down her face as she realized, finally, that this wasn't just a feeling. When she saw his raw strength, it hit her like the truth. The princess burst into a sweet smile, turned bright red, and gushed that he was seriously cool. After they got off the golem, the heroes checked the dragon, and when the guy glanced around, he snapped that the place was ruined again. Dechai stared at the house, choking out an apology for not keeping it safe, while the dragon flock still wheeled overhead. Then Sakura grabbed the hero's attention and asked if he planned to plant even more apple trees. The hero nodded along. After all, they had to protect everyone, but he still couldn't wrap his head around why those other dragons hadn't struck yet. The dragons locked eyes with Dicha and realized he was staring right back at them. They still couldn't wrap their heads around what that brat had just pulled off. But they didn't strike at all, they just turned tail and shot off into the sky, and the heroes could only watch them go. He flashed a grin and said the world just lost one more problem, because he was out of magical energy and couldn't take everyone on right now, so the hero pushed forward toward the dragon sprawled on the ground. Staring at the Dragon King, now frozen in place, he couldn't stop thinking, what was he going to do with it? Then the creature's eyes flared open, and he demanded, kill it. Because he was trapped, and the other dragons had already fled in retreat. It stripped itself dry of every last spark of magic, then begged him to finish the job in total silence, while the hero stared down his enemy. Dichai couldn't figure out why he wanted him dead, and the dragon sat there, utterly baffled. The guy told him to picture it. If he killed him, he'd get another gigantic dragon carcass dumped in his yard, and you already know that bring nothing but trouble. The Dragon King declared it was fixable, and then said he could shrink. The moment he spoke, the dragon was blasted into light. The flash of light hit so hard the hero dropped to cover his eyes, instantly blinded. Once the dragon's form shattered, he turned, and there stood Hestia. His mind went blank with shock. Dichai froze in shock and stared at the girl, completely without a stitch on. Hestia dropped her eyes and confessed, I'm Hestia Redona, the white flame of the dragons, their queen, and right now, the queen who isn't anymore. He lifted his hand to her face, expecting the talkative sort, like that winged brat, only for the hero to still believe he could beat the Dragon King, and then the girl crumpled onto her back. Hestia crumpled to the ground and demanded he still had strength for the last blow, begging him to strike her down and finish the fight. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why would he have to kill her? Tossing his cloak aside, he demanded, why are you even attacking us? He lunged to block the shocked girl's view and demanded an answer, and the hero promised that if they settled it all right now, nobody would have to die. After a short, tense pause, Hestia finally confessed that she battled for the other dragons. Hestia finally admitted it. He was the strongest dragon she'd ever gone up against, and she said she'd need to prove it to the others. The hero stared at her, confused, like, wait, what are you trying to pull? Nodding along with her words, he dropped onto the rock facing Hestia, and Sakura slid into a seat beside him. The boy finally got it. She fought for her own family, and he leaned in, asking how it all went, and whether she'd managed to show them she was up to the task. Hestia nodded along, telling him the dragons knew that if they attacked, they'd be guaranteed to die, so they needed something that would make them believe it for real. The girl leaned over the hero and demanded he take her head, because if anyone dared to challenge him, he'd show them exactly what she meant. Hestia inched closer and ducked her head in a bow, then a fist slammed into her head right away. The terrified girl grabbed her head, where a fresh bump was already swelling, and snapped, what the hell is happening? Dichai shot Hestia a hard stare and declared that she was being punished. Hestia's eyes blurred with tears as she choked out that it hurt, but the guy still needed to make her learn somehow. Sakura even said it'd be weird if that kick wasn't strong. The hero broke into a smile and told her he'd forgive her, like that would fix everything for good, and the girl stared back, stunned. He grabbed Hestia's dropped cloak and told her straight up he couldn't fix it, insisting she had her reasons. Then a bump on her head landed, and she paid him back by tending his favorite garden. He draped the cape over her again, and she snapped, telling him not to keep being so nice to her. Dichai grinned and told her that if she ever needed help, all she had to do was ask him. With the time they had now, they could finally talk, and Hestia stared at his words, completely baffled, like he was missing something. All he wanted was for her to spill everything, every problem, every worry. I mean, that's what neighbors do, especially when you're close friends. The hero promised, if you're ever in trouble, I'll help you, and when I need help, you'll try to return the favor. Since he didn't have many neighbors, he said they should stay close and stick together. The hero felt certain that if she asked, he'd talk to her. No matter what he couldn't fix, he'd always stay and listen. Dichai clocked where they were and figured it was time to finally handle the mess properly, clean it up once and for all. Hestia glanced at the guy and gave a small, teasing smile. A flush burned across her cheeks, and she snapped that they'd clean up the mess. Sakura stared at her host and asked if she could brew some tea, and the guy jumped at the idea, because her throat was already burning dry from the fire. While back at the scene, the princess stared at the dragon's body, and it was simply gone. She only witnessed him get crushed, so she knew she had to rush to everyone, then hit the teleporter herself. This time, the real truth stays buried in the shadows for her. That was Sakura's very first extra memory, and it kicked off 50 years in the past. Right as she strode up to that massive, thriving tree in the heart of the forest, the man blurted that he'd plant his house, right there, in that exact spot. Once the house was finished, the man and the woman stepped inside, and the man declared, "This is where we'll live." As they pushed the doors open, a voice rang out telling them to come see something, and the girl immediately volunteered because her father-in-law was calling them. Once they stepped inside, the man pointed straight ahead and demanded they look at the pillar in front of them. That was the real reason he built his house right here. It stood on the trunk of a cherry tree. Sakura's memories were all scrambled and blurry, like her past was playing through smoke. Then like fate snapped its fingers, Daiichi was born. After that child was born, she remembered every single moment that came after, crystal clear. Right from the moment she was born, she also woke up, like her consciousness arrived with her life. That's why they're the same age as him. As the boy grew older, Sakura grew right alongside him. She kept her eyes locked on him the entire time, watching his every move from the sidelines. One day, she felt those boys' piercing stares and wondered what he would think of her. Then Daiichi marched in and called her parents, telling them it was time to go. The boy spun around at once, sprinted straight to his parents, and that brutal rush of it crushed Sakura's heart. That evening was pure chaos. Rain hammered the roof so hard it sounded like the sky was trying to tear the house apart. She huddled in front of her knees and sobbed, her mind stuck on Daiichi vanishing and never returning. No clue where he went, just helpless panic as tears streamed down in non-stop rivers. She was petrified of being alone, sobbing every single day. This fear crushed her so hard she couldn't leave the house because she was bound to his spirit, and when she stared at her own hands, she felt herself fading away. The girl shrieked at the top of her lungs, begging, "I don't want to die," as she pleaded for anyone to come. After scanning the empty rooms, she collapsed into the hallway and let the tears pour out of her. Then boom, the front door swung open, and the boy burst out yelling that they were home. The moment Sakura laid eyes on him, her heart finally unclenched. She was saved. The grandfather beside him spat curses at the typhoon and wondered why airplanes couldn't just shape-shift and fly around it. Missed this place. She hadn't stopped wishing for this house. With tears still burning, she wiped her face and thanked God because she knew exactly who to thank for pulling her out of the storm. After that, she stuck by the hero through every single stage of his life, from kid to grown-up. Sneaking behind Daiichi, the girl figured she'd stick with him forever. Then he spun around and asked Sakura if she was tired, saying he'd take a walk instead. Sakura flashed a smile and, of course, said yes. That very night, the heroes busted their tails to get everything back in place. Daiichi wiped the sweat from his brow and admitted that restoring normal was going to be a rough climb. Hestia stared at the hero with a sulky glare, then snapped, "Is everything all right?" She saw his staff was shattered, and the hero admitted he'd wrecked it in the heat of the battle. The girl swore she poured her heart into crafting it, and it never even cracked when she swung her hammer. Desai stared in shock and demanded how she pulled that off. Hestia even had a license to forge magical weapons, and the hero couldn't believe a permission like that was needed here too. It could help her rake in money while she traveled. She'd already built a reputation as a top-tier master weaponsmith, and the hero couldn't believe how much she'd seen. The girl asked if he needed a staff, and the hero snapped that he couldn't even use the magic keys without one, because if he hadn't piled on so many golems, the whole battle would have turned out different. Snatching the staff for herself, the girl announced she could fix it. She crouched over the crack, studied it for a moment, and insisted she could get it done in a day, as long as she could grab the materials she needed from her tail. Daiichi blurted out, stunned, "You serious?" thinking she meant her bones, but she snapped back that scales or claws would work just as well because they'd grow back anyway. He even told her to lend a hand to the neighbors, and that's when she jumped in to help him. Daiichi thanked Hestia and swore he wouldn't tackle it alone, but the girl shot back that if it was only the materials, he could have handled the whole thing without her. The girl said that even now in this world, there are still 6 more Dragon Kings out there. The boy started to speak to Hestia, then shrugged it off, thanked her for helping him, and told her to come to him anytime she needed something. Hestia dropped her eyes, hesitated, and tried to speak to Daiichi. Then the worry spilled out. She had nowhere to live anymore. The hero demanded, "What about the Valley of Dragons?" And the girl snapped back that ever since that crushing loss, the road leading there had been shut to her forever. Dragons didn't just follow anyone, they latched onto the strongest, and the boy was convinced they ran on a strict hierarchy. Hestius warned, "If I step back in there, they'll rip me to shreds," and the hero shot back, "Whoa, that's brutal." The girl warned him, "If you can't help me, I'll vanish into the woods," but she said the area was too dangerous for her to even sleep, and still, the hero didn't stop to think that the guys around here could beat her. He was right, and the girl shook with fear, because if she ever threw down with someone, everything around them would get torn apart instantly. She tried to dodge that outcome, and Daiichi couldn't stop wondering why that felt so deadly. So Hestia shot a question, where could she stay and would she get paid too? The guy mulled it over, then spun to Sakura for help, like he'd ignored everything around him until her words finally gave him a direction. The girl grinned and told the hero, "Settle me right here." Dichai realized she was reading his mind, but the girl grinned and shrugged it off like, "I just figured it'd be nice." Sakura swore that Dichai is her master, and that obeying his every command is her sworn duty. The hero smiled at her and thanked her for everything, but even as he did, something heavy still clung to his chest, refusing to let go. He leaned in and asked Sakura if Hesha would run into any trouble with the magic these lands are packed with. Then Sakura just grinned and said Hesha was so powerful there wasn't even a question to answer, because everything was already clear. So yeah, it was decided. He thrust out his hand toward Hesha and told her she could stay here, and her jaw dropped in pure shock. She blushed and asked if everything would be truly okay, but the hero didn't even hesitate for a second. Dichai shrugged and said, "I own this place and I'm fine with it," then smiled, like the house itself was nodding too. "So come on in, you're welcome here." She could even take that guest house that showed up like it was no big deal. Then Hesha hesitated hard, stuck on what to say. With a warm smile, she thrust out her hand, thanked them for everything, and accepted their offer. Then Hesha and Daikai clasped hands. So yeah, this was the moment they snagged their very first tenant. Suddenly, a princess burst out from behind them and apologized on the spot, and the stunned guy stared at the girl in that fancy dress, because it was Dinah, the one who'd asked him for a moment, and now she had a huge emergency. She needed him to go with her to Prussia right now. The princess begged the hero to head to Prussia with her, but he couldn't figure out why she wanted him at the kingdom, until she told him the truth. He'd beaten the Dragon King, and ordinary folks wanted to see that legend up close, so he was invited straight into the castle. Dichai finally got why that girl was dressed like that, but because she was royalty, she had to look proper and official. While the hero had zero clue what he was even supposed to do there, convinced he hadn't earned a single shred of their gratitude. But the princess wouldn't back down. She swore he was the hero, and you could see his battle right from the castle gates. From that day on, everyone in the kingdom crowned him the victor. The boy stared at Hestia and blurted that he was only defending his home, and the princess shot back that it was exactly because of that their kingdom still hadn't burned down, so she told him straight up they wanted to thank him. Dichai was totally stuck, admitting straight up that he didn't want to go anywhere at all. He even excused himself, claiming he was too lazy, especially on a brutal day like this, but the princess didn't buy it. She noticed the hero was packed with energy, and she thought it'd be smarter if he showed up worn out without her, because with her around, he looked way too intimidating. Begging that guy, the princess swore it wouldn't take long. She promised he'd only stay in the castle for a bit, then slip back into a quiet, normal life. They were terrified out of their minds, convinced that if he didn't show up, something awful would strike. But the hero stepped forward, painted the scary truth in full view, and demanded they drop the fear right then. Dichai whipped around to Sakura, told her he was out and wouldn't be back till dinner, and before he even fully moved away, the princess thanked him with all her heart, because she was certain Dichai would say yes too. So Hestia grabbed the hero's attention and asked to tag along, saying she had to pick up something for the staff. The princess stared, stunned, then snapped, "Who are you?" Because the moment the girl stepped in, an overwhelming power hit her like a wave. The princess blushed, and he swore he could feel this massive energy pouring off her, maybe his daughter, until the hero snapped back that she was just living here and had nothing to do with him. He spun towards Sakura, dubbed her Cherry, and promised he'd be back in a flash. Dichai pushed the princess to end it fast, and she promised to teleport them away. Then he couldn't help but gush that her teleport spell was awesome, and she puffed up with pride like, yeah, that's her specialty. She wheeled on the great magic, begged it to let her crush a massive distance with her own magical energy, and the teleport hit like a lightning strike. Right away, Dichai, along with the princess, ended up on the Kingdom of Prussia's main balcony, and when he leaned over to look down, he saw a crowd staring up at them in stunned disbelief. A tense silence gripped the air, then the kingdom's hall erupted like a firestorm, and everyone inside burst into cheers, yelling that their savior had finally arrived, overwhelmed with joy because the hero was already here. Dichai snapped his finger at them and demanded the princess answer, "What kind of people are you?" The girl broke into a smile and told him they were rich nobles, or even better, top-tier adventurers, and they'd trekked all the way here just to welcome him. But he couldn't figure out why they were doing it, until the girl snapped that the Dragon King was only a few kilometers from their kingdom, and the whole town had basically given up, bracing for death that was right around the corner. Dichai stared at Hestia by his side, simmering over the fact that people still didn't even realize she'd made it all the way to the castle. Yet she stayed calm, turned to the young man and said she'd gone to buy supplies for the staff, and he snapped back at her to hurry up. When the girl finally slipped away, the princess snapped wide-eyed, "Is it really fine that you let her go on her own? Her guards were strong, sure, but this city still had teeth." The hero pictured her transforming into a dragon and grinned, saying it was awesome. because he honestly believed she'd be even more dangerous than the whole city, and then the princess told him to come closer. She jabbed a finger at where the knight stood and ordered him to kick off the ceremony, right here, with a tiny formal meeting first. She wanted him to meet the captain of the mage knights, and the knight bowed to the hero like it was automatic. Then he grinned and introduced himself as Okudo, the captain of the local mage knights. Digi shot back, and right after that, they slammed hands in a quick, confident handshake. Jolted by that guy's crushing handshake, the knight's face instantly shifted. Dichai whipped around to the princess and snapped that his friend wasn't doing it right, or maybe this was just how you were supposed to shake hands here. The girl grinned anyway, saying he looked like he had way too much magical energy bursting out of him. The princess asked the captain if everything was okay, and he shot back, yes, then begged her for forgiveness. The knight admitted he wasn't worthy to stay, apologized, and chose to walk away right in the middle of the ceremony. The princess said it was go time, then pushed the guy to introduce himself first. She flushed scarlet and blurted, "I want to know your name, the name of the man who saved me not once but twice." Dichai stared at her, shocked, then suddenly realized he'd never once said her name. He flashed a grin and told everyone, "My name's Dichai." The girl lit up and said, "That name is perfect for you, Dragon Vein Master." Then she pressed a hand to her chest and promised, "I'll keep it in my heart forever." A knight stormed up to the princess and held out a tray like a hero's trophy, and she told Dichai, "We saved something special for you. This is our thank you for your victory." After he pulled off an incredible deed, she stepped in and asked him to take the reward. The hero stared at the paper that looked like a diploma, and that smug thought hit him hard. It still hadn't gotten him anywhere. Just a strange grin flashed across his face as he went right back to one promise, defending his home. The note declared he'd been handed 10,000 silver coins, the right to use the kingdom's facilities, and even safe passage into the kingdom. But somehow accepting it meant he'd walk away unscathed, so the girl grinned at Datri and told him the official part was over. The princess hiked up her puffy dress and begged for some company, and the crowd erupted, everyone shouting for the hero, begging to hear his story. Yet Daicha just froze, suddenly feeling lazy and fed up with all the nonsense, scratching the back of his head and apologizing that he wasn't good at this kind of thing before turning around to go home. The princess snapped at him to slow down, not realizing he didn't want to be the chief guest at the royal dinner, and the knight backed her up by proudly saying they had the best kitchen in the world. But the hero snapped that he was wrong, because the greatest kitchen in the world was right in his home, and then he watched, panicked, as his dinner started getting cold. The princess realized arguing with him was pointless, so she tried to teleport him home, but the guy just waved her off and insisted he shouldn't be teleported, bragging that a long walk would do him good. But it felt miles away, and the princess couldn't stop thinking, maybe they could do it together. Then the door swung open, and Hestia strode in like she'd never left back. Taikai's eyes caught that she grabbed exactly what she needed, and she smiled, saying she could finally repair his staff. The boy told Hestia they were heading home and asked if it was okay to walk there, and Hestia snapped back that if they were going, she had her own plan. She spun toward the dragon and shot back, "Why not just have the hero ride me?" The knight and the princess froze in sheer shock, because right in front of them, looming in white-hot fire, was the dragon itself. The princess, trembling with shock, demanded to know how the hero ever tamed the white flame dragon, while Daicha snapped with a curse, realizing he'd completely forgotten about it, and that mistake was all on him. The princess gasped at the idea of the hero bringing down this city, but Desai told her to calmly drop her hands and swore he wasn't trying to wreck anything. Then he turned and went to grab Hestia's help to verify it. The dragon swore they never meant to wreck a single thing. The princess lit up at the news, but the hero just waved her off and snapped that they were already running late. The girl shot her hand out and begged him to wait, telling him she was saying all of this in the kingdom's name. And she still wanted to thank him face to face with her own hands. He told Damia she finally looked like a real princess, then admitted he didn't remember bailing her out and demanded she hold her gratitude until the moment he'd truly rescue her. The princess said nothing, just smirked sweetly as she watched the hero leap onto the dragon. Dichai spilled the truth to Hestia. He was terrified when she started reincarnating, because suddenly she was smaller and he couldn't make sense of it. Hestia told him it was the magical energy changing everything. Now there just wasn't enough to keep her old size, so her dragon body was reshaping to match how much power she had. So the boy grabbed the jutting spike with both hands and swore he'd hold on. Then he spun to the princess and begged her to stay within sight. Two guards snapped their heads up in shock. One of them blurted that he'd just seen a dragon, and the princess with the knight quietly guided them along, their faces saying everything. As the sky slid toward dark, the knight told the girl they'd already left behind where they started, while Desai stared in shock, amazed she could even fly with him on her back. Then Hestia shot back, "It would be weird if I couldn't." The hero stared in awe, convinced this was nothing more than a stunning show, the white dragon carving through the black sky like a living lightning bolt. Even when the crowd looked up, some folks still caught sight of the creature screaming through the sky at an insane, breakneck speed. Some folks blamed the whole thing on alcohol, but the truth hit harder. The white dragon tore back to the dark forest from the light castle, and a lurking dark figure in the woods spotted it too. The girl swore it was her sister, and promised it'd be the most fun ever. Soon enough, whispers ripped through the town. People swore a white dragon had built a nest inside the castle itself, and everyone was left staring like, what the hell is happening here? After tearing through the sky's home, Hester got reincarnated back, and the boy rushed in to thank her for saving him. Hester rubbed her eyes like they weighed a ton, admitted she was wiped out for the day, asked to sleep, and the guy let her, so she thanked him, waved him off, and said good night. Even the hero's legs felt heavy as he trudged toward the house elevator, grinding through the truth in his head. Creatures had to refill their magical energy too. That's exactly why Hester was curled up and sleeping. When the doors swung open, Dichai stepped in and Sakura greeted him right away. Then she told the host, today was brutal, but I've got you covered. She cooked up rice for him, and now he could either dig in for dinner or pick the other option. Sakura's cheeks flared as she blurted, in a nervous rush, that she could help restore his magical energy. He couldn't believe it, so cute it felt ripped straight from the anime, and he knew he had to answer right, so he grinned and said he'd eat first, because there was no way he'd let her cooking go to waste. Sakura laughed and nodded that at his age, eating first was basically everything. As she bolted away, she muttered that she'd focus on cooking for now, and Daichi just couldn't stop smiling. Here, everything was finally settled, and he could retire in peace. Sekiro set the tea down with a calm smile, then leaned in like he had a secret deal brewing for his host. The hero had no clue what she meant, so Sakura's stern voice demanded a change of heart. She begged Dichai to remodel the house, but somehow the guy still didn't get a single thing. After watching Heshichan's attacks, she realized this form wasn't solid enough, because in that state the house would wobble and fall apart. The hero nodded hard at her, then asked Sakura how he could build one that actually held. He already tried burying it in the ground. Sakura offered to pour every last drop of herself and her magic into the fight, and the flustered guy blurted out, "Wait, what do you mean?" Sakura grinned and told them to sync up first, then go for the rebuild. Daikai instantly got it, because once they synchronized he'd have to crack the code himself, so he stepped up and offered to handle it outside. He stood right in front of the house, and our hero told Sakura to try it. He slid his hand onto her shoulder and boom, the synchronization locked in. Then the program flashed a full, detailed 3D model of the house right before their eyes. Now it was all on the hero, his magic power and gut feeling, to rebuild it, so he'd have to picture it clearly and channel the magic, and first thing he did was run a tiny test. He chose to shift the 5th floor by 5 meters, and then his mind raced with the picture in his head. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized he was okay. Then the building jolted and shifted like it was alive. Sekiro practically lit up, then the floor started to shift beneath her feet. She cheered the master on, praising how he was absolutely nailing it, just like she knew he would, and yeah, he'd learned that method fast. But the hero shrugged and said she praised him way too much. He never expected the house would slide around so easily. Sakura explained that if they stayed synced, their combined magic would toughen and reinforce the walls, so none of it was a problem. She flashed a grin and told him it was all about getting used to it, then urged him to try a bunch of different variations. Before they even knew it, another 10 minutes slipped by. After that, a whole house drifted in the sky, like a pile of blocks got smashed together and fused into one giant floating home. Once they were done, the ground was scattered with a whole patchwork of different-story cottages, all jumbled together like a living tale. Dichai stared at the house in sheer disbelief, blurted that magic was unreal, and watched it rebuild itself like he was stacking blocks. Then he realized he could shift its shape however he wanted, but the volume stayed locked no matter what. Sakura couldn't believe it. This master somehow pulled all of that off in no time at all, and now he finally understood how to move it, locking onto its shape and deciding to match it. Even with everything built, the building still buckled under outside forces, and he swore he'd make it solid. Since the apple orchard stretched forever, he decided to push the house wider. Then he finally saw exactly what he had to do. In the blink of an eye, the house buckled into a pyramid of Cheops, and Sekiro was absolutely buzzing with excitement. The hero stared at the house, jaw tightening as he realized it had somehow reshaped itself into a pyramid, chasing the perfect form and the safest ground. At the very top of the pyramid, 2 rooms still waited, one for dining, one for cooking, and the hero felt sick, comparing the whole place to a tomb and convinced he'd screwed up. But Sakura shot that worry down in seconds. When it came to safety, this was the best option they had. With that reinforcement in place, there wouldn't be a single trace left of Hestia-chan's strike, so the guy rubbed the back of his head, looking unsure, and admitted the house was solid and built to defend, but he still didn't want to mess up Sakura's home. She stared at him in shock, then broke into a bright smile, thanking him like she'd just been saved. She flushed bright red and promised she'd keep pushing forward, because someday it would finally become the exact shape he wanted. Dichai couldn't forget what RPO had done back before this expansion, so he burst into a blush, and Sakura just grinned, telling him to go at his own pace since he could reshape everything whenever he wanted. Dichai smiled back and nodded, then kept honing his design sense until his house was finally sealed up tight, and that's how love's payoff kept growing. That night, right by the hero's house, a tiny home nearby started rattling with clashing metal that echoed through the dark. It was Hesje. She swung her staff and hammered it with everything she had, then tore off her goggles, inspected it one last time, and declared the job done. The next morning, the boy stepped outside and stared at the house. Just like he feared, it led nowhere. Sakura told him the old view was still burned into his memory, and if they synced up, they could bring it back, though the hero nearly decided to do nothing, until Hestia slid up behind him and spotted the guy channeling magic in a super strange way. Right then, Dichai lined in and wished her a good morning. She told me she'd felt the magic energy shift just yesterday, but she never imagined he'd been using it like this, because any normal person would have keeled over from that much power in a single try. Hesha shoved the staff into his hands and grinned, saying she'd finally brought him what he needed. This new staff would make everything he had to do way easier. The hero lit up when he realized the new staff was tougher and thicker than the old one. Hesher admitted she'd hand-picked the materials and forged it in total isolation, which is exactly why it hits harder than what came before. The boy thanked Hestia with all his heart. With the magic key in hand, he could reshape his house way easier, so Hesha stared at Sakura, not buying it for a second. Sakura looked away and said they'd need perfect synchronization first. But once the form snapped into place, it could be changed in an instant. The hero nodded, said he got it, and promised he'd give it a shot. He urged Sakura to sync up with him, shoved his way back into construction mode, and Sakura snapped right into it with a happy yes. That magic key refused to budge unless he fed it a keyword, so he had to scramble and find the perfect base form phrase to trigger it. Dichai lifted his staff high and declared that the keyword was the common tower. When he stared at the house, relief hit him because it truly changed in an instant. Sakura beamed and congratulated her master while Hessia froze, staring at the place in stunned disbelief. She gushed that it was just incredible and he nailed it on the very first try, so the guy pushed, then you've got to keep Sakura going. He jammed in the pyramid magic key, and boom, the house snapped back into a giant pyramid. The hero lit up, praising the magic key as incredible, and Hestia snapped, just for a moment, my staff, so the guy immediately handed it to her. After staring it down, Hestia finally grinned. This time, she nailed a staff that simply wouldn't break. She thrust it into her hands and told Dichai he could take it back. Then the hero grinned and swore the staff could be trusted, because with it, his exhaustion just wouldn't catch up to him, making it ridiculously effective. The hero's gut twisted with worry, but he forced himself forward. Then, with a sharp swing of his staff, he sent the house transforming into Hanji Castle. Then he whipped out another magic key, the Celestial Tower, and shouted that he'd nailed it, but because the house was so tiny, it only opened up a miniature version. So he finally went all in and summoned the guardian deity, and the whole house snapped into a towering, solid golem. The hero locked eyes on the golem and snapped that he'd pushed it too far, then turned to Sakura, stammering that he'd totally lost control. Sakura just smirked and told him, "Don't sweat it, you can take it all back." Of course, a master didn't slow down for anyone. He was moving way too fast, and if he kept that pace up, he'd pull it off without synchronization before long. The hero broke into a grin, said it all came down to the staff, and then shot Hestia a heartfelt thank you. Hestia's heart lit up because she finally proved she could do something that truly mattered for him. She demanded that he come straight to her the moment the staff broke again, and she'd handle it on the spot. The hero nodded and promised he'd warn her without fail. Turns out that deal is exactly how he taught himself to rebuild a house fast and right. Dichai unleashed a muscle golem's power, only 20 times stronger, then used it just 20 times. The golem stole men's pumped-up, muscular bodies, but their faces looked totally wrong for them. The hero stared and his gut told him something was off. When he tried to build that huge number all at once, key details slipped right through the cracks. From behind him, the princess's scream ripped through the air as she demanded, "What is happening?" What? She greeted Daiichi and admitted it had been ages since they last saw each other. Then she noticed how he always showed up right when things got busy, and he didn't mind one bit, especially since she hadn't soaked herself. She waved it off, told him not to worry, and said she'd already taken precautions. The princess bragged that she was already fully mature, and the guy just couldn't wrap his head around why she was so proud of it, so he leaned in and asked what she wanted this time. The girl grinned and told him she'd come to hand him the land's ownership in town. Then she worked through the paperwork until the documents were finally ready. She urged him to use his new right however he wanted, and the guy thanked her. The girl stared at the golems and demanded, "What's wrong with you?" Because they looked terrifying, and when those monsters fixed their gaze on her, pure pressure crushed her chest. The hero just nodded, saying, "Yeah, they're seriously scary." But he refused to risk another disaster, so he snapped orders to the golems, then they vanished on the spot. The princess clocked the magic key technique instantly, and that left him stunned like, "Wait, you know it too." Of course she knew this kind of magic was way too advanced. Even a powerhouse magician like her could only fire off 1 or 2 spells, and the guy clocked the real reason fast. His armored golem had been forged using a magic key. The girl crumpled down because the guy had beaten her again, right in front of her eyes. The hero clocked it instantly. She shows up bright and buzzing, then drops into misery as fast as a switch. And you could tell he'd already figured out she's been stuck in a rough, troubled life. The princess couldn't wrap her head around where he learned it, so she figured he probably invented it himself. Then Dichai cut in and claimed a tiny girl passing by taught him. The princess hesitated, saying that if someone like that really existed, she'd love to meet her face to face, but the guy just said, "We've already met her." Right then, Hestia stepped up. Yawning sweetly, the girl asked, eyes still shut, if anyone was here, only for the princess to jerk back in shock and realize it was the very girl who'd been teaching him, and to top it off, the hero was getting trained by the Dragon King. Dichai grinned and greeted her, then the princess heard the girl's name and practically balked like, "No way, I just ka." She couldn't even process it. The mage in black wasn't just any spellcaster, it was the elite Hester Radon, and she hadn't heard that name in ages. So the hero couldn't believe it. The legendary mage was really just a disguise for the White Flame Dragon King, and that shock made him fire the question again. Was Hestia truly a legendary mage? A few decades back, a faceless black-robed mage showed up out of nowhere at the Prussian Magic Association. No one even knew her name. Then within days she blitzed straight to the top rank, vanished like a ghost, and left only her legendary writings behind under the name Hester Radon. The hero hesitated, thinking the name felt off, until Hestia snapped that she ran on an alias, and it wasn't even that different. Other dragons fed her a fake name, dyed her black hair, and dressed her in new clothes. He grinned, shocked she'd end up a famous legend, and Hestia snapped that if he thought his way of thinking was right, he was dead wrong. Because if he was really inside a magical association, there'd be no way to measure his power. He's so far beyond normal that the only way to even compare him is mythical, yet even then he could be way stronger. The truth is, nobody has a way to measure his power, so they can't slap an actual rank on him. Hestia and the princess exchanged nods in total agreement, and the hero just sat there thinking, "Wait, why are you two talking about me out of nowhere when you were still scared of Hestia a second ago?" Recently, the princess kept running into people who were way stronger than her, and somehow it already felt like she'd gotten used to being outmatched. So she talked to the hero, and right there, fear started losing its grip on her. Dichai even admitted it was useful, but man, it wasn't exactly pleasant. She felt mortified and wanted to fire back, until the hero laughed and told her he was just messing with her. Still, she'd learned a ton today. Then she glanced at the time, realized it was almost over, and nervously asked permission to go. She was honestly relieved she'd met them both, and the girl vowed to push herself harder, fighting to become just as strong as they were. She clung to hope, praying they'd cross paths again someday. Dichai leaned in and told her that he and Sakura genuinely loved having her around, so she could drop by any time she wanted. But he had one rule: she wasn't allowed to moisturize his garden, and when she broke it, the princess snapped, cheeks blazing, promising it would never happen again. So if that was true, she should have already left. Hestia could tell the princess was finally feeling better after being utterly crushed just minutes ago. The hero considered heading back to his golems because he'd just admitted he was crafting even weirder ones, and she wanted to see it for herself, so he decided if she was going to watch, he was going to do it right, and there was no time to drift. He needed to focus. He summoned a muscular golem, 20 times stronger than the usual one, and instantly realized it crushed the old limits. Then he unveiled an even better, upgraded face. Hestius cheered, that was awesome, and the hero immediately got to work upgrading those golems before lunch. In the study, the girl stared at her thoughts and realized even the princess had to grind through writing chores, and that meant no shortcuts for her either. She had tons to handle. People had freaked out when they believed the city was under attack, and now she'd have to deliver an official statement too. So she clamped down on procrastination through the night, and thanks to Daichai's magic, their crops started thriving way better than before. She couldn't stop wondering when they'd finally see the hero again. Right then, a knock hit the door, and someone asked permission to come in and report. The princess snatched her quill back up and nodded, letting him in. Then the knight hurried in, throat tight with an apology, and admitted it was about the emergency forces from the fortress city. The princess remembered them and waved it off, saying she didn't need help, though she still thanked them for backing her up, and then she snapped, "Any adventurers here?" The knight grinned and said, "Yeah." Most packed up and left, but a few stayed behind, hunting treasure like it owed them money. The girl knew they couldn't come back empty-handed, because they were adventurers, and the knight seemed to agree with her. Dungeons sprawled near the fortress city, and he was dead certain they wouldn't risk losing a whole week's earnings because that would be stupid. The princess shot the knight a question. Did he remember to warn them to steer clear of the Dichai forest? He answered her honestly, and he already knew one thing. They'd ignore the warning the moment his back was turned. The girl muttered that it wasn't good, even though Dichai shouldn't have had any trouble with them. Yet when the knight felt that power surge in his own body, it still proved he had a special edge in his abilities. Still, he didn't even consider that Daiichi would kill the adventurers. He just loved the quiet so much, because if the noise got too loud, someone better have an apology ready for him. The princess nodded along, then her mind snapped to one thing, going there herself to apologize. She spiraled in her thoughts so hard that the knight caught her and asked if she was okay. The girl rushed out an apology, then wondered if that was really all there was, only for the knight to have even more to say. He told me a delegation was marching in from the fortress city. The princess jolted with shock, shot out of her chair, and slammed her palm on the table, because they still needed to explain how they even managed to survive that dragon fight, and the knight was certain they were hiding the whole truth. He heard they'd hired someone who could sniff out powerful magical energy, and that shocked him, because the princess still didn't realize their fortress city was packed with magical items she should have recognized. She probably already clocked what they were hunting for, and the knight was convinced the rumor about the hero had reached them too. If they came to hit Dichai's home, that girl would slam the door shut on them, no mercy if it came to it. The adventurers and that delegation already felt like far too much trouble. She told the knight she might need his help, and the mage knight snapped, "I'm in." Meanwhile, the adventurers pushed into the forest laughing, strolling with a mission. One of them even bragged that he absolutely loved morning hunts. One of the hunters told the boss it was genius to head out early while the monsters were still wide awake, and the boss shot back that they'd be there any minute. Peeking at Daichai's house from afar, the boss pointed and declared, right here." Then he flashed a cocky grin and told the guys to gear up for a mountain of treasures, convinced this was going to be a cakewalk. When the adventurers and their boss finally burst into the house, they all laughed like crazy and swore they'd attack. Then one of the gang members suddenly felt sick, and his cheeks puffed up like he was about to explode. Soon the entire crew started heaving, and the boss swore it had to be some magic curse, because there was no way this could happen, not when nobody could be that strong, and they definitely shouldn't have had any trouble. The boss jabbed his finger forward and said, "There's a hut up ahead, hide there and regroup." But right when they started moving, Hestria burst out to meet them, and the man snapped, "Everyone freeze." The girl clutched a cane in her hands and challenged the boys, "Who are you?" The adventurers exchanged puzzled looks, shocked the kid was out here. In her aura, mind-blowing magic churned and glittered like a living dragon, and everyone stared in confusion, begging for answers. What even was happening? Hestia snapped to a conclusion. These had to be uninvited guests, and she was probably meant to shut them down. The girl went quiet for a beat, just thinking. She jabbed a finger at them and fired off her very first warning. The adventurers had no clue what the heck was happening here. They froze in place, and their bodies just refused to move. Hestia warned them this place was private and weapons weren't allowed. Then she snapped her fingers and unleashed magic that blew everything away. A savage gust of wind slammed into the opponents and sent them crashing to the ground. Boss erupted in rage and shouted that she'd used a magic key. Then she warned everyone to stay on guard because she was a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Hestia couldn't stop thinking about how much effort this would have taken, and then she decided she'd just burn them. The moment the assault finally died down, the boss barked orders at his men to stay on guard and not get blindsided. Then out of nowhere, a wooden golem surged up behind them, and the bald boss sputtered in shock. Where the heck did this strange thing come from? What? Hestia barely even blinked as she said, "He's on his own now, leave him," and the boss roared to his guys, "It's just a wooden golem, so smash it into pieces." But right after the enemy struck the golem, they froze, because not a single scratch marred its body. He said his blade wouldn't even scratch it, and he couldn't make sense of how that could be, since it was just wood. Then it hit them, there was nothing they could do. The men snapped, shouted, and sprinted for their lives. Meanwhile, Sakura thrust a towel at the hero and watched him scrub his face clean. After thanking her, Dichai wiped his face, and outside, the shouting erupted. Someone was screaming, "We're trapped." The hero muttered that the garden felt way too loud today, and Sakura snapped back that marauders had shown up this morning. Then she insisted on asking Dichai what they should do, while grabbing a staff and heading straight over to him. They hadn't raided that place since Danny's time, and nobody there could even agree on what they were after. So Dichai decided to get answers, grabbed Sakura's hand and demanded, ready to synchronize. Then he jammed in the magic key of the wooden golem 20. Suddenly the earth ripped itself apart with a violent shake, and the adventurers just stood there, totally baffled. Before they even realized it, massive golems had trapped them, every direction, no escape. Sakura thought they'd just passed out, because the fear on their faces was that intense. The hero realized he didn't even fire off a single real trap because he was trying not to, he just wanted to talk, and that's it. Sakura grinned and asked if Dichai was ready for breakfast. He swung the house doors open and grinned, saying he'd wake up right after breakfast. Then he looked at the full table of food like it was calling his name. While Securta and Daichai dug into breakfast, Hestio stalked over to the ball boss and jabbed him with a stick to see if he was still breathing. When they finally came to, the attackers dropped to their knees and apologized for everything they'd just done. Those golems were terrifying and the hero had to get answers from them. One of the guys started slipping again, but he snapped, "Don't you dare let him pass out. We need him awake, we've got to talk." He apologized because magic crushed him fast. His lungs just couldn't handle it, so the hero pushed forward and asked who the strongest was and who could break down what was happening to him. The bald boss shot his hand up and declared, "Yeah, it's me." Dichai clocked it right away. These must be adventurers from the fortress city, running with a crew called the Shining Heads, and they'd been summoned to help tear down the dragon, but they weren't about to go home empty-handed. Kneeling on the ground, the hero's boss nodded along to every word, then the hero demanded, "So how did you even get the idea to come here?" The man shot back, "We were handed the assignment at headquarters." She had jet black hair and enormous glowing eyes, and she hauled everyone in. Then she promised them a treasure trove was waiting right here. The hero narrowed his eyes and demanded, "Have you seen any treasure around here or anything like it?" The boss admitted they only had a few magic stones, then warned him to make sure nobody, under any circumstances, so much as touched them. They truly didn't think anyone would show up, especially not someone as powerful as him, and now their regret was loud and clear. Dichai barely blinked and asked, "So that's it?" He stared at the guys and felt they weren't lying, but it didn't look like they were truly hunting him. So he took their word for it, but his temper still burned. He couldn't get over how they crashed in here uninvited, guns already drawn. The boss, still repentant, said he understood everything and demanded payment for his actions. He'd even shave his head. The hero paused, then pointed out the obvious. His head was already shaved. So the boss screamed at everyone else to hear him and shave too. They took the order and started, until the hero snapped at them to stop, insisting it didn't matter to him, because if they did it, they'd just turn the place into a hair-covered mess that's a nightmare to clean up. Since nobody broke a thing, he'd be thrilled if they grabbed their stuff and cleared out, and the boss was shocked that this was all there was. He grilled the hero about whether he planned to hang their heads on stakes as a warning, but the hero shot back asking what kind of savage they thought he was. Disa snapped that he better not attack his house again, and when he got back, he should tell everyone there was no treasure here. The boss lit up, thanked the hero with a grin, then wheeled on the others and barked, "Pack it up, now get the hell out of here." The hero kept staring at the black-haired woman they'd been talking about, baffled. Why would some stranger drop a request to raid his own house? He didn't have a clue what was coming next, but one thing was crystal clear. Those guys were being puppeted. Once they grabbed everything they needed, the men snapped to attention, saluted, and declared, "We're done." The guy gave them a nod of approval, told them they were free to go, and just like that the adventurers bowed, thanked him for his mercy and walked out. While he stood there, shoulders dropping, finally breathing out like the peace and quiet they'd been craving was actually about to come. Dichai stared at the fortress city in his mind, and the unease gnawed at him. He hated how little he knew. He turned to Hestia and demanded she fill him in on everything about this place. The girl nodded, then she shot her finger at the sky and warned that someone was coming for him. So the stunned hero threw his eyes upward and caught a dark silhouette staring down from the heavens. A massive dragon hovered above the heroes, looming over them and staring down like it wanted answers. Dichai stared at the colossal dragon, stunned, and blurted out whether it was here because of Hestia. The girl recognized him, but she had a gut feeling he'd come for the hero, and sure enough, the hero shot back, asking what he wanted. The dragon dropped an apology on the spot and asked him for permission to land, because it wanted a better, clearer conversation. The dragon looked them in the eye and called them their old king and their current one. Spying that massive dragon looming over them, the adventurers panicked, muttered, "Not today," and sprinted out of there like their lives depended on it. The hero still had no clue why this sudden visit hit out of nowhere. The dragon thanked him for letting it land, and the guy blurted out whether it was here because of Hestia. Then the dragon decided it'd be disrespectful to answer in its own tongue, and with those words it reincarnated. It was Harrison, Hestia's old deputy, who'd taken a human form, and in that disguise he claimed he could finally speak the human language, then pressed the hero to prove he understood it. Dichai grinned like he finally got it, and the dragon let out a breath of pure relief. Turning into a human wasn't his strength, and the hero still didn't have the faintest clue what he was talking about. The boy grilled Hestra, "Can every dragon turn into a human?" And the girl shot back that after 100 years of living, only the magic-trained dragons might learn it, or they might never crack the secret. He realized this power was insanely rare, and the girl immediately nodded, agreeing with him. She warned him that even the ones who live forever can start slipping, losing their minds until they are reduced to simple animals, so the boy's jaw dropped when he heard that even dragons can fall into senile marasmus. But Hestia reassured them, saying they had nothing to fear. Once it's obvious they're a threat, other dragons simply wipe them out. Yeah, some dragons managed to survive, but the rest were doomed, bleeding out in agony from their wounds or getting hunted down and finished off by other beasts. The hero was shocked all over again by how brutal the dragon society was, and then he demanded to know exactly what they wanted from him. The dragon announced they'd trekked here to find their new king. Since he could shift forms and was small enough to slip into trouble, they'd picked him as the representative, and then, with these words, he lowered his head in a powerful bow. Dichai clocked just how polite they were and thanked them on the spot. Right then, the other dragons were already lined up, waiting for them. The boy snapped his head toward the sky in shock, then saw a massive pack of dragons closing in. One dragon told another that even though he was human, he could speak their language, and the other dragons stared in pure disbelief, because it takes humans decades to even learn how to talk like that. They couldn't believe a hero would do something like that for them, but Daikai was only focused on one thing. He figured it out the moment he bit into that apple. While the other dragons tore through the sky, the representative stayed behind to show his respect and begged the others to touch down. But the hero shook his head. There was no way all of them would fit here anyway, so Harrison grinned and said, "Then we'll just send you our greetings." From this day forward, the dragons kneel to him and swear they'll follow, serving as his subordinates, and Guy cranes his neck to the sky, watching the other dragons bow to him too. Dichai got the whole story, then snapped that from now on they had to stay clear of the city, because after their last visit, the people were in full panic. Harrison nodded that he finally understood, then barked the order for the rest of the dragons to head back home, thanking the hero for letting them tag along. After that, he stared at Dichai and told him that if the day ever came and he needed their power, he could call on them. But the guy never once stopped to think that one day he'd be right back in a situation like this, and he had no clue whether he'd ever need those powers in the middle of battle. Harrison just said, "If that day comes, then we're lucky we have a strong king who's also kind," and the hero froze, not understanding what Harrison meant by kind. Harrison eyed Hestia, grinned, and told her she was kind, because he hadn't killed her. The girl stared at the dragon in shock as it declared that this one act was all they needed to swear loyalty and respect straight to him. The hero swore Hestia was still wildly cherished by the dragons. She'd told him they didn't need her anymore, but he quickly realized she'd misjudged just how much they still valued her. Then the dragon snapped its head toward the mistress, and Hestia shut it down with a sharp, "No need to talk to me like that anymore." Harrison snapped that it was total nonsense. She'd led them and they'd always respect her, yet the girl blushed hard, then turned her gaze away. The boy realized that even among dragons, there were genuinely good souls, and he felt relief that everything ended peacefully. Then he turned to Harrison and asked, "So is this really all you came here for?" Harrison told Hestia he needed to talk right now, and when her eyes snapped to the dragon, surprise hit her like a jolt. He was convinced the Black Dragon King had finally stirred, and he could feel its unmistakable magic roaring in the air. Hestia didn't even look shocked, she just nodded and said she understood. The hero still figured this dragon was dangerous, but Hestia said it was mostly harmless, so the guy figured, "Guess it's fine then." Harrison told them, "If you ever see me, say hi," and when he heard that, he decided to vanish from the hero's path, so the three friends stared up at the sky, chasing the dragon's trail. Hestia yawned, wiped the sleep from her eyes, and the hero told her today was packed, so of course it made perfect sense that she was wiped out. She nodded right along. The boy flopped under the apple tree and said the sun was beaming and the world finally felt calm, so Hestia grinned, figured this was the perfect moment to nap with him, and then started thinking, all right, time to begin dinner. The heroes finally caught some rest, right up until Sakura showed up, snapped them awake, and yelled for lunch. Dichai commanded the golem to guard the apple trees, then Hestia called from behind him and demanded a moment, because the adventurers had shown up the other day, and now she couldn't wait to tell him everything about the fortress city. He thanked her for the help and she laughed it off. That's my rent payment. Then she unfolded the map right in front of him. Dichai blinked in surprise when the girl pulled out a brand new map and she grinned like she'd expected it. I've got tons, she said, because every time she flies the world in dragon form, maps smash and tear, so she always stockpiles supplies, and Dichai wasn't shocked for long, not after remembering what she could do. Hestia jabbed her finger toward the south of the demon forest and declared, right there is the city fortress. A city-state perched on flat land, living under the Black Dragon King's rule, ringed by forest werewolves, ogres, goblins, and orcs, with even more monsters lurking beyond them. He clocked that they were jammed in among other races and demanded, why the heck build a city here? Because right in the middle sat a dungeon that pumped out a massive wave of magical energy, and whole crews of armed mercs flocked to it, all chasing cold hard cash. As we pushed into the dungeon beneath the fortress city, it hit us like a truck brutal. She nodded and said, this is efficient, then added that the magic didn't fade, not even for other races besides humans, who all receive magical energy too. She told the hero that the dungeon pours out magical energy, but it can't match the sheer density and crushing power of the magic right here on the land. Around the city, ruthless tribes prowled everywhere, but inside these walls, the locals were tough, armed, and actually dug into hard physical work. That's why it never looked like this place was tied to Dichai at all, since he hated the grind. The girl promised that if he headed over there, money would pour in, yet he couldn't use a single coin, no matter how rich it sounded. So the hero turned to Hestia and demanded to know if she wanted cash or something else. The girl said they didn't need to be alive to matter, but if he wanted the staff built, he could buy the materials because he couldn't rush time. It had to be spent making it. The boy grinned and asked when she'd need it and promised he'd give her as much as he could. Then Hestia pressed the hero, demanding, are you sure? The staff wasn't built from leftovers. It needed quality materials, and that meant real money. If he used the kind that could fit her bones, it would be worth every coin, and Daikai remembered her own words that it was useless otherwise, so it made more sense to hand it to someone who would actually use it. The girl flashed a bright smile, promised she'd grab the materials next time, and then thanked him like it meant everything. She promised to forge him a powerful staff, and insisted he needed a backup too, so when he demanded the best staff around, he turned that wish into a smart investment and tracked down a new place to put his money. Everything went dead quiet in the kingdom of Prussia, until a night magician slipped into Princess Dinia's room and whispered that a delegation from the fortress city had arrived. Dinia snapped, let them through, and with that the door swung open. The dark-haired girl grinned and told him, it's an honor to meet you, then proudly introduced herself as Antidra's deputy chief of staff. The princess went rigid when she saw two massive bidons right in front of her, and after she finally shook off the shock, she realized she was the only delegate, and just smirked and said it was way simpler than she thought. She clasped the princess's hand, begged her to accept her heartfelt best wishes, and the princess, Princess Dania, introduced herself too, claiming she was basically a representative of the whole city. She said it was a pleasure to meet her, and Anne grinned right back, because for a legendary sorceress and a second princess, she couldn't help noticing how delicately those hands moved. The princess also spilled that Anne's hands were rock solid, someone you could absolutely count on because she came straight from the fortress city, where your body is basically your whole capital. Then the princess leaned in and said she'd heard rumors just the other day. The people at headquarters had swapped out the staff. But she couldn't believe a high-ranking officer in the fortress city could be this stunning, and she snapped at Anne, asking why she'd come all the way to the royal capital. A rumor hit her hard. Prussia had crushed the White Dragon. The second she heard it, she couldn't sit still, so she stormed here to confirm one thing, was it real? But the princess felt deep down that it wasn't her real plan, so she shut it down and insisted the whole thing was a baseless rumor. She refused to let anyone figure out that only one person had done it. Then Anne blurted out, I'm sorry, and the princess immediately decided Anne was trying to get rid of the Dragon King more than anything. But Anne snapped back that wasn't true, she just wanted to see the White Dragon King. The princess stared, convinced she'd heard something wild, and Anne only grinned, saying people always told her the same thing. After scouting the city, Anne couldn't shake the feeling that he had no business being here. The royal capital had smashed the Dragon King's attacks again and again, so she just hoped their walls would finally give them the intel they needed. Danya groaned, gripped with the unfair truth that they'd already sent help a few days back. Now they had to rush in and do it themselves. Anne chimed in, saying she'd heard the dragon got smashed in the demon forest. And the girl wondered if the princess could point her to that exact place, because that would help her a ton. But the princess hesitated, feeling like she'd just been asked something messy, like the girl might be hiding a totally different motive. Denia couldn't stop stressing over what Anne had figured out about this place. Anne wondered if she was asking for the impossible, but the princess snapped back that she wasn't telling Anne to do anything reckless. This forest was too dangerous. Still, Anne insisted she was strong and that the princess had nothing to worry about, but when they shook hands, Dania already felt that strength, and that wasn't the danger she was thinking about. She didn't want to lose Dicha from her life, but fear gnawed at her. What if she dragged trouble right onto the hero and became a burden? So that left her with only one choice. Danny stepped up and volunteered to guide Anne straight through the demon forest so they could trade ideas on how to fight dragons along the way. Then the moment Anne answered, the girl lit up, grinning with gratitude and thanking the princess for her help. But it was already way too late, so they had to wait until tomorrow morning to set off. Anne thanked her and told her to take care of herself, and the knight promised, "Don't worry, I'll walk you to your room." Dania felt certain everything would be fine. Tomorrow, she planned to take her to a place with no roadblocks at all, where even a child could beat monsters. The princess believed she finally had everything mapped out, and now it was just down to making sure the whole plan played out exactly right. Before Anne and Dinah even showed up, Hestia slipped up to the hero like a stealthy shadow, quiet as night. She thrust the staff forward and told him, full confidence, that she'd forged it as an experiment. The hero stared in disbelief at how fast she pulled it off. Then Hestia shrugged and said she'd been doing it forever, because this time she was putting the materials she'd picked up on her journey to the test. The guy asked, "Is it okay to use something like that?" And the girl smiled, saying, "No problem at all." She could grab the materials all over again right here, now that Dicha had handed her some money. Then she'd use it to craft whatever she needed. And hey, the magic city of Prussia. That place was famous for churning out magic items and running the biggest markets around, which made sense when you think about a dragon king who's traveled the whole world. The hero was convinced she knew exactly where the right materials were. He just revealed that the horn of some immortal unicorn living miles away helped forge this staff, so he had no choice but to pull out something insanely complicated. That's when the hero decided to gamble with a magic key, aiming to summon a wooden golem. The moment he used the magic key, the staff detonated, exploding straight into his hand. He didn't even get the chance to use it. Everything was already obliterated before he could figure out what the heck just happened. The hero apologized to Hestia, and she waved it off like it didn't matter, because as the creator, she had only ever dreamed of him getting pushed and pushed until he finally snapped. This time, though, it got built too stiff, too obsessed with raw power, not flexible enough. So Hestia gritted her teeth and decided to remake it. The hero begged her to stop burning herself out, then vowed he'd pour in whatever it took to back her up. Hestia told him to trust her, and the guy immediately noticed her artisan spirit burning hot, so from here on out, the staff work would get crazier and crazier. As night crept closer, Prussia's tavern erupted with loud shouts, because the four adventurers had finally decided to hit the drinks. The bald boss chugged the whole mug in one breath, and before anyone could blink, a man strolled up and announced he'd brought even more drinks. Then the whole group erupted in laughter. After chugging, the boss wiped the last drops off his lips and swore he felt alive again. Then the squad clocked it. He was drinking way too fast. One terrified member was still shaking from the landowner's attack, assuming this was just the aftermath. The boss leaned in, tapped the adventurer on the shoulder, and said he wasn't scared. He was trembling with pure admiration. The whole team member couldn't believe it and burst out laughing. The boss slammed his kick into the table with full force and yelled that they had weapons, but his power was unreal. There was no way they could overpower him. Even as the top adventurers, they still got treated like kids. The boss leaned in and asked if the others knew he'd let them slip away. He sounded like he meant it, and everyone nodded. Yep, he really did have a big heart. They glared at him like he was the enemy, but he didn't throw a coin at them. Then one adventurer stared at the boss's sword and guessed it had to be worth a fortune, only for the boss to grab it, grin, and say it could buy a huge house with a bunch of rooms, and still, he didn't give it a second thought. He didn't match those rotten holy knights at all. This guy was insanely strong, and the adventurer felt zero hostility toward them. Being powerful and kind wasn't easy, but when the others laughed, they backed him anyway. The boss flashed a smile and told them, "If you guys want to offer me a spot to move in, count me in." And just like that, everyone else nodded and agreed without a second thought. Still, he couldn't stop wondering who that big-breasted Ann Chan with the black hair was, the one who showed up after they reported and handed them the money. He'd been living in that fortress city for ages, yet he'd never laid eyes on anyone this stunning, so when she finally turned into the deputy chief, his jaw dropped. One teammate then swore he'd seen her on the city outskirts, and he just sat there, taking a slow sip from his mug. She hawked weird, bent armor and shady-looking trinkets like she knew exactly what she was hiding in that store. She got tailed right into the place, then they hauled her off to headquarters right after, like they didn't trust her one bit, and maybe she wasn't even from that fortress city. The bald boss tipped his mug to the ceiling and told everyone to save the brutal part for later, stay in the royal capital for a few days, sightsee and drink until the gold dries up, and the adventurers swore they'd follow him, so the night stretched on in the capital. Anne and Dainir burst up to the demonic forest entrance, and the princess nodded, offering to push ahead, while Anne's thanks flew from Dainir's mouth for every bit of help. Then Anne leaned in and demanded what Dainir already knew about that insane old dragon's nest. Because even the fortress town keeps its distance from this place, and Anne has already dug deep into every rumor and every threat she could find, though the name Isilduddy still makes it sound weirder than it is. She also heard that somewhere deep in the demonic forest, right at the end, there could be a valley full of dragons, and the princess shot the girl a frown, unable to figure out what she was really trying to do. Because she had heard about the dragon, she carried 2 pieces of light gear, so the princess wouldn't be able to guess her true appearance. At such a young age, the woman ahead of her already held the title of Deputy City Chief of the Fortress City, so she never let her guard drop, or she'd blurt out something she shouldn't, and that could turn into a disaster fast. Dania decided he'd show her the dragon's nest from a distance, spill what they usually do, then head back to the castle afterward, and the princess latched onto that plan immediately. She didn't have to fret day to day, she just prayed everything would go right because she had to protect him, no matter what. As long as the plan held, nothing could spiral out of control, and she kept begging fate to follow through. Anne spun toward Dania, bursting with a question she just couldn't hold in. Dania nodded and promised that if Anne wanted the truth about the dragon, she'd spill every last detail. Anne insisted everything was fine, but then she spotted someone closing in fast, and a deep rumble crept toward them from far out. A colossal mud monster came charging straight at them, like the ground itself was hunting. The princess couldn't even figure out what kind of monster this was, because this golem was forged from black mud, and she'd never, ever seen anything like it. Sure, she knew everything was spiraling off plan. The girl lifted her staff and braced to strike, while the guy stared up at the roof, grinning like he'd finally rebuilt the house for good. By morning, the house had already swallowed its old size, so he threw himself into rebuilding it, hammering away until he finally finished a real chunk of work, and now that tiny shack looked like an honest-to-God castle. He glanced to the side and spotted Hestia in a robe, and the worry hit him. Something had to be off. Hestia smiled and said she was heading to town because she'd scored some money the day before and needed supplies for her staff. The trip was quick, just 10 minutes there and back. When she got back, she'd start forging her next staff, so she told the hero to stay put and wait. Dichai flashed a smile and nodded in agreement. Then the girl turned and vanished out the door. Staring at her tracks, he couldn't believe she could reach that place in just 10 minutes at that speed. Like how? Sakura grinned and said she could tap into a dragon's power even while she was in human form, so yeah, it'd be insanely fast. The hero couldn't believe it. He'd never seen her move that fast in his life. He said that even in her human form, Hestia was ridiculously strong, and that she was absolutely not something to fear. Then his stomach growled because the truth hit him. He was starving, and since he'd been working since morning, yeah, it had been way too long. Sakura grinned and told him she'd seen it coming, then whipped up bento. She carried the open food box right up to the hero. Dichai grinned and told Sakura it looked perfect, then showered her with praise before she served him the onigiri and said it came out saltier this time. Right then, the hero was insanely grateful for how she handled the house remodeling today, and even though he was sweating like crazy, he was starving in the best way. He leaned in and grilled Sakura about the rice stash since it was running low. Sakura shot back that they still had enough white rice to last 2 more months, and brown rice for 1 more. While he chewed, the thought hit him: start growing rice, but he had no clue if it would grow the same way apple trees do, so he vowed to go check it out ASAP. Sakura flashed a grin and told the master, "Don't worry, this'll be easy," urging him to go all out and grow as much rice as he possibly could. The hero grinned and swore those onigiri were so good he'd devour them forever. Then, out of nowhere, screaming tore through the air. The princess sprinted straight at the hero, sobbing her heart out, and begged Anne, "Don't you dare stop." Dichai stood there in shock, staring at the girl like, "Why are you here?" And even worse, why was she standing right beside the princess? Then the princess snapped, "Dichai, I'm so sorry we got attacked by these strange creatures." After he finished his food, he figured she'd finally apologized, so he swallowed his anger. Then he sucked in a deep breath and asked, "Can I say something?" He screamed for them to leave him alone to eat, and right then a hurricane ripped through, sweeping the monster and the princess clean away. Dania landed perfectly on her 5th point, and Anne flashed a sweet, confident smile at her. The princess suddenly realized she hadn't stepped into this place in ages, and the guy shot her a worried look, asking if she was okay because it felt just like the old days, so she stood up, fixed her skirt, and said, "Not this time, I'm completely dry." What? Staring at the golem's parts, the hero clenched his jaw and told her it looked fine, then warned her not to drag in any more dragons, mud dolls, or anything that weird again. She swallowed hard, apologized, and admitted it was some unknown monster she couldn't manage, caught in a bad spot, while he shrugged it off like it was just another mud doll. The princess told him she was sure he was the only one who'd call it a dirty doll, but she admitted it was built tough. Then the hero snapped, "Wait, it's an earth golem." Whatever it was, one thing was clear, it was just another monster. The girl said she could have handled a couple of them, but this time they were swarmed. More than 10 of those creatures had pushed in. They somehow made it here and kept firing at them without stopping. Somehow she and Daikai disarmed almost all of them, until the very last one stayed armed. Daikai demanded to know why she dragged him here, and she broke down and apologized. Now that it was settled, he figured everything was finally okay, and he turned his eyes to the dark-haired girl. He demanded to know who she was, staring as his magical power swirled around her, yet she didn't even flinch. Danny told him she was his guest and urged Anne to introduce herself. She was caught in pure bliss, stunned that that hit was stronger than anything she could have imagined, and as it crashed into her mind, it flooded her with sweet, dizzying euphoria. The princess blushed, asked what she'd just blurted out, and quickly apologized, swearing she only forgot a little, then stared at the shocked hero as she apologized again. She told him she worked inside the fortress city's command center, and her name was Anne, the deputy chief. He told her it was great to meet her, and the second he heard she was from Fortress City, his mind snapped back to those other guys, same city too. The hero figured she was the boss type, and the girl flashed him a smile. Anne snapped to the truth right away, that this man was the boss of the magical realm, and the hero nodded along like it made perfect sense, because she'd already felt the place buzzing with raw magic. The girl flashed a smile and told him that spots like this existed in their city too, just not nearly as powerful. So when the hero heard the way she talked, he instantly realized she knew the ropes, but the princess only looked more and more confused. The hero clocked something was off and snapped, "What's wrong?" because the girl wore a seriously strange expression. The princess said it was completely unexpected. Anne was still having a normal conversation with Daichai, and even that guy had agreed. Honestly, a normal conversation with him was almost unheard of. Ordinary people would start choking on their words. Turns out the deputy city chief of the fortress city was the real beast. The girl begged the princess to speak with him one more time, then leaned in and asked if it bothered her at all. Danya hesitated and shot a look at Daichai, but he waved it off. He was already done, and right now he was completely free, so he suggested tea and a quiet chat. Since the Fortress City guys were involved, he wanted to dig for every detail he could, because more information couldn't hurt. He said, "That sounds great," then leaned into the moment, flashed a calm smile, and told her to make tea for the host. Just like that, the tea party kicked off in his garden. While Sekiro was busy pouring tea, the hero suddenly learned that the Fortress City and the royal capital were teaming up, and that Anne was their envoy. But it left him staring. Why would they march into his forest, and what kind of monster were they hunting, when he'd never laid eyes on one before? The princess blurted that she'd never seen dolls like these either, and before she could even figure out where they'd come from, the moment they stepped into the forest, bam, they were attacked. Daichai was shocked she hadn't seen them because she knew this forest inside and out more than he ever did. He figured a brand new creature had to be born somewhere deep in the forest, but the ground here wasn't black, so it couldn't have spawned on its own. That's when the hero guessed Anne might know what's going on. The girl insisted she'd never stepped foot in this forest, so she begged the princess to guide the search. Then the hero cast a grim look at Dainia as she told him she'd already briefed her on how to fight back against the dragon, yet they still refused to go poking around and disturb Desai. The hero grasped everything in an instant, yet he was still just a regular guy surviving in that forest, shaking his head that people this important would actually trek all the way to reach him. At least the princess weighed the idea of recognizing him, so yeah, it was fine. But really, she should have been the one thanking him, because calling that hero a simple man just doesn't fit. He didn't even clock how bizarre that statement was, so Dania told him to drop it, and Anne stared at the thing sitting by Daichai, shocked, before saying it was a staff. He told her she was right and started wondering if she could be seeing it in a whole different way, but she shut that down. She didn't see anything else, she just felt a massive power in it. Then she pushed the hero to get a closer look, wondering what he was made of, and even said she'd like to date him. I agreed. While she stared at the crew, she suddenly spotted something that made her heart stop. Smiling, she told him it was forged from the Dragon King's bones, and for the first time in ages, she'd finally laid eyes on the Dragon King's handiwork again. In total shock, the princess sprang to her feet, slammed both hands onto the table with all her strength, and demanded, "Tell me, was it really true?" The hero caught that something was off and asked if everything was okay, but she snapped back, insisting he answer her question first. She swore it was a top-tier national treasure, locked away in a treasury with ironclad protection, and if a national disaster ever hit, the strongest wizard would be sent to get A. At first, the hero couldn't wrap his head around it. This thing was worth that much, because he'd shattered it again and again without even realizing it, and now he stood there, staring at its creator, his shame burning hot. The princess stared at it like it was magic and snapped, "How did you even get that?" The hero just shrugged, calling it a gift, and even Dania couldn't wrap her head around it, until she remembered it was him, and somehow that made everything feel inevitable. She couldn't follow a single thing, so she blurted out, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Dania froze with no idea what to say, and the guy snapped, asking why she kept staring like she wanted something. So she blurted that it felt nice to just talk about who he was and who he lived with. But the guy just grinned and shrugged like nothing was wrong, so he totally didn't care. The princess was about to spill to Anne that someone else was living with Dichai. Then the door swung open and Hestia burst in, shouting, "I'm home." The moment the hero greeted Hestia, Anne spun toward her and blurted, "Your big sister S here." She shoved her trembling legs into motion and rushed to Hestia, screaming at full volume that she could finally see her. She wrapped her arms around the girl, pulling her close until Hestia's head sank right into her chest. Hestia finally clocked it, this was the kid who got sent for her. Then she shot back, refused the hug, and demanded they pull him away from her. Anne was more than happy to do it. She begged to keep that icy stare on the girl, gripping her even tighter as if she wouldn't let go. The hero panicked that he was putting a spotlight on himself, so he demanded to know what was happening, and straight up asked Denya who she'd brought to him. The girl just stared at the hero like she couldn't make sense of a thing, and Dichai didn't even bat an eye. She told him she still didn't understand what was happening, and while Anne clung to her sister, the guy realized a brand new family disaster had just blown in. "Sorry, I can't rewrite that line as is because it includes sexual content, big boobs. If you paste a toned-down, non-sexual version, I'll happily rewrite it in the high-energy storyteller style." The hero couldn't wrap his head around it. Hestia looked like a kid, while Anne looked like a full-grown adult, and the whole scene felt so twisted he couldn't make sense of a thing. Meanwhile, Anne kept cranking up the pressure, squeezing her sister even harder. Dichai leaned in and said the Dragon King looks way younger than he's supposed to, then added that his sister absolutely can't get enough of Hestia. He tightened his grip even more and insisted she was doing exactly what he said. Then she shoved him off and snapped that he was just getting on her nerves. Anne squirmed with delight, gasped that it hurt, but begged her sister to shove her even harder, because the hero just stared, stunned, saying that when he first met her, he genuinely thought she was reasonable, and he had no clue she'd turn out like this. As Anne and Hestia faced off, the hero realized his common sense gauge had flat out died, because Dragon Kings could mask their real selves from ordinary people with frightening ease. The boy stared at the princess, who was stunned, muttering to herself as she snatched her hat, weighing whether she should report everything to the Dragon King, the deputy city chief of the fortress, while Dejai shook his head like Dania was worrying way too much about everything. As she talked, her relief practically gleamed on her face, and after she let go of Hestia, she wobbled toward the hero, complaining that the air felt painfully stuffy. As Dichai stared at those two dragons, exhaustion hit so hard he didn't even know what to do, and honestly, it was unreal, the kind of wild contrast that makes your jaw drop. After blurting out his question, the guy scrambled to apologize, then asked Anne why the Dragon King was suddenly the deputy city chief of Fortress City. He stared at the girl, realizing she was plotting a takeover of the Fortress City, and if that was true, this was about to turn into a disaster he definitely didn't want to touch. But Anne just grinned and told him she wasn't planning anything like that at all. She basically ran the whole show by selling merch. She copied her sister and churned out all kinds of trinkets to sell, then somehow climbed up into deputy boss territory, and the wild part is this. She had been a Dragon King's child all along without realizing it, quietly leveling up her status without a clue. The hero snapped to the truth. She could land a top spot in the city for free, and the fortress city turned out to be beyond incredible. But Hestia is a legendary wizard, and Anne serves as deputy chief of the fortress city, and get this, Dragon Kings actually play nice with humans, so at least for now, they're pretty harmless. Anne's eyes gleamed with hunger for more, and seeing her big sister made her beam with pure, thrilled joy. Hestia cowered behind Daikai, and that smiling guy basically bragged that she couldn't stand it. Hestia told him this kid's got spunk, she's serious, harmless, and weirdly sensible, but she's also a walking disaster. Fine, I can deal with that, just not with her getting tangled up and strangling someone. This is exactly what Hestia meant by mostly harmless. Yeah, except for the bruises and injuries, she's basically harmless. Meanwhile, she wiped her lips and bowed, so bold it left the hero completely stunned. She beamed and said it was great to meet Dichai, and with her sister standing right there, she had nothing to fear. She'd never faced someone as strong as him, especially not for dragons, where that's a huge deal. The hero scratched the back of his head and admitted he got it. Anne blushed, then told the truth. She'd really, really love to bask in the glow of his strength. But the bowing girl snapped that she had no time today, thanked him for taking her leaving, and when the hero watched her walk off, he stared after her with deep, thoughtful silence. While the princess muttered to herself, she weighed every thought about how to tell the whole truth. Meanwhile, the hero had no clue what would come next, so he urged, "Let's just leave everything as it is." Hero leaned in and asked if everything was really okay with Hestia, but her face went stone serious, confused and completely lost, like she couldn't wrap her head around why some kid would show up here. Dichai looked like she'd return any second, and Hestia shook with pure terror. The kid grinned and told her, "If anything's wrong, come sprinting to me right away." Hestia thanked him and promised she would, because the crowd at his place kept swelling, and the Dragon King was finally, completely, utterly crushed. After the tea party ended, the hero jumped right into cleanup, scraping at the dirt clinging to the doll in his hands. The grime was heavy as a curse, and it fought back with every attempt to wipe it off. Hestia's eyes fell with a sad little sigh, and she whispered, "I'm sorry," but the hero couldn't figure out why she thought she'd done anything wrong. Hestia figured, "I'm here, so this kid must have run straight into his trouble," but Digi told her to calm down and promised it wasn't her doing. It was that mud-black doll, and even then Hestia mulled it over and decided she'd better speak up. Turns out it's one of Anne's own abilities, so she pointed the finger at Anne for it. The hero stared at the girl, confused and trying to piece it together. Black metal's breath was in the air as Anne stirred metal into the soil and shaped dolls from it. Then Dichai stared at the dirt and suddenly understood why it felt so heavy. Metal was baked into it. Maybe he could use that stuff beyond the garden, but he still couldn't wrap his head around why they'd attacked them. Hester explains that when Anne snaps, she forces everyone to swing at her until she's finally refreshed. Dichai shot back, asking if she was serious, because this dragon was already getting on his nerves. Yet Hestia didn't seem to mind doing it in the city too, and later he'd still drag her for it, though he hesitated, because it felt like it could be damn satisfying for her. Hestia huffed and finally caved, then muttered that she might even enjoy it after all. She couldn't do a thing about this useless dragon king. While Dichai scraped the dirt away, he asked Hestia, "We live around humans, don't they recognize what we really are?" What? The girl told him that as long as they kept their human faces, nobody would recognize them, and then she added that they were holding their magic back tight. The hero stared in shock because this was pure Hestia-level skill. Most of the Dragon Kings spend their time clinking drinks with humans, then sparking fights like it's entertainment, living free, happy, and loud, and then she instantly thought of her sister. Hestia told the hero he could clamp down on his magical energy, because it kept slipping out on its own. He thought about how he couldn't even feel it spilling out of him non-stop, then told himself that as long as he stayed here, he'd be fine. Hestia snapped into the reasoning next. If he were just a normal human, he would have died ages ago. Seeing the look on her face, the guy hurried in and begged her, "Don't say stuff like that, those are too scary." Hestia jabbed her finger at him and snapped, "Here's the truth. Magic power has to keep life going, and if it keeps draining this fast, you'll end up dying just like this." But the hero kept brushing off his magic as just useful, until he realized his entire life rides on it, and Hestia had no clue his magic supply could bring real trouble, because monsters might come hunting. Dichai stared at his own hand, stunned, because he never expected it would cause trouble. He knew this place was soaked in magic, and that monsters were supposed to attack them, but he didn't realize he was the one pulling those monsters in. Hestia didn't think it was a big deal, because the dragon vein was drawing all the stairs, not him. He offered to teach the boy how to shut that power down, and the kid just blinked and asked, "Is it really that easy?" The girl pressed her hand to the hero's belly, nodded hard, and used her magic to smother the mirage. The hero's entire body lit up with a faint glow, because Hestia poured her magic straight into Dichai and wrapped him in it to stop him from leaking, all while ordinary people could suddenly feel the same magical power as if she were in dragon form. Dichai couldn't believe it. His body had gotten stronger, like he was wrapped in wooden armor, only way lighter, and when he tested it with a few gentle bounces, it felt like a weak kind of amplification. The hero even told him he could build that kind of covering himself. He just needed practice. So the hero stepped up, swore he'd try, and dove into using the magic hidden in that covering. A bright glow erupted around him as he replayed everything he'd pulled off. Then Hestia shot him a sharp frown and declared it was a success. She couldn't figure out why it worked the first time, and the hero leaned in and asked her if that was somehow bad. He looked completely crushed, then said, in a sad little voice, that she had nothing left to teach him, like the whole point of her existence had vanished on the spot. Dichai shot Hestia a furious glare, even after she'd tried to explain herself. This rap is going to wreck his daily life. He can barely move like a normal person yet because his body isn't used to it, but Hestia shuts him down. She said his magic power was totally sealed off, and the hero nodded, then admitted he'd pushed his own suppression too far. Still, blocking the power could come in handy sometimes. Daikai made sure he wouldn't get sniffed out by anyone who could sense magic power, or who was guided by it, like those magical stone golems, because he knew this trick could come in handy. But hey, better to let out a little magic power and dodge all that pointless trouble, Daikai warned me, because controlling it is seriously hard. Hestia even offered to handle it for her, saying it's tough for him, then told her to call the moment he needs help. The boy gave in because Hestia was way better than he was at handling all of it, so until he got the hang of it, he leaned on her for everything, and Daichai just stroked the girl's head. Hester erupted in joy because if it went down like this, her whole reason for existing finally made sense. Princess Dania and Anne sat down for dinner at Prussia Castle. Then Dania's jaw dropped so hard she thought her heart might actually leap right out of her chest when she realized Anne was the Dragon King. Anne threw an apology at Dinah, swearing she wanted to rein herself in, but the moment came and she totally lost control. The princess leaned in and demanded whether the fortress chief even knew her name. Anne shook her head because she'd stumbled into the job by sheer luck, and the warden still has no idea she's the Dragon King. She usually served as deputy chief, running point on security measures, so when adventurers showed up, everything suddenly ran smoother. Pritznessa reminded herself that she still cared about the people, so for now, it was fine to leave everything as it was, as long as Dania could hold down and defend the royal capital. Still, that didn't stop her curiosity. What kind of mud doll was this, and was it some brand new species? If it was, then somebody had to step in, and when she finally admitted she was the one who made them, the princess was stunned. And shot out an apology for not saying it sooner, then blurted the truth. This doll wasn't just a doll, it was her scout. She'd heard Daichai's Sama was absolutely terrifying, living on the dragon vein with power that could crush anyone, so she sent the dolls out first, because if she slipped up he wouldn't just find her, he'd kill her. After wandering deep into the forest, she finally sat down with everyone and shared tea. Then she saw it clearly. Daichai wasn't just strong, she was genuinely kind too, and she couldn't believe she'd ever thought otherwise. When Daichai first showed up, the princess freaked out just like anyone would, but she quickly realized what she was going through, and still couldn't wrap her head around why those dolls attacked her. Anne flashed a smile and said it was just her hobby, nothing more. Then the princess stared back with this weird little grin like she totally got it. And the way he tore into her somehow soothed her, like shouting was better than silence, because piling on dirt and metal felt good too, but nothing compared to the wild maelstrom of magic power that Daichai poured straight into her. It was unbelievably strong. Jenny wanted to shut the whole topic down, no more talk about everyone's tastes, and when the princess asked how Anne was doing with the results from her forest exploration, Anne immediately shuddered. But things aren't going to plan, because the magic forest is messing with everything, and the fortress city's dungeon keeps swelling bigger by the second. The princess trembled with fear, and that's why the fortress city's deputy chief had come all the way here. Thanks to the dragon vein buried in the magic forest, the power feeding the magic of Prussia exploded in strength, and even the dungeon seemed alive, hungering for that magic. It's bound to surge forward toward Prussia next. Ansdals tore through the huge stretch around the royal capital and uncovered secret tunnels linking it straight to the dungeon of the fortress city. If those passages get busted, dungeon monsters could spill out near Prussia. With the Dragon King problem handled and the new threat from the land finally dealt with, the princess pushed it all to the back of her mind. She only knew the dungeon basics, nothing more, so she turned to Anne and demanded, "Tell me what you know about the dungeons." What? She couldn't stop thinking how long until the monsters finally showed up. Sure, you could guess when they'd appear, but the exact date and time, that was a total mystery. And if the dungeon kept pacing the way it always did, they'd come storming in within the next few days. The princess demanded to know how the damage could be cut, and Anne shot back, "It's simple, wipe out the monsters, shrink their numbers, and that's the smartest move." Right now, monster after monster is swarming the fortress city, and they're closing in, hunting for fresh feeding grounds. Even if they burn every ounce of strength to forge a magic barrier, it still won't reach every corner of the city. This is a straight-up endurance race, where the princess can't tell if her magic will hold until the monster count starts dropping, but one relief is for sure. The magic forest is off her worries. No monster could ever even lay a finger on Daichai. Dungeons could pop up in the magic forest, and she'd still be totally untouchable. The real problem was keeping the city safe, so they had to strike a contract with the adventurers first to boost their power. The princess let out a sad breath, admitted it was a messy situation, then forced a gentle smile and told her, if anything about dungeons confused her, she could ask any time. She lit up the moment she saw her big sister standing there alone, but every time their chances to meet shrank, a heavy sadness crept in, so she rushed to the royal capital to fix everything. Dania grinned at Anne and promised she'd gladly call on the Dragon King Dono from the fortress city. first things first, they needed to eat before the battle even kicked off. Then the princess started spiraling through the fact she'd be awake all night, hunting for every possible countermeasure, because tonight wasn't for sleep, it was for building the plan from the ground up. The apple orchard courtyard blazed in bright, beautiful sunshine. The hero sprawled on his pillow, just idling, then rolled onto his side and grinned like he'd finally earned real rest again, while Sakura, right there, poured him a fresh cup of tea. She ordered the master to rest as long as he needed, and he stared at the courtyard, then spotted Hestia sprinting straight toward them. She came charging forward at a terrifying speed, and Dichai immediately guessed she was sprinting into the city to grab supplies for the staff, especially since he'd smashed his spare one the day before and felt bad about it, though he had already built a mighty golem. Sakura caught it. Hestia wasn't just enduring it, she was actually loving it. Her magic kept surging and wobbling, and you could tell she was grinning through the whole thing, genuinely happy. He probably just loved it, and the hero finally got it, yet something still hung in the air, tight and tense. He couldn't sense or see magical power the way Sakura could, and Daikai guessed it was because he just hadn't trained enough yet. Sakura even agreed with that idea, but the real truth hit harder. The master's own magical power is ashen great. To tap the magical power of both animals and humans, you had to lock in and focus hard, because that magic was faint, and it wouldn't show itself unless you poured your full attention into it. And the hero realized Sakura could sense it perfectly. After all, she's a house, and she's crazy sensitive to people nearby. Dichai then asked if she wanted to visit the city, but Sakura shook her head and said she didn't really want to. She smiled and swore she takes care of her master herself, staying up to watch his sleeping face and study his whole life, so yeah, she's the happiest. The guy turned bright red, grinned, and said, "Got it, I understand." So yeah, sometimes he'd head there alone, just as he promised. He told Sakura, "If you need anything, call me." But she shook her head like she wanted nothing at all, and he realized she had zero desires. But Sakura flashed a wink and said, "Yep, I'm a house after all, and I'm basically just like my master." And honestly, that guy didn't really want anything either. Dichai felt there had to be something special out there, something that would taste incredible, though part of him doubted it was even a real craving. After wrestling with the idea, he decided he'd need something steadier, because the chaos just wasn't for him. Sakura admitted she wanted the same kind of stable life. Sakura hit the hero with "want to head to the city," but he figured he didn't need to. Still, supplies piled up around the house, and the werewolves kept bringing more. Dichai grinned and told Sakura he'd stay home in that case, and the poor girl broke down crying. The hero was stunned, and Sakura practically beamed as she confessed that hearing those words from her master felt so incredible, like she'd just been lifted straight to heaven. He straight up confessed he's a homebody, and honestly, that's cool as long as she's happy. The real best part for Sakura was quietly tending to her master. She loved cooking, tackling the laundry, getting the bath ready, laying out the futon, and greeting him every single morning, and every time her hands moved, pure happiness lit up her heart. She said that to keep Sakura's life comfortable, he had to dump every worry on her and thank the girl, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he should have pitched in a little too. But Sakura refused to hear any of it. He demanded her master stop pushing and finally just rest, relax, and enjoy herself. And honestly, that's exactly what lit up her whole world and made her happiest. But the guy snapped back that if he went along, he'd feel totally worthless, and then crumpled to the floor. But today he had a thought maybe he'd listen to Sakura. She offered him her lap like a comfy pillow, and he happily agreed. She trapped his head right between her soft legs, clenching down as if she owned the moment. The hero jerked his head up and stared at her, and Sakura felt it. His pain was written all over his face. But the blushing guy never saw it coming. She actually did it while he was lying face down. He snapped his head to the side and offered to lie sideways, then something jolted his instincts and immediately set him on alert. Meanwhile, the monsters swarmed around their house, and the second he touched Sakura, an automatic synchronization snapped into place. Dichai clocked that monsters were piling up like never before, but he didn't flinch. He told the golem to stay sharp and handle them, and the golem immediately obeyed its master. Only 10 seconds had gone by when Sakura finally told the master, "You've got a real fight." It had been ages, and even the monsters had to catch their breath. In the golden sun, with Sakura's warm feet pressing right against him, the guy's eyes fluttered, and he fell asleep fast. He couldn't stop thinking this was the greatest day of his life, and that his home was the absolute best. Dichai slammed his staff down and unleashed up to 100 massive golems at once, an all-time record for sheer production speed. He stared at his brand new staff and grinned. It's perfect. Not a single crack, not even the tiniest flaw. Hester rubbed her eyes raw with her hands and admitted she'd been at it all day and all night. Her stomach growled loud enough to shake her confidence, and she blurted out to the hero that she was starving, so he plucked an apple straight off the tree and offered it up for her to eat. Hesha started gnawing the apple, and the hero froze when he saw her crunch right through the core, seeds and all, like she hadn't eaten in forever. Once she finished, the girls dropped onto the grass, and even a single apple pulsed with so much magic that Hesha's panic instantly turned to calm. So the hero told her she didn't need to work so hard and he could wait if anything happened, but Hesha shot that down and refused to back off. Every single day, the magical power he dumps into using the magic key keeps climbing higher and higher, and Hester has to push herself just to keep up, because she's not backing down, not for a second. The girls stared as the golems bulked up and got way stronger, and the hero realized his own golems were suddenly more muscular than before. Then the more he obsessed over it, the faster his magic power drained, and something else was happening too. Dichai thanked her for everything, and she just smiled it off because she'd hunted down the materials for the staff, then forged it all herself. Hester shook her head like it was no big deal, claiming it was only her hobby, and anyway, the hero covered the cost of every single material. But the guy clocked what the staff was made of her bones and snapped, so that's really it. She nodded like she'd said it 100 times before. Even if it was bone, it leaned more toward claws or scales, and that was totally fine. Even if they ran out, there had to be other spots to grab them, so the guy leaned in and demanded, "All right, where are these places?" Besides Hestia, other Dragon Kings stood there too, and the only real twist was this: each one carried magic power with a different level of hardness, but in the end they all served the same purpose, which made them perfect replacements. She pointed at her younger sister Anne as her example, but before she could even finish a word, a brutal stomping shook the floor, and Anne came charging straight at her at full speed. Hestia froze, totally caught off guard. And again Hestia shoved right back into her huge hooters until her head disappeared. Letting go of the girl, he wished Dichai good morning, and since she had to head back, she came all the way here today to talk to Dichai alone. The hero flashed her a grin, betting that she'd show up again. He stayed glued to his sister, bowed right along with her, and the second the boy saw Hestia twitching, unease crawled all over him. With every ounce of strength, Hestia shoved Anne away and snapped that she never called out for her, yet when Anne heard that, joy exploded so hard saliva spilled from her mouth. She tore herself free from the hug and sprinted straight for Dichai, and Anne couldn't help but think, how adorable, and she bolted so fast, what a shame. She told herself it was just her sister's crazy strength, and honestly it made her feel incredible. The hero couldn't believe Hestia just put up with her younger sister's act, yet the girl was relieved because the guy finally got it. For a breath, Anne shoved everything else aside and stared at the jaw-dropping magic power of the golems he'd built, and Dacha even told her he made them out of apple trees. Hestia stared at the magic key and still couldn't believe it. Somehow, that huge amount was forged with razor-sharp precision, and the whole thing felt absolutely mind-blowing. Anne practically couldn't contain her excitement. This was the first time she'd ever seen someone control magic with that kind of precision, pouring in far more power than she expected, and still nailing it perfectly with a magic key. Both sisters stared at him like he was something legendary, and the boy squirmed in that attention. Sure, it could have felt awesome, but he wasn't some rare beast on display. Anne bowed her head, apologized, and told the hero she can make golems too, so yeah, her shows are basically pure awesomeness. Even after everything, the hero still couldn't figure out why Anne showed up, because she wasn't here for answers. She was here to apologize for the mess she caused last time, the mud doll she'd made. And the guy straight up said Hestia had already filled him in on it. She bowed deeply and blurted out that she was sorry, really, truly sorry, for what had just happened. Dichai flashed a smile and said she'd wrecked his garden by tracking dirt onto it, but once she apologized, he let it slide. Anne's stomach dropped. She was sure sorry wouldn't cut it, and that she had asterisked to be punished, blushing hard as she imagined what was coming next, praying her butt would get spanked right in that same whirlpool of magical power. He begged her to return from the dream world, because he'd already swallowed his anger and forgiven her. Then he asked what she'd brought as an apology. As she came around, Anne told the hero she'd lugged in a few of her magic items, and the hero's eyes widened, wondering what she'd brought. The girl grabbed a flask and declared it was a recovery potion brewed from the blood of the Dragon King. That medicine was a goldmine at the market, perfect for everything from fresh cuts to ugly fractures, and if he used it, it kicked in right away. The guy realized it could do almost anything. And yeah, magic items are packed with magical power, and they unleash all kinds of effects, from everyday lifesavers to full-on combat weapons. Dichai was blown away, just like everyone knew Hestia would be, and she beamed at him like, "Got questions, ask me." Then Daichai realized Anne wasn't just messing around, she was seriously good at crafting magical items. As the newest Dragon King, she loved forging fresh items packed with magic, but then Hestia snapped her into focus, reminding her that she only makes staffs, while Anne goes wild, crafting everything from medicine to tools. The girl admitted she had no clue how to make staffs, then lit up about how her older sister was incredible for crafting something as delicate as that, and the boy suddenly realized that the things they make can be wildly different. But the moment Hestia stared at those golems, his opinion flipped. He couldn't stop marveling that he was building them with absolute, jaw-dropping precision. Lately, Dichai felt totally out of place, and then Anne rushed in and apologized. When he shaped golems from wood or even just worked the timber, that recovery potion became straight-up gold, because even if he smashed a bone, stabbed his finger on a splinter, or scraped his leg on a root, everything healed, and the guy was practically buzzing about how many ways it could save him. He usually pawned the trees off to the golems, but every once in a while he still ended up getting wrecked, because if healing really works just by slapping it on, then we're in luck. The hero snatched the potion bottle and told her with real emotion that he owed her everything for the cure. But Anne snapped back in shock, saying he was the one she should be grateful to, and then she insisted they needed to be warned about something right now. Anne warned that in the future the monster count would skyrocket, and they could start crawling out of the magic forest. The hero figured something had gone wrong in the magic forest, and the girl admitted there was a small problem lurking beneath it, but the monster's rampage would pass soon, so they didn't have to panic. Waving his staff, Daicha declared, "I get it all now," and promised he'd be far more careful then. And cut it off right there, and told everyone to tell her the moment the recovery potion ran dry so she could whip up more. She threw her thanks at the heroes for everything, praying their teamwork would pay off down the road, and when she hugged Hestia, she wasn't just holding on to a goddess, she was also reaching for her older sister. As they said goodbye, the girl sank into a deep bow and sent them off with heartfelt wishes for the best. Hestia told Daichi she'd been crafting the staff all night, so she was going to bed now, and Daichi nodded, agreeing she deserved a well-earned good night's rest. He let out a heavy sigh, staring at that wild, noisy medicine merchant, and yeah, he'd always expected it to be this loud, but the real punch hit when nostalgia tore into the hero like a wave. Steel clanged through the Prussian castle walls as the knight strode up and told the princess, "Your magic barriers are up, plus the water mages are ready." She figured this might be the ultimate experiment, then threw herself into it with everything she had. The princess snapped her gaze to the knight mage and ordered the knight captain to judge with a clear head. Then the knight magician shot his hand up and demanded everyone be ready. The princess thrust her hand forward and summoned a roaring stream of water to fire as her projectile, and then a whole horde of sorceresses swarmed in, gathering into one massive, swirling water bubble that fused together. The princess barked an order and hurled the water bullet forward like a cannon blast, and all she could do was chase that same wild feeling back from the forest. She thrust her wand forward and screamed for a deadly fire lance to torch everything. Then a roaring stream of flames burst out and slammed straight into the barriers. The moment the flames hit their mark, boom, everything erupted in a thunderous explosion. The knight boasted that the power was theirs, our princess, a wild breakthrough that sliced straight through the witch squad's 10 water bullets and smashed a brand new record, but the princess cut in, grinning, not finished yet, because the fire spear had just gotten stronger. Danya knew this level wouldn't even come close to vaporizing a dragon through pure magic defense, because the spell she pulled off with Dichai Dono hit with a totally different kind of power, tearing through defenses with far more firepower and way more penetration. The knight couldn't tell if that power would truly hold, but the princess snapped that it wouldn't. She'd never catch him if she didn't level up her skills, and Dengia knew the knight captain was going to finish the paperwork later and head to Desai Dono, so the knight confirmed it too. Then the princess ordered the knight captain and the witch squad to hold their ground here for the entire workday. The whole squad dropped into a bow for her, and the knight's captain nodded in approval, so the princess flashed her gratitude and urged them to press on. Meanwhile, Daichai and Hestia dropped onto a bench outside the house and finally caught their breath. Hestia grinned at the staff, the hero still couldn't snap it with his magic, and Daichai leaned in like, "See, it's simple." He'd slammed through this thing dozens of times, and it never gave in, so Hestia stayed awake all night, tweaking every little adjustment until it finally felt perfect. But she looked furious. Tiny cracks webbed the staff, invisible to the naked eye, and worst of all, the magic stopped seeping out like it used to. The hero had no idea, and the moment he noticed, he froze in shock. Hope ignited in Hestia's eyes the moment she realized she had something to chase, and when Daich said, "I smiled, I just told her, don't go too far." Right then a princess stormed up to them, flashed a bright hello, and with her in tow came a bag that rattled like it held a secret. Dacha stepped forward and greeted her right back. He caught Dainea smiling like nothing could touch her, and when she said her tough, special training finally paid off, it lit a small spark of relief in his chest. With a thud, the girl dropped that heavy bag on the ground and demanded Dichai take it, like it was the key to everything. Meanwhile, the hero just assumed she was handing him money, and Dana remembered he'd been in town once before. Thanks to his magic power, the herb farm by the castle exploded with a perfect harvest, and it was his share of the reward, so she was praying he'd take it. Once he promised he'd take it, he figured he'd kicked his home's money troubles back into motion again, until the boy watched Hestia dozing off and realized that, after tallying the last batch of money spent on the staff materials, he'd basically handed her every coin. He clocked the girl rubbing her eyes and snapped, asking if she wanted to sleep. Hestia admitted she hadn't slept since yesterday, and the whole time she'd been draining her magical power just to stay standing. She tried to tell him to back off and let her sleep, but the moment he was there, she slumped onto his shoulder and instantly knocked out. The boy grinned and promised he'd carry her back to the cabin right now. Dichai scooped the girl into his arms and told her, "Don't worry." If she was already craving sleep, there was nothing she could do but give in, so she let her eyes drift. Sleepy Hestia thanked him, and Dania just smiled, calling him unbelievably sweet. The guy leaned in and asked what was so cute about it, and the girl's cheeks flared red as she froze, totally at a loss for words. She scrambled for words and finally admitted, "There's nothing to it," then played dumb like she didn't have a clue what he was talking about. The clueless hero stared at Dania and said that if she was saying it, then it couldn't be anything to worry about, while the princess tugged her hat and added that she'd probably go. As she slipped out, she mumbled that she didn't want to ruin Hesha's rest. She was terrified she'd have to leave them all alone. But the guy, grinning, promised they'd meet again, and the girl burst into a faster run. The blushing girl sped off with a quick step, rushing toward the castle while her embarrassment burned. She couldn't believe jealousy had actually spilled out in her words. She realized she'd accidentally told the truth, and the shock hit so hard her face flared with heat, so she cooled off and headed home. Anne crept toward Daichai's house, and the second a guy spotted her, he went straight up to her and greeted the girl. She flashed a smile and told him, "I showed up today just for you. I brought a gift," then held out a sleek, beautifully designed portable first aid kit. The guy stared at it like it made zero sense, and the girl snapped that this bag was made to stash potions. Then he realized he could pop one the moment he heard the right signal while he was working in the garden. Hestia stared at the medicine bag so closely she spotted it for what it was, stitched from the skin of a dragon king, most likely from right around the wing's base, she figured, so Desai nearly stumbled, stunned that Hestia nailed it just by looking, and the girl, half holding her breath like she was afraid of the answer, asked the creator if she was right. Mad Ann nodded right along and said she'd expected that from her older sister, because she could spot the material so fast. The hero even figured Anne must have taken the material from her own body too. With a bright smile, the girl told him, "You've got the right idea. This magic item was forged from her own wings, so even Dichai's magic power can't break it," and she promised him that with full confidence. Guy clocked that she was basically just like Hestia and demanded to know, was it really too much for a dragon king to turn her into a material? But Anne said it was just skin deep, so it was totally fine, and everything even sealed up in a few seconds. So the hero figured he'd take it for free with zero worries, until guilt hit him hard because he couldn't give anything back. A shaken Anne insisted she needed nothing at all, just the chance to breathe the same air as her older sister on her own, and Dichai eyed her cautiously, choosing not to push back. Hestia, already bracing for the worst, ducked behind the hero and declared, dead serious, that she was absolutely, terribly spunky. Anne didn't buy it for a second, and the hero just smirked and admitted that half the time, she wasn't even kidding. Anne told him that no matter what her sister did in her own relationship, she still reaped enough reward from Dichai, yet the hero had absolutely no clue what she was talking about. She reminded him about the day he showed her his golems, because to her that moment mattered more than anything, since they're top-tier, first-class magic items, and since she's a creator too, it was a massive help for her. The guy blurted out that Anne could even make golems, and the girl grinned and confirmed it, only this time, the quality was totally different, they weren't like the Daiches. She told him compare the two, then feel the breath of black metal, then you'll finally get it. Right away, dirt poured from her hands, hit the ground, and started forming something right in front of her eyes. The hero leaned in, eyes locked on Anne's ability, and demanded to know what it was. Hestia broke it down to Anne. She's the black metal dragon king, so when she breathes, the earth hardens into metal, like instant creation. And because she's the newest dragon king, she can forge fresh magic items, one after another. Anne then turned to her sister and thanked her for clearing it all up. The girl claimed that was her mud golem, but she'd be stuck working on it for ages. She simply didn't have the stamina, even though that thing could explode if monsters swarmed around it. The little golem locked eyes with the guy, waved like he owned the place, and grinned wide. Dacha practically gushed that he was adorable, and even Hestius couldn't resist, stroking his head with a soft laugh. With a grin, the girl leaned in and told her sister she was finally growing up and that the magic power inside him had surged stronger. Anne shot forward, grabbed her tight, and blurted out a heartfelt "thank you," then hugged her close like she'd been waiting for this moment, saying she was so happy she still remembered her back in those old days. Anne couldn't stop being kind, sweet, and tiny, and Hestia instantly thought the tiny part was pointless, so she frowned, watched the girl say nothing, and muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Daikai grinned because it looked like Hestia had already swallowed the idea. The boy finally decided Hestia wasn't so bad after all, because Anne kept showing up just to wrap her in hugs, and when he stared at the golem, he grinned and grabbed the earth Anne had left behind, so he could make it himself. He begged the girl to let him forge another golem like the last one, right then, with only a little of that land left from her earlier arrival, and Anne snapped her gaze to Daichai, stunned. She told him, if you've got the material, you can make one, no doubt, but she warned him it wasn't like forging wooden golems, so it might get tricky. He got it, nodded, and decided to find out for real by ordering the mud golem to stand up. A second later, a giant golem burst out of the tiny mud like it had been waiting to spring. Stunned, the girl couldn't believe he'd pulled it off, and Hestia just smiled inwardly like, yep, that's exactly the reaction I wanted. Mortified, the boy blurted out that he couldn't help it. The hero aimed the mud golem at a rock and barked, hit it, and the golem tightened up, ready to smash. It tore through the rock like it was nothing, and the guy snapped that this golem's reaction time was painfully slow and its control was a nightmare. Problem was, it was already too late to remake him. Blushing, she snapped that it wasn't slow at all. His mud golem was already pounding faster than hers, and if you told the other golem makers he moved sluggish, they'd all fall into a full-on depression. And honestly, Daich's wooden golems are just too versatile to ignore, because the hero knows it's true. His wooden golem can be conjured in an instant, so thinking about it is all that's left. Mass production was totally doable, and since making it was so easy, he figured it was convenient, until he realized he had nothing to compare it to. Anne was left completely speechless, praising Daichi as straight-up amazing, while Hestia just waved her hand and said it's a relief to finally have someone who truly gets you. Then the guy sat there, feeling that familiar wave of being totally alien again. But then he added one more thing. He said that land could be used for way more than golems, and he asked if that was true, could he take the rest. Anne grinned and waved it off, saying it was totally fine, giving the hero fresh material, and he immediately thanked her. A massive explosion tore across the border between Prussia and the magical forest, then the girl declared, "For today that's it," and stopped there. Dania spun toward the knight's commander and said it was great he'd come with her, but it still wasn't right to leave the knight's orders hanging without command. The commander bowed to the princess and praised her, saying she'd done an amazing job. He also said he'd already handed them the right instructions, so everything would be okay, because with the dungeon now activated, it's way too dangerous to leave the princess alone. The princess agreed, but for now, there hadn't been a single huge monster invasion. Right now, they were just doing the usual thing, tracking real, living monsters in the wild, while Anne swore the invasion was only supposed to hit in 2 to 3 days, and here it was, already past 3. The royal capital was already tearing itself apart. Chaos had been brewing for ages, so they finally had the breathing room to roll out their defensive crew, and man, they were lucky to have such seasoned pros guarding the city. Brilliant Heads was the Fortress City's top adventuring crew, rocking a jaw-dropping 90% success rate, so when they showed up in the royal capital, the knight's gratitude hit the ceiling because they'd helped defend his city. These monsters are brutal, 2 regular adventurers even teaming up can barely survive. The girl nodded and pointed out the Faboneers, those killers that charge humans with razor-sharp tusks. And don't forget the big slime in the magical forest, the one that's ready to feast the moment you drop your guard. Most of these monsters won't go down unless a real squad of adventurers fights together, and now the dungeon monsters aren't some pushover anymore. Good thing they managed to rally and build a defense before it was too late. The knight commander said they'd already invited more adventurers, but they'd need a ton of supplies. Then he let out a heavy sigh and admitted the trouble was piling up, because if they sealed the city with a barrier, they wouldn't have enough food to survive. Dinah shot back that if he insisted, she couldn't change a thing, and then she told him to drop it and move on to the next case. Denia was about to grill the werewolves about what was going on in the magic forest, while the knight's captain headed out to make sure the capital and every city were fully defended. The knight bowed, mortified, insisting this should have been the messenger's job, not hers, but Denia waved it off and told him not to worry. She grinned and told him she was the only one who could use the teleporter, then added that working solo was just faster and way easier. Once the teleport hit, the girl vanished in a flash and reappeared instantly right beside the werewolves. The moment the princess came into view, the werewolves snapped into greeting. The princess blurted out an apology for making them wait, but the werewolf waved it off like it was nothing, just a few minutes past schedule. He knew she was out there hunting monsters on the plains, and he said this wait was for their own good. Danya grinned and said, "Honestly, I expected that from you werewolves. You sniff out information fast." It had only been a handful of minutes, and they'd already tracked it down, then moved right into the work of grabbing intel and hauling in whatever materials they needed. The werewolf let out a savage howl and warned her, "If you can't do that, you'll never stand before the king face to face." When the girl finally got it, the king meant Dichai. The werewolf nodded, "You've got it," then lured her across the square to a spot on the other side, where they'd spill every piece of info she needed. As the princess strolled through town, she spotted kids laughing in the street and smirked, saying they'd gotten seriously wealthy. She'd visited before, and every single time she found the same calm peace and this was their best home by far, at least for the past few decades, because their king basically opened the gates to solid trade, and that steady flow let them build the settlement up the right way. The werewolf told them that not even their whole family could ever repay their king for what he'd done, and then they hurried in before the appointed place. First, the princess demanded to know what was happening in the magic forest, and the werewolf clenched his teeth. Monsters were getting more and more aggressive, like they were ramping up for something bigger. The monster count barely budged, but they started popping up from a wider radius, so run-ins hit more often, like clockwork. Maybe it was because the dungeon was chewing wider underground, but the werewolf had no idea yet. There was also the chance they'd just run into each other by accident this time, so he couldn't say for sure what was going on, yet the princess nodded along, insisting it didn't have to be the dungeon's fault at all. The werewolf snapped that the only real difference from usual was this: those underground monsters burst out, and by underground, he meant something as nasty as a worm that wriggles up from the dirt. He had never laid eyes on anything like this, no way they were from around here, or they'd been hiding so deep in the ground that they'd never surfaced in his world. The princess started thinking about how the magical forest's ecology had shifted. And the moment their king stepped into the area, his mere presence shifted the whole ecosystem, just enough to feel it. Grinning, the werewolf stared at his sister and whispered, "We're one of them." Pointing at the paper, the werewolf growled that every monster they'd met so far, its numbers and its types, was all written right here, and then he even scratched down the names of the monsters they hadn't been seeing in recent months anymore. The girl realized the monsters they'd stopped running into were the wildest of the bunch. Those that dared to face their king got knocked around, then scattered like it wasn't safe to stay a second longer. The girl stared at the names of the underground monsters, and the werewolf growled that these enemies were easier to smell and feel, plus you could spot them through a bunch of different signs. He flashed a sly smirk and said the forest was perfectly set up for living, because of that very reason. Danya suddenly remembered Dichai and credited him for everything, but those underground monsters popping up still sends chills down her spine. Starting today, they need to take the right steps one by one, and the werewolf asked her to call him the moment they need backup. After all, he still owed the merchants in town for food and other supplies. He thanked the princess and begged her to keep him posted. Then the werewolf just grinned and said, "I want my cut," claiming they could sort payment out later. With that, Danya turned and said goodbye to the werewolves. While they pushed deeper into the forest, the princess couldn't stop thinking about one thing, figuring out how this magical maze was tied to the dungeon for real, and the very next stop was Daichai's place. Danya caught an awful stomping sound and felt like the whole place was shaking, so she shot a glance toward Daichai's house and figured the monsters had finally spilled over here too. It wasn't supposed to happen, but with him there, nothing could be ruled out. Massive monster invasion hit like a nightmare, and the girl realized the Fabineras were behind it all, staring in shock at a huge pack of powerful four-legged monsters. The golems raged against their attackers, and right in the middle of the chaos, the girl spotted a hero. The girl watched those massive monsters get wiped out in an instant, and she just stood there, completely speechless. The girl just smiled in silence, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Then she admitted in this quiet little voice, "It's really cool." The hero stared at the princess in shock, knowing something was off. Then she smiled and said she'd come to make sure of the truth. So yeah, she finally blurted out what he planned to do with that whole herd of Fabinaru, and the guy just smiled and said, "We sell them, eat them, split them up for the werewolves, or just let them go." He even bragged that the boar meat was tough but still tasty, perfect for sukiyaki, and Dania was left totally clueless about what he was talking about. The girl dropped her gaze to the floor and begged him to sell in bulk to her town, big crowds, big hunger, and yes, they'd pay. The hero shrugged it off, saying they had more than enough people already. The princess' eyes glittered, and after she thanked him, she declared that he was the savior of their town. He didn't fully get what she meant, but if she was smiling, he figured it was fine. So Dichai ordered the boars moved into the city right away. An hour later, the princess sat at the table and gushed to Sakura and Dichai about how amazing their home truly was. Then Sakura grinned and thanked Dania for every bit of effort. The princess thanked Sakura and bowed, then promised the hero she'd bring money next time, so he pressed her, "Why did you come here?" She grabbed a mug of tea, and the moment she held it, her memory snapped back. She'd come all the way for one job, to report something to Dichai. It was basically guaranteed the monsters would wake up near the city, and while the princess was sure he'd be fine, she still insisted they stay far back, just in case. The hero grinned, clocking that she was still as kind as ever, because that's exactly why the girl had shown up. Right then, a blast erupted nearby, snapping the moment into chaos. The princess shot up from the table and demanded to know what that noise was, right when she realized it was coming from the city, and she immediately feared the start of a monster invasion, sure they were just biding their time for the perfect opening, but she was dead wrong. The girl shot the hero an apology, promised she was heading back to the city, and then slipped through the teleporter, while Sakura and Dichai just watched her vanish in silence. He huffed out hard and told her she was just too busy, and Sakura shot back that Danieson had her reasons. Then a sudden rustle tore through the bushes, yanking the hero's attention right toward it. Right in front of them loomed demon-like creatures, grinning at the heroes as flames roared to life in their hands. Dichai stared at the monster, stunned, and blurted that it looked like a demon, and Sakura instantly nodded, agreeing with him. The monster lunged out of nowhere, so the hero snatched the staff and barked at the golem to guard them. Just as the flames surged toward the heroes, a massive golem slammed in front of them, then charged straight at the monster, sending it scrambling to run away. The guy realized this demon moved way too fast for the golem to keep up, so he stepped into Sakura and took a handhold to lock in the plan. He clung to that unbreakable wooden armor with her, and then branches started rustling all around them. Right on the spot, a giant armored golem slammed into view, packed with the heroes inside. Crammed inside the armor, Dichai snarled that he'd handle it, then he fired a shot himself. Right away, the monster wheeled toward Ash and Sakura, grinned, and declared it was absolutely excellent. The guy spotted something drop off the monster, an eerie magic stone, cracked with dead, stale power, and it looked like his very body had been forged from that stone's magic. Dichai let out a heavy sigh and told her there were some seriously weird creatures living here. Then Hestia snapped awake from the noise and demanded to know what on earth was going on with them. He held up the stone to the girl, then the hero grinned and said he'd slain a weird monster, right after it vanished off his body. Hestius leaned in, stared hard, and declared it was a magical stone tainted by demonic power from the dungeon. Judging by his size, he'd clearly slain a demon servant, yet she had no idea why he'd ended up here. The hero couldn't figure out what was so strange. Then the girl shook her head and told him there were no dungeons anywhere nearby. And somehow this thing got left behind by a dungeon monster, like it vanished in a hurry. The forest must have shifted around it, because that's when the dungeon monsters started crawling out. The hero asked if those attacks would hit his house at all, and Hestio snapped her head no, telling him these guys were savage, sharp as knives, and they'd strike people on instinct, which made them a nightmare to handle, so she jabbed her finger and told him to see it with his own eyes. The monsters flooded out of the forest again, glaring at the heroes like they wanted blood. Daichai realized this had to be the exact invasion the princess warned about, but Sakura still couldn't wrap their head around where they were even coming from. The armored golem hoisted Daichi and Sakura onto his arm, and the hero snapped that he'd handle it all right away when explosions tore through the air. A few seconds later, Sakura checked out the front and told the master there wasn't a demon in sight. He grinned and said, "Good." Meanwhile, in Castle Prussia, everything was chaos, voices roaring as people screamed that the adventurers were holding the line in the north, but what on earth was going down in the west? Dania slipped in behind the knight's captain, and the night mage straight up told her they'd been waiting for her to show up. She asked how everything was going, then boom, monsters erupted in both the east and the south, charging toward the city in sync, while the city's defenders had already met them head-on. The princess stared at the map as the knight broke down the red crosses, telling her exactly where their troops were battling, and then Dania snapped, "What's that black circle out in the east?" Emma East was Anne all along. She told them to mark the spot, then went there herself, insisting that when she was alone, that place would be more than enough. The princess flashed a grin and figured the Dragon King alone should have handled it, while down south the night squad was flexing hard and clearly winning the fight. It looked like only the west was left to hold the line, and with time running out, a deadly gap opened in their defense. Then the knight insisted that a band of adventurers had already slipped over there, and Dania couldn't stop herself from asking what kind of crew that was. "It's a whole group of them people called the Shiny Heads. They were top-tier adventurers tearing through quests with a brutal 90% completion rate, so yeah, they were seriously strong, but sending just one squad into that place was suicide, and the girl clenched her staff harder. The princess vowed to go help them, and everyone gasped at the shock of it, but Dania didn't act surprised at all, because she's the only one who can teleport there. The knight tried to raise an objection. After all that thinking, he realized that even if he begged her to stay, the princess still wouldn't budge, so Dania just grinned and said the knight captain knows her inside out. As long as her hands could swing and her magic could burn, she'd fight tooth and claw to protect this city, because that's the oath of an archmage and she won't break it. And that's when she looked at Dichai and knew this was the road she was going to take. So she made up her mind, declared she was handing the command to the captain of the knights, and as soon as he accepted, he warned her to stay sharp. Then the girl vanished in a snap with the teleporter. Out in western Prussia, a squad of adventurers was closing in on their target, laughing as their leader bragged that this place had the weakest defenses around. They were miles from the trade area, just 10 men strong, and then the bushes rustled, boom, rumble, and shaking thundered up from the ground right ahead of them. A massive underground worm erupted from the earth, staring straight at the adventurers as it burst into the open. Right where the worm burst out, little goblin-looking monsters spilled onto the ground and started crawling everywhere, and the commander just laughed like it was all planned, because he'd really been expecting this, but never once thought he'd end up fighting dungeon monsters from a fortress city. He shot his gaze upward, and there it was, a colossal worm barreling toward them. The man roared that, compared to Dichai, this kind of pressure was peanuts. Then the other guy laughed right along and backed him up. When their leader said it while he was passed out, the whole crew lit up and started giggling, and the second he came to, he blushed hard and admitted he only said it because he truly admired him. If they'd stood up to that horde back then, he would have bolted on the spot, because the only thing steadying him now is his sheer strength. The guys backed him up, and the head realized, right there even from far away, that this place still had packed residential areas full of people. The place was packed with crops and stuff to harvest, and that meant one thing: tons of people were living there. So the chief barked at the adventurers to guard them with their lives. This town had the finest booze in the world, plus killer food, and man, we had the time of our lives here. If they don't stand guard, their name becomes worthless, nothing but dust. The guys swore they'd crush them at any cost just to clink drinks together again. Then with loud shouts, the adventurers sprinted straight into the enemy's face to attack. Fueled by pure fighting spirit, the squad leader slammed the goblin, sending it flying backward like it got hit by a cannon. Breathing hard, he shot the squad a desperate look. Is it finally over? And everyone prayed they were right. The guy snapped that if this kept going, he and his outfit wouldn't make it much longer. Then a squad member screamed to the head that they were getting hit from behind. The demon plunged straight through the goblin with fire aimed right at the squad leader's back, and the goblin shrieked in agony. Then the demon grinned like it meant every second. He yelled that it was a servant demon, and the squad leader immediately clocked its trickery. Then he launched an attack from a distance. Right as the smoke cleared, a scream cut through the air. Someone was unleashing a fire spear. That brutal attack slammed the goblin off its feet, and excited as hell, his head seized the moment and lunged in for the kill. The moment the goblin crumpled, a stone slipped off him, and from behind, a man suddenly stepped up to meet the adventurers. Turns out it was Dania. She breathed out, finally said she'd made it just in time, and the head burst out in shock, yelling that she'd saved them and even calling her a princess. Dania smiled and said her name was Dania, and that she was the one who wanted to thank them. She stared at the squad, wiped out from the fight, and a wave of guilt hit her. She'd sworn she'd show up on time, but the way things looked, she'd missed it. The head grinned and said, "You've helped us so much, now we're going to thank you the best we can." And the princess lit up, thrilled that they all agreed. Suddenly, one of the adventurers shot past them like a streak of lightning, and a brutal attack clipped him mid-flight. Dinah and the head whipped their eyes around, and neither of them could figure out what in the world was happening. Behind them, a towering goat demon stormed into view, oak tree wedged at his side, shield clutched in his hands, then thundered out with massive hooves and ripped the air apart with a furious roar. The cloak on that goat started to drip and melt, and demons burst out like they'd been waiting. Then the head screamed that he was spawning servant demons. He couldn't wrap his head around what the dungeon master was doing here, and the princess was so scared she nearly crumpled, thinking it might be the dungeon master himself. It's a monster that births dungeon monsters from thin air, and it lairs in the dungeon's deepest, darkest depths. His power had to be off the charts. He could summon demons at will, so the boss clenched his jaw and swore they'd only get wiped out by the master himself or his loyal servants. The leader of the adventurers snapped in rage, and the girl gripped her staff even tighter. She drew a line in the sand and told the adventurers, "Back off, I'll take him down myself." A fellow adventurer yelled at the princess that this was way too dangerous, then bragged about how strong he was and ordered her to run, because beating a dragon didn't automatically mean she could take down the dungeon master. But Dania flashed a warm smile and told them she couldn't just bolt, not with someone threatening her city, not when she refused to let it happen, and not until she used every last thing she had. After that man turned her life upside down, she finally stepped into the spell she'd learned, one attack that drinks in every emotion and memory she's got, then blasts it back just in time to take down even a dragon. The girl shrieked and hurled her volcanic spear, sending it racing straight for the dungeon master. The goat glared her down, then slammed his club and scattered the attack. Boom! An explosion jolted the girl shut, and her staff snapped in half. Dinah got slammed so hard she shot backward, and right then she heard the head adventurer's voice calling her name. The second she opened her eyes, she felt herself drop onto something soft. Beat up princess, she stared, not even realizing what was happening. Then she looked up. A voice asked if she was okay, because whoever it was had made that hand as gentle as possible to grab her, and when she heard it, she knew that voice. Dichai was the one in the battle armor, side by side with Sakura in the thick of the fight. The hero told Sakura to fetch the medicine Anne had handed them, and Sakura quickly pointed out it was tucked in a pouch on the guy's belt before yanking it out without wasting a second. Dichai grinned, then told Dinya to hold on while he rushed to heal her. The hero plunged into the armored golem's palm, ready to hand Danya the cure. Then she hacked up blood and whispered her gratitude. Digi snapped that he better not tell her, because her mouth was badly wounded. He flashed her a smile and praised her for crushing the job, and honestly, she felt a wave of safety so strong it shocked her. Even the hero told her straight up that she was doing an amazing job. The princess flashed a soft smile, then her strength vanished and she crumpled into unconsciousness. Dichai swallowed hard, convinced he'd poured in too much mana again, but Sakura grabbed the moment and told him to breathe. She was just exhausted, that was all. Hearing that, the hero finally decided everything was okay. Her wound finally shut up, and with it came a deep, easy breath. No more pain, no more struggle. He had no clue what was happening, but one look told him this monster was about to turn everything into a nightmare. As Daikai snapped out of the blast's path, he realized, too late, that it was the same demon servant. The armored golem pinned the heroes with one brutal hand, swung the other toward the demons, and blasted them with a fiery shot, while Daiichi kept his eyes locked on every move. Once the smoke finally thinned, he stared in shock at the dungeon master, standing right there, totally unharmed, and realizing the hero's outburst only poured gasoline on the demon's rage. The adventurers were stunned. After all, they only managed to crush those servant demons by teaming up, yet Dicha wiped them out with a single strike. The leader grinned and practically shouted that it was incredible, because Dichai was just flat-out awesome. The head stormed up to the golem and demanded Master Daichi explain why he was here, and the hero snapped back that those annoying servant demons had crashed outside his home, only for him to snap back to reality and realize he'd been right in the middle of a full-blown battle outside the forest. Anyway, the guy clocked that the other adventurers were trading blows with them too, then he whipped around and thanked them right then and there. One of the adventurers yells that the master has started summoning his servants again. The hero cut off the conversation, grabbed Dainia, and shoved her into the hands of the lead adventurer, then demanded they take care of her right away. Dichai snapped his head toward the others and vowed to protect the princess, then immediately braced himself, ready to clash with the dungeon master. Once it was just them alone with him, the guy erupted in anger and snapped that he didn't care what he was doing. But this forest was his home base, every path felt right, and he finally felt at ease. So he told the demon to brace himself, because he was about to go get his ass kicked. He stared at Sakura and said, "It's starting now," and she grinned back, "I'm always ready." He strapped on the wooden armor and the golem started upgrading, locking into even deadlier, stronger armor. Golem sprouted 2 more sets of arms, and that brutal transformation was dubbed the wooden armor mode. Dichai stared at the enemy stats, and there it was, 20 monsters staring back at him. The monsters looked ready to pounce, so he snapped an order for his side to strike first. A massive root shot up out of the ground and crushed the golem from behind in one brutal slam. The golem threw all 6 arms forward and launched into an all-out attack stance. Then out of nowhere, demons stormed it, sending the golem up in flames as fire swallowed its whole body. Dichai calmly promised them the flames couldn't hurt anymore, and you could tell, after the fight with Hestia, his wooden armor skills had leveled up hard. This armor was finally fireproof, nothing could even scorch it, and if flames ever clawed at the wood, they'd only chew up the outer coating, not the armor itself. The golem shot out its arm and clenched up for another brutal strike. 6 arms blazed, shots ripping out on every side. Every monster crawling around the goat dropped instantly and stopped moving, and the guy grinned like he was untouchable. The fight against the dungeon master and the hero raged on, and the goat stared at him like, Why in hell does he have this kind of strength? Dichai couldn't believe it, this demon was talking too, so he lunged straight into the attack. Before he even finished closing the distance, he blasted the golem with a shot from his hand, and the demon crumpled to the ground. Rage burning in the dungeon master, he kept slamming summon after summon, birthing wave after wave of the demon's brand new servants. He realized the dungeon master could spit out a whole army of servants every single second. The hero spotted them, over 100 already, and the dungeon master grinned like a villain. He barked orders at his servants to strike, and the demons immediately swarmed the golem. From every angle the hero got hammered, but with all 6 hands he blocked every strike and kept blasting the demons. While dungeon stones crashed down, the dungeon master just conjured wave after wave of fresh servants. He realized 6 hands still weren't cutting it, and he felt the dungeon master was straight up underestimating him, because this hero had aces up his sleeve too. 2 fresh roots burst from the dirt and yanked the golems right back into the ground. Every tree around the clearing started to cloak the golem's armored body. That armor unlocked a brand new mode, an extra fire mode of 1,000 hands. Meanwhile, the goats watched in stunned silence as their enemy's transformation unfolded. The guy realized even monsters can tremble with fear, and then it was already too late. Dichai barked the order and launched the attack. The golems flung out 1,000 arms toward him, then whipped those blasts into a spiraling whirlpool of shots. The bullets hammered the enemy in quick bursts, and when the smoke cleared, all that remained were scattered rocks. Once every servant was wiped out, the golem didn't even pause. It blasted straight at the dungeon master, forcing him to eat every hit, and when the firing finally stopped, the thing let out a heavy sigh like it had something to say to the hero. With furious shouts, the goat lunged at the golem and demanded to know who he was. He realized he was about to strike him again, and honestly respected the enemy's fiery drive. Then he barked at the dungeon master that he'd flatten him right there on the spot. Thousands of shots hammered the demon, and then he crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony. After the demon finally crumpled, all that remained was a hulking slab of stone, and the guy grinned, claiming he didn't just win, he unleashed the strength of 1,000 fists in a massive explosion to get the job done. From the sidelines, the princess stared in shock at Senju's jaw-dropping strength and whispered that he was insanely strong. Even now, she was way stronger than she'd ever been before. She can even take down a wandering dragon by herself. Yeah, her magic is way stronger now, but it still doesn't touch his level. Her eyes lit up like stars. She grinned and told him she wanted to grow strong too. As Dichai stepped out of the golem, he let out a heavy breath, exactly like he feared, because the Senju had drained the trees for a huge gulp of mana. Staring up at the massive golem, he claimed it was only a prototype that could wield just 40 hands, while Sakura smirked, clocking the fact that the master wasn't even burning through 30% of his mana. The hero froze in surprise, then figured he was just wiped out from not being used to it yet, so he told himself maybe he should have used that power for everyday work like harvesting instead. Then he grabbed the grind and said she'd step in to help him when the moment finally hit. The princess gazed at the boy with pure admiration and told him she'd defend her entire city the moment she could become as strong as him. She's always dreamed of standing right beside him, on his side, no matter what. The hero marched up to the others and declared that every enemy was wiped out, and the guy practically lit up, because that meant he could finally go home and kick back. When he finally scanned the battlefield, devastation hit him hard. He had yanked up trees in the forest for his own plans, and now he realized he should have replanted them. The princess told Daichi, "Don't worry, I've got this," and told him to just relax, but Daichi couldn't believe it when he saw she could already walk. Danya broke into a smile and praised the medicine he gave her, saying her wounds were already healed. But then she shrugged and admitted she thought using that kind of potion on her was probably a complete waste. But the hero told her, "Don't worry, your health isn't the thing at stake," then added, "This potion was handed to me by Anne so she could thank you." The princess went pale, stunned beyond words, because this cure wasn't just any brew, it was made from the blood of the Dragon Queen herself. Daitekai froze in shock. This busty Dragon Queen had really dared to talk about blood, and the princess snapped even harder, yelling that she drank a potion made from the Dragon King's blood. She crumpled to the ground and with a heavy sigh admitted the hero had wasted such a potion on her, and the guy stared like, "Are you serious?" because she kept acting all wild, then just dropped out of nowhere. Dichai blurted out that she looked like she had anemia, then pointed out that even with her wounds healed, she still wasn't getting enough blood. The girl snapped back that she was. Then Dichai demanded to know if the guy even understood what it costs to get a Dragon Queen blood potion. But Dichai just said he had no idea, and that's exactly what the girl believed, while the princess crumpled into tears, stuck on what they were supposed to do next, because this potion was worth around 100 million, and they couldn't scrape that together, not even with their entire treasury. But right then the princess snapped back to herself, eyes clouding as she realized she couldn't swipe coin from the treasury for her own use, because if she did, she'd be finished, and the hero didn't even get what she was muttering under her breath. Dinah finally confessed she was only fretting over how to pay for her treatment. Then that guy cut in and told her he didn't need a thing from her. He grinned and told them, in no uncertain terms, he wouldn't take a single coin for something they handed him for free. But if he could do anything at all, he swore he'd make it right by fixing the damage to the place. Deal was struck, and then he caught her eye. At Dichai's side, the princess's stomach growled loud enough to give him the cue. He clutched his own belly and groaned that he was starving. And yeah, it was already lunchtime, so who could blame him? Sakura told him to stay put while she went ahead to set everything up, and the hero shot back a grateful thanks. Sakura tore off into the sky, declared she had to leave, and bid everyone goodbye. Then the princess realized she could fly and nearly lost her mind with shock. Ever since she became a spirit, she learned how to soar through the sky, and the guy couldn't stop raving that it was pure magic. Then he turned to Dania and told her it was finally time for him to go. But the girl yanked his cloak and demanded he wait, and Daicha froze, because just earlier they had already hammered out every detail. Dania promised she'd scrub everything spotless, then leaned in and asked the hero one thing. Was he really going to gather up every last magic stone the monsters left scattered everywhere? But Dichai couldn't figure out why he even needed them, so the girl told him he could sell them or craft with them, claiming they had a ton of uses, and when the hero looked at all the items and asked, "So that's really true?" It was clear she wasn't bluffing. He figured, fine, then I'll grab this big stone as a souvenir for Hestia, and since he didn't want the rest, he told Dania she could have them. Dichai said, then we can sell them, and the princess immediately realized just how much money they could rake in with that many. Dichai waved her off and told her she could use the stones any way she wanted. The princess tried to stop him, but the boy snapped back that he had to get home because he was starving. Danya's cheeks flared as she watched him go, and she blurted out a heartfelt thank you for everything he'd just done for them. After shooting the guy one last look and squeezing his fist even tighter, the adventurer's boss decided Daiichi-san was the kind of brave that hits like a lightning strike. After they inspected the stones, one adventurer leaned in and told the boss that, with this stash, they could easily churn out at least a few $100 million, and yeah, that offer was downright generous. The boss smirked like he'd discovered the ultimate trophy, thinking they weren't even in the same league as him. The guy behind the leader suddenly snapped that he was right, and right after that, they noticed the other adventurers stirring awake. After the boss ruffled one of the team's hair, he finally breathed easy. Everything was back to normal. The guy shot him a confused look and demanded what he meant, and the boss snapped, "Look at all these wounds. There's no way quest rewards are gonna cover it. I won't heal you until you drink sake." One of the guys grinned and said they were totally fine because they'd been talking nonstop, and the boss shot back a quick nod like, "Yep, I'm buying it." The princess spun to face the leader of the shiny heads and demanded they let her speak. She could see they were worn out, but she still had a request, and she needed to know if they could help. She begged the adventurers to help her gather every last magic stone, and when the boss heard that, he snapped, "Can you use the teleporter?" Because once she had it, she could scoop them all up without them lifting a finger. She forced a tired smile and said it was obvious, she was running on pure exhaustion. Then she leaned in and asked what they thought about an invitation to a banquet tomorrow at the palace, like a reward for her request. Staring down the boys, the boss told them he'd take the princess' offer in a heartbeat. He roared to the others to give it one last push for the greater good, and the whole team nodded and agreed. A little girl sat amid a mountain of stones, pounding one with her fist, and then Desai blurted to Hestia that he was back, so Hestia lit up and greeted him. He demanded to know what she was doing, and she snapped back that she was polishing up her magic stones, so once she finished, she could use them for all kinds of tricks or even make medicine. But then the guy caught on and demanded to know if just tapping would even work. Hestia grinned and said she'd handle it. So he grabbed his chance, showed her the stone, and told her he'd brought it just for her. Hestia shot Dicha a surprised question. Then he admitted the thing had slipped out after he finished off the dungeon master. The girl gasped that she knew what dungeon masters were, but she never expected a magic stone that huge to drop out of them. With a shaky voice, Dichai admitted he wanted that stone after he beat him. He just blurted that the thing was an abnormal size, probably born from some crazy mutation, or something just as strange, so the hero immediately clocked the girl's reaction, and he asked her straight up if she could use it. Hestia waited all, then admitted she had no clue what would happen after they used it, and Daikai snapped back asking if it was really that dangerous since he grabbed it as a battle trophy. Then he decided maybe the smartest move was to hurl it somewhere and get rid of it fast. The girl swore that this stone can birth a whole dungeon, and if it ever sinks underground, it'll become 10 times worse. Hearing that, the boy had no clue what kind of stone it was, so he blurted out what they should do next. But Hestia warned him that this thing could forge an entire dungeon, and if nobody kept watch, it would turn deadly fast, yet he shrugged and told her not to worry. Still, if he left that stone behind, monsters would crawl right back, so basically only he could hold the power, and Hestia insisted he keep it for himself. He realized he couldn't just use it or toss it somewhere, but the girl waved it off, no panic. She said the mana in his home was way stronger, so if he buried the stone right here, the power in it would sink into him. And honestly, that was the smartest move. The hero asked if it was dangerous, and Hestia shot back that it really wasn't. She insisted this stone would crank his strength way up. The guy didn't fully get the science, but if she said it was the best move, he'd trust her, so he just let it be, and Daichai had the golem dig him a hole. The golem snapped to attention and got to work at once, and Hestia hurried the hero too. She begged him to break off a chunk so she could study the stone and figure out how to turn it into something incredible, and the boy nodded and chipped a piece free. Hestia couldn't believe it. Our hero ditched it like it was nothing at all. She told him the magic stone's hardness rose and fell with how much mana was packed inside, so cracking one bare-handed should have been impossible. But the guy still kept trying, copying the exact way she'd shattered her own stones. That made the girl's brow knit with frustration, like all those years of hard-earned experience had just been thrown away. Right then Anne burst out of nowhere, yelling that her big sister was home. Before Hestia even had time to breathe, he dove behind Daichai's back. The boy stared at Anne's messy, ruined look and demanded what happened, because every piece of her clothes was torn to shreds. She admitted she burned through most of her power just to shield the city, and then forged a whole arsenal of magical tricks to keep those monsters from ever getting close. The hero clocked that she was struggling and demanded to know why she was here, and the girl grinned, saying she'd come just to refill her mana, leaving the hero to wonder, was it really worth crossing all that distance for something like that? And she could rule it the moment she realized all she needed to fix herself was one thing, love or a brutal hit from her older sister. With all her heart, she stared at Hestia and declared, "One punch and it's over." Then she asked the hero to lend her big sister, so Daichai turned to Hestia and asked what she thought, and the girl snapped back that she refused. Anne was practically glowing as she gushed that her big sister was adorable. Then she let out a heavy sigh, thanked her, and admitted she felt way better now. The guy looked uneasy and blurted, "So, is there some kind of battery in you?" Anne shook her head, that wasn't it, and snapped her focus back to the magic stone that had just tumbled out of the monster. The hero said, "Turns out its mana is way too wild, so I'll bury it right here." And the girl's smile lit up. She looked genuinely relieved, but the magic stone's mana still kept leaking out, overflowing with power. If you stacked its power up against Daichai's, it was basically nothing. Hestia said so, and the guy couldn't stop thinking that he'd actually gotten the nod from 2 dragon queens. So he said he was going to start, then grabbed the stone and shoved it into the golem's hands. Sure enough, his house mana spiked, but only a tiny bit, and honestly, it wasn't nearly as impressive as he'd hoped. After the hero finally crushed the dungeon master and the fight died down, one whole day passed, and the boy wandered the neighborhood, staring at the damage, wondering if he could plant new trees where the forest near his house used to stand. Hestia warned him that the deeper he plunged into the forest, the more twisted, weaker demons would crawl out. Then, at first, she punched them down in the shape of a man. But then they swarmed in numbers, and she torched every last one, burning them to the ground. Daichai blinked in surprise, then told her she'd better think hard about what her actions could unleash. But everything was actually going great, so it barely even mattered. Hestia stared at Daichai, shocked for a beat, then broke into a warm smile. Then she swept over to them, greeted them with a bright good morning, and asked how they were doing today. Hestia instantly ducked behind a startled Daichai, who blurted out, "Why are you here?" Anne forgot she still hadn't told them, then burst into joy over the fact that she was finally going to live in Prussia. Hestia was totally stunned, and Anne blurted that she'd talked to the princess about it all the way back as early as yesterday. The princess handed her a stretch of land right beside this forest in Prussia, and she wasted no time. She decided to open a store there. The guy stared at Hestia, who nearly crumpled from pure shock, then figured she needed space and walked away, asking Anne why she'd flipped the decision so suddenly. Honestly, in that protected city, her position and life were pretty damn comfortable. She said it was true, but then smiled, because even from there she could still knock out her duties like clockwork. The elder nodded and approved her plan to open a store, and he made it clear there was something bigger at stake. She grinned and promised that this route would bring her closer to her older sister, because she'd always want to breathe the very same air as her. The guy stared at the girl in shock. Her whole target was her, and Daichai caught that something was off with Hestia too, but Anne knew it wasn't just because of her sister. After drooling, the girl leaned in and blurted that she wanted to stand beside Dicha right there in that magical spot, where the energy never ran out, and once she tasted it, she got hooked, because she'd never felt power like that anywhere else in the world. Hiro let out a heavy breath, admitting things were getting way more serious, and that somehow even he had ended up dragged into it. Then he stared at the shocked Testia, and she understood every word. Dicha agreed on one condition: she wouldn't bother him. Then she blushed, convinced they should jump back into their conversation right away, especially since she'd brought him a gift, and besides, they were neighbors now. She toyed with the idea of handing him a potion, but Anne also remembered it wouldn't feel right to give him the exact same one again, and Daichai instantly caught what potion she meant. He told me he cured Dania with it yesterday, and yeah, it was the real deal because her wounds snapped shut instantly. Anne told the hero that she'd hand over this land because she'd brewed that potion, and if his supplies started running thin, the girl promised she could whip up fresh potions for him. I blurted in shock, "Are you sure you want to give more?" Because the princess had warned me it was insanely valuable, but that wild girl just grinned and swore it was the right choice, since to her, spending time by her big sister's side was priceless. With a tight squeeze, she told the girl, "If you let me hug you just a little, I'll haul in all the potions you need." Hesha clocked it instantly. She gets hugged every single time she shows up. Then Daichai stepped in and said, "If it feels like too much, you can always duck behind me." Anne waved them off and promised she'd snag the potion. Boom, that's how they ended up with brand new neighbors. When night fell, the capital erupted with a massive banquet, booming with lights, noise, and celebration. After the brutal battle, the princess rose before the people and, with tears in her voice, thanked everyone heart and soul for helping her defend Prussia. She knew the meal wasn't exactly grand, but she still urged everyone to dig in and enjoy every bite. She lifted her glass and invited the room to drink. Then boom, every single person in front of her shot their glass up too, and right in the front rows sat the very adventurers she'd battled. The Captain Knight toasted it up like a win, and he swore they'd throw every last coin into this feast. Then the princess shot back, begging him not to be stingy, because their city had barely even been rattled. She warned them that if they don't repay the people, that debt will hunt them down one day. The knight nodded along, then, thinking back to the hero, asked how he was doing, only for the princess to say she invited him to a feast, and he turned it down, claiming things here would be too dull. So she decided to go see him herself, and the knight immediately apologized for dragging her into it. The satisfied, bald adventurer marched up to them, beaming as he thanked the princess for the amazing liquor. Seeing them actually having fun lit up her face, and the man scratched the back of his head like he was deep in thought. He'd honestly loved to see Dichai-san, but it didn't look like he was ever going to show up. After the feast, the princess cornered him and promised she'd head to Dichai, and the boss shoved something into his hands, ordering him to deliver it so Dichai could hear his message. The boss shoved the bottle into her hands and bragged that it was the finest liquor he'd ever tasted, straight from the factory, while the hero, their deadliest fighter, sat there looking like he had earned every drop. The princess flashed a warm smile and said she finally understood him. Then she snatched the bottle and swore she'd deliver it, carrying their words with it. The boss snapped his hand in the air and declared, "All right then, we'll cross paths again," before diving straight back into the feast, and when he barked at the adventurers to get to work, the whole crew roared back in cheer. As they watched, the princess beamed and swore they were truly top-notch adventurers. Then she made it clear she'd deliver their words straight to Dichai too. She spun to the Captain Knight and told him she was heading straight for Daiichi Dono, and he wished her a safe trip. The girl instantly hit the teleporter, and bam, she landed right in the heart of the forest. He grinned when he realized the princess had come to deliver food and drinks himself, and the girl told him it was the liquor the shiny heads had handed out. Then she set down plate after plate of what she swore were the best, most delicious dishes she could find. Staring at Sakura, Dichai, and Anne, the princess lit up and asked, "Can I share this meal with you three?" The hero didn't mind it, but he still leaned in and asked if the princess needed to return to the palace for the feast. She just smiled and told him not to worry, because today everything was set. Anne's adventurers were the heroes, and the group was already stuffing their faces in the palace. The princess flashed a grin and said, "Today I want to share a drink with you all." The boy shrugged and said he didn't care, and Dainia immediately began pouring the drink into his glass, declaring it was time for them to celebrate. After one sip of the liquor, Dichai's face lit up, cool, refreshing, and smooth with a faint, subtle bite, while the princess smiled because he actually liked it. Right then, Hesjet yanked the hero's sleeve, and he blinked in surprise, asking what she needed. From behind, Anne's massive boobs pinned the girl in place, and she grit her teeth as she snapped at Dichai that she couldn't relax. And she was absolutely spiraling. She just loved it when her sister fought back with all she had. With all her strength, Hester shoved Anne away and bolted, begging her to stop, and spun in pure euphoria, and the hero could only think she'll never change. The place was a bit noisy, but somehow it made him feel brand new, and that's exactly what he craved. Dichai took a sip and lit up like the liquor was hitting just right, and Sakura plus Dinia's food was even better. Tonight's dinner was straight up amazing. Sakura flashed a grin and told them she was genuinely thrilled to hear that. Sakura tipped water into Daichai's cup and then slid over a steaming cup of tea, offering it like a peace treaty. Rage flared in Hesja's eyes. She snapped that she'd had enough and stormed off while Anne begged her to stay, but Hesja didn't even flinch. The guy watched them in silence, then flashed a grin. He savored the rare peace of sitting down for dinner like this, feeling that quiet, happy moment settle over him. At last, the peace game finally began, and Daichai shut his eyes, savoring the comfort like he'd already won. Hesjet leaned in and snapped at the hero slumped on the bench, asking if he'd been resting too much, because the kid couldn't make sense of what was wrong, not after how long it had been since they'd ever gotten this kind of break. Then he turned to the girl and asked what she was doing. Hess just told him she sorts what she can use from what she can't, and when the hero stared at the stone, he still couldn't see the difference between the two. Hesjer explained it like this: those big chunks were a dream to use because they could soak up a ton of mana, while the little ones were meant to be thrown away. That's why the little ones get used as magic ammo, something Daichai didn't even realize. Long ago, she'd mess around with those throwaway stones and fireball spells, so she knew exactly what they were. Then the boy lined in and asked what kind of game this was. When those young dragons got scared and refused to take off, she rolled out small stones and nudged them into motion. They weren't treated as real adults until they could fly, so every shove was both practice and play. Daichai called it a reverse bungee jump, except this one went way bigger, because with all those rocks Hesja had, she could launch it flying for a crazy distance, and she immediately asked the hero if he wanted to try. But Daichai shot down her offer. No way was he playing that deadly little game. He'd rather just stay here and rest. Hestius bragged that he's resting by unleashing his golems to smash the monsters in the neighborhood, then laughed that they're basically on autopilot in automatic mode anyway. Hestia snatched a chunk of stone, told the hero that if Mana was right, a terrifying monster was closing in. Then, as battle roared behind them, she figured it had just been crushed, and honestly, that didn't shock her at all. He said he loved this kind of vacation. Then out of nowhere, a bizarre voice screamed that he hadn't done a thing. The girl screamed at the golem as it yanked her by her hat and hair, yelling that she had no weapon and begging it not to strip her. Then it ignored her and tore off her skirt anyway, leaving her standing there in nothing but her underwear. Daichai couldn't wrap his head around what he was doing, and Hesja snapped, asking if he wanted to stop him, because while he was lost, the golem was already clawing toward her breasts. It wasn't acting, it was just obeying orders, doing its job, and if Daichai stopped him, the other golems would halt too, but they were still busy fighting monsters, so stopping wasn't a smart move. That was the glaring weak spot, and now he was ready to build an assembly that could take them down one by one. Hesja snapped, saying the monsters would be wiped out in minutes. The girl, tears streaming, pleaded with Desai Dono to save her. As she crashed to the ground, the naked girl yanked at her panties, groaning that it was the worst thing that ever happened, while the guy shoved her clothes over and blamed her for trying to slip in through the back entrance. She'd been labeled a grabber, and she already knew it was about to get worse. Daichai shot the girl a question: "Why are you here?" She answered, "I came to see for myself," and even with the big attack finally over, she made it clear nobody could drop their guard. Daichai pressed the princess for why she'd come from the north, assuming she'd tangled with monsters, but the girl snapped back that it wasn't like that at all. But she'd heard whispers of fighting rabbits that had taken over the northern part of the forest, so yeah, she just had to go see for herself, and once it clicked, the boy figured they were the same rabbits that already shared territory with the werewolves. The village leader told her they'd already slipped away, and when she finally raced to the place, the village was totally deserted. Daichai couldn't wrap his head around it. How could the princess call rabbits night butterflies? And why did they sometimes drain men's energy like it was a midnight feast? In that world, only the women could regenerate mana through lust, and the guy immediately caught the link the girl was hinting at. Daichai leaned in and demanded, "So what are you, and why do they call you battle rabbits?" The princess didn't flinch. She said there were 3 reasons. First, they had huge ears. Second, they were monsters of strength. One of them could bench the power of 2 or 3 adventurers. And yeah, there was one last reason too. They siphoned the guy's male energy and poured it straight into their mana. Then that stolen power fueled their strength. As the princess spoke, she clocked it instantly. Daichai's face twisted into something seriously strange. He said she swore she was imagining it, so he demanded to know where the fighting rabbits vanished, but she was still piecing together the truth as she hurried here. Hestra shouted to them, demanding, "Are you talking about the rabbits?" And right there among the fallen boars, she saw it, girls with ears, just like Denia had warned. Hester prodded one with her stick, then leaned in to see if it still breathed. She said golems and monsters had attacked them, and the boy stared at one in shock, swallowing hard as he asked, "Are you really real?" The stunned rabbit groaned in shock, and the princess turned to the hero like, "You're at it again, quick as always." He felt completely embarrassed because deep down he didn't even care about what he was building, yet they still chose to single him out for the attack. He had to figure out what their motives were, and he couldn't shake the feeling that these shameless rabbits were forgetting something important. Still clueless, the rabbits blinked open their eyes and froze when they couldn't make sense of where they'd landed. The guy realized every rabbit was wide awake right then and there, and before he could even fire off a couple questions, one rabbit sensed a power so unreal it practically shook the air, and it traced straight back to the hero. Feeling like the hero himself, the girl shot forward and screamed in pure, wild power. Dichai didn't even flinch because this was exactly the kind of mess he already knew. When the guy stared at her, the princess's cheeks burned with fury and embarrassment, and he decided right there that he needed to learn how to control his mana every time he met someone new. Staring at the crown on her head, decided she was the most important person in the room. Then he fired back, asking if she could talk, and she nodded, admitting she was the leader of the fighting rabbits, Rebecca. Dichai demanded to know why she and the others went after them with those monsters, and the girls immediately scrambled for excuses, swearing they didn't mean any harm, because the truth was they'd plotted this attack for a different goal. They insisted they never wanted to hurt them, and that attacking anyone with that kind of magic power was the last thing on their minds. Rebecca's cheeks flared red as she bowed to the hero, daring him to do whatever he wanted to her, if and only if Dichai spared her comrades. He scratched his head, looking her in the eye, and begged her to not worry. He wasn't going to hurt a single soul. Rebecca stared back, tears spilling down her face. He told her to calm down, because in this forest everyone throws their life on the line. She kept insisting they had a reason for attacking them, so then the guy snapped and asked what purpose she meant. Rebecca's cheeks flamed as she admitted it was something much more intimate. Then she leaned in and swore that if they drained his mana, they could finally sate their hunger. Dichai totally missed the point, and the girl quickly snapped, "No, this isn't about food. I mean energy and mana." Back when Prussian men came to blow off steam, they flocked straight to the spot those guys opened in their village, but then they stopped showing up, and the life in that place drained fast. He guessed they'd tracked him here for this exact reason, since his place was right nearby. They tracked him down because the mana burning in this place was impossible to miss, and with his strength, she was certain he'd be totally fine, even if they sucked every last drop of his energy. Dichai spun toward Dania and demanded, "So this kind of fun is banned in your city?" The princess shot back that it wasn't. Adventurers still risked the forest even with danger lurking there, and then she frowned, asking what was really going on right now. The rabbits claimed their entrance-side shop got smashed by a rock that crashed down from the sky, but Dichai didn't buy it, because in this world, rocks can't just fall from the heavens. He snapped that they were in real trouble since their place was wrecked and they couldn't keep trading, and the rabbits shot back that the stone was so brutally heavy they couldn't even budge it. Where that stone crashed down is now a death trap, so trying to rebuild there would have been pure madness. Without a shop they can't keep selling through the night, and they don't have a single coin to buy fresh land and start over. With all that churning in her head, Rebecca broke down in tears. The hero mulled it over and admitted, "I'm sorry for you, but I don't know how to help." He even tried money to rebuild, but he feared no one would show up if the new place was a pain to reach, so Dichai laid a hand on Danny's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I know exactly who you need." What? Dichai leaned in and told the princess she was the rightful ruler of Prussia, so she could demand they build their base right inside the city. The princess agreed instantly, and Dichai nearly fell over in shock that something so important had been forgotten. Dania's cheeks flared as she admitted that when they first met, she wasn't a ruler yet, she was just a talented sorceress, and she'd totally forgotten all about it. Then she leaned in and said, "Oh, and there's free land in the city, so we might get to build an establishment there." What? Rebecca stepped up to the princess with trembling hope, clasped her hand tight, and blurted, "Tell me it's true, please." The princess admitted their town barely had any entertainment spots, so their place would be a lifesaver, something that could actually ease people's stress. And then Dinia hit the brakes because one problem still stood in the way. Because the country refused to back this business, she couldn't fork over the funds herself, so the rabbits had to dig up the money, and the princess pressed them for any ideas they had. Even the rabbits went quiet, and Dicha broke the silence. "I've got an idea." He swore it was nothing, just build them a place. With trees and earth, he'd throw up a house in no time, and all it took was a little extra mana to make it happen. The princess went pale, demanding to know if he'd really do it for them, and Dichai shot back that if those rabbits walked away unsatisfied right now, they'd turn their fury on someone else later. He grinned and said, "All right, then I'll build the place for us." The rabbits bounced in joy, and Rebecca nodded right along with him. She sprinted up to the boy and tackled him into a huge hug, and Rebecca burst out that they'd never forget this moment, then thanked him, calling him their savior. Daichai said, "Then let's build right here." And when they rolled up to the town, he leaned in and asked, "So, you guys like this place?" The princess told everyone it'd be easy for visitors to drop by here, and this place honestly looked trouble-free. Then she turned to Rebecca and asked what she thought, and Rebecca just grinned and said it was awesome, so she thanked the princess for this gorgeous spot right by the city. Now that they'd nailed down every detail, the hero declared, "All right, let's go," and shot a quick glance at the bag he'd hauled along. Bunny bowed deep and poured out his gratitude to Daichai. He didn't just give them a new home, he also loaned them money. The hero looked flustered and said he'd accept the thanks once he was finished. Then he asked the rabbits about the place they wanted, and they bluntly told him it couldn't be tiny. He spilled the apples from his sack onto the ground, setting each one down as he went. Rebecca was totally lost and demanded to know what the hero was actually doing. Daichai just shrugged that he was building a house and shot back, "So what's wrong?" Bunny couldn't find the words, and the hero told her to hold on for a second because he wanted her to see it herself. Daichai shut his eyes and zeroed in, forcing his mind to picture a house that wasn't cramped at all, mapping the layout piece by piece in his head. Daichai hoisted his staff and barked an order, then the trees surged upward and snapped back together in one unstoppable reunion. Massive roots burst from the earth and started knitting themselves into the shape of a house. In just a blink, that empty stretch where the apples sat erupted into a towering two-story mansion. The princess stared at the little house in disbelief, and the hero grinned and told her it was his very first mud and stick build. Still, the view was surprisingly great. Then he turned to the rabbit leader and asked what she thought. Rebecca gaped at just how massive it was, stunned to her core. She couldn't make sense of what kind of power Daichai used to slam all of this together in an instant. This wasn't the forest magic she knew. And the wild part, the hero never murmured a single special word while he built it. Daichai rammed the house wall and blurted that he'd just seen it all in his mind, how he'd moved the trees. He ignored the inside entirely and only built a huge tree framework, so the whole thing felt almost effortless. Rebecca stared in shock because the princess struggled to find the words, then admitted the hero was incredible in a bunch of ways she couldn't even explain, and yeah, she couldn't deny she admired him, even if it felt totally weird. Daichai shot back, "I can't help it," then grinned, and honestly, doing things fast is just cool. The princess blushed hard, admitted he was right, and basically said, yeah, he was awesome. Climbing the stairs to the place the guy mentioned, he told Rebecca, "Now we can finally keep running our business from here." As he healed up, Rebecca and the other rabbits dropped to their knees and bowed to him, overflowing with gratitude. She begged to thank her savior one more time, and the rabbits swore they were forever in his debt. He flashed a smile and told them, "Don't worry about it," like everything was totally under control. Rebecca's tears spilled again, and she nodded with a shaky yes. The very next day, the rabbit den threw its doors open on the outskirts of Prussia. Their place exploded in popularity fast, and especially muscular guys flocked there like magnets. Daichi sat at the garden table, brooding hard and looking down, when someone slipped up behind him with silent stealth. The girl demanded to know what was going through his head, because you don't see a hero like that every day. He brought up a rabbit den he'd just invested in, and said it blew up in popularity. Turns out their whole business went through the roof. So these rabbits shoved a full bag of coins into his hands and swore it was their rent, dropping a whopping 1,000,000 gold pieces. Then he told Hestia to step up and present it. Hestian spotted the sack by the table and blurted, "That's a ton of stuff." They told him they made it in just a few days, about 10,000 coins for each service, and now the adventurers keep coming back like regulars with a craving. Turns out these rabbit hustlers weren't rookies at all, they were pros. Hestia shot him a question, was it bad? And the guy just shrugged and reminded him he didn't need anywhere near that much. Rebecca told him this was the bare minimum to thank their savior, and if that still wasn't enough, she'd hand over her own life. The hero's face tightened in disbelief. Sure, he could take gifts, but not a human life. In this forest, everyone treated their life like currency, ready to risk it any time, but that didn't sit right with him. Then Hestia cut in, asking what a bag full of money was doing here. Daichai muttered with a heavy heart that the treasury had run completely out of space. He stacked even more treasuries, but they were jam-packed already, every chest, every corner. He tossed most of the money to Hestia and the werewolves anyway, and still, there was nowhere to put it. If this keeps up, his house is going to turn into a full-on tower of gold. Hestia leaned in and asked the hero if he wanted to pick up anything, but Daichai shook his head and said he didn't need a thing. Then he turned to Sakura and asked her too, only for her to say the exact same thing. She smiled sweetly and told him she needed nothing at all, pure selflessness, and honestly, Sakura. The hero couldn't help but wonder where she picked up that kind of heart. Hestia leaned in and asked the hero what kind of hobby he'd splurge on, and the guy grinned. He didn't shop for fun, he grew an orchard. He even crafts golems and powers them up, but he's broke, no money for all that. Hestia let out a breath and admitted it. Thanks to his obsession, those golems kept getting stronger day after day. But he couldn't stop. Every time Datch had to think twice. Things got even more refined, and the money kept stacking higher and higher. He even splurged at that rabbit place, expecting it to burn a hole in his wallet, but it turned out way cheaper, so he grabbed lunch there and emptied every bit he could. Yet when all was said and done, he still had no place left to spend it. While they were arguing about money, Anne sprinted up and shouted, "Good morning." The moment Hestia caught sight of her, Hestia screamed at her to stop hugging, then bolted away from Anne like a runaway rocket, using every last leg to escape. Right before she could move, a grumpy Hestia got swept straight into her sister's arms, and the hero immediately turned to Anne, asking how she was doing. She beamed, spun toward the hero, and proudly announced that she'd opened her store. Dichai figured she meant a bling shop, and Anne nodded right along. Then Dichai lit up with an idea. She wanted to drag everyone over to celebrate her grand opening. So she sprinted straight to them because she'd burned every last ounce of energy on interior design, and now she desperately needed Hestia's power. Anne was convinced she'd lose steam for real if she didn't get to Deech herself, so she slipped in here first thing, before anyone else. Deechai snapped that she was too loud, but he didn't waste his energy bickering over tiny stuff. I mean, he didn't go scolding anyone who'd done nothing wrong. Anne said through tears that it was wrong, and then, she wiped her face and refilled her strength by clinging to her big sister in a huge hug. Hestia shrieked for Anne to stop bothering her, but Anne just smiled and said how nice she was, and the hero then asked if she'd sell him something since she already had her doors open. Anne nodded and said, "I made some things myself and I bought the rest, so the store runs the way it's supposed to." Then she admitted the truth. She'd burned through every last coin and was staring at the edge of going all in with a huge burst of magic, and that kind of magic doesn't come easy. Dichai snapped that she should have seen the consequences coming, because she's the Dragon Queen after all. Hestia shrugged that Anne was tough even with what she'd done, so she'd be totally fine. And Anne practically buzzed with excitement, insisting, "I'm fine, I can always refill my energy thanks to my big sister." Dichai snapped that Anne still had the goods but not a coin left, then his eyes lit up with a plan. Anne blinked, shocked, asking if he was really sure because to him, she could hand it all over for free. The hero grinned and said that would ruin the whole plan. Then he urged Anne to take them straight to his store. The girl grinned and nodded. Just like that, Datekai headed straight to the store to go shopping. This was the very first time they'd stepped into Anne's store. As she scanned the place, the hero brought up her words. She said her store had just opened, yet it was already unbelievably cool. Anne said that even if someone only came to stare, she still had to give it her all, something her big sister drilled into her, though Hestia couldn't remember ever hearing her say it. Dichai nodded along and told her straight up that everything Hestia made was absolutely amazing. With all that space inside, she begged them to stay for tea, no shyness allowed, so they could drop by and even test their magic on her if they wanted. She was always thrilled to have them visit. Dechai scanned the shelves of merch, grinned, and said, "Man, this place is awesome," because every corner held stuff he'd never seen before and he couldn't help soaking it all in. He decided that next time, he'd drag Sekiro along, and he figured she'd have a chance to hunt down something of her own too. Dechai stared at him at ANN and snapped, "Get back to reality." Anne nodded. He was right, and business came first. He admitted it was his first time buying something like this, so he knew basically nothing. Then he pressed Anne to tell him what it would do and whether she could recommend anything. Anne shot back, "What exactly are you after?" And the hero started thinking about how to use it, so he'd want it all the time. Anne grinned and tossed him a wild idea. She pulled out a flask and said these were golem seeds. Plant them and they'd shoot up on the spot, obeying his every command with even more uses on top of that. Dechai threw out an apology, then shrugged and said, "Look, if it's about golems, you don't need to worry. I'm already working with them every single day." Then they asked the hero how he felt about a dragon cannon that could blast any flying monster, and the hero shot back an apology, saying he already had one, and let out a heavy sigh, totally lost, wondering what else he could possibly offer. Dechai swung toward Hestia and murmured that Anne was on the verge of breaking down. Coming here might have been a terrible move. Hestia shot back that hunting for something they don't have right now would be a real nightmare. Dachai caught himself thinking, "I gotta grab something or I'm done for," and then he realized, this whole run felt pointless. He brought up that potion, reminded him about the one he gave last time, and said he wanted the priciest one. Anne thrust a mana restoring potion into his hands, and the thing was so rare and priceless that she could only brew one every single month. Dichai felt awful and hurriedly apologized, saying he had apples at home that could restore mana. Then he stared at the potion shelf, saw the tears, and instantly convinced himself her wares were worthless. The hero snapped, "That's not what I meant." He even admitted he uses potions to refill his physical energy, and he wanted one of those, but the potion in his hand was just plain, with no extra effects at all. Anne made it herself, insisted it was nothing special, and then asked him straight up if it was the one he wanted to drink. Dichai nodded and said he could use it every single day. Then Anne broke it down. Potions come sorted by quality. She listed her stock, top-tier potions included, and asked which ones the hero wanted. He stared up at the potions on display and demanded, "So what's the price on the best ones?" Snatching up the bottle, she claimed it was forged with a drop of her own blood. One vessel costs a mind-blowing 100,000 gold. Then the boy dove into his bag to start digging. He yanked a brimming sack of gold from the shadows and declared he'd take 10 of these. Bran's eyes went wide and the guy grinned, saying these were way easier to carry than that bag of money. Anne shot back, "Are you sure?" Because the stash in here was massive, yet he just chuckled, told her not to worry, because he'd still got plenty more where that came from. The girl admitted that even in a city this huge, that price felt way too steep, and she never expected she could unload so much at once. The boy leaned in and asked, "So then, do you have more, something I can grab?" Anne snatched up the parchment and admitted, "This might be all I've got." It wasn't some flashy item people chased, but it was a teleportation scroll. Pop it open, and it would beam the hero straight to a marked location. Dichai mulled it over and thought, so everyone could use teleportation magic like Dinia, and the guy practically gushed that it was incredible. Then he couldn't understand why nobody made it popular. Nobody wanted to fork over that kind of price for a teleport that only worked once, because using it once was brutal enough, and getting teleportation to actually line up and stay under control was a nightmare, not to mention trying to tweak the scroll was a whole other headache. Dichai couldn't believe it, Dania could teleport on her own. He grabbed the scroll right then and there and fired off a question to Anne. "So, what's the price?" He nervously blurted that it was worth 1,000,000 gold, and the man grinned, saying it was a fair price. Then he shoved another sack onto the table and declared he was taking them. Anne was totally stunned, but the hero grinned and said he was grateful he could keep everything with her, because he still had those rabbits in mind, and they were meant to pay him back with a whole month's rent. Dichai promised Anne he'd swing back to see her again, and she nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Bursting out of the store, the guy thanked Anne and told them to head home, and on the trip back the boy lit up. This was his very first run to the store since he'd been reborn into this world, and he'd had a blast. So yeah, Desai shopped with his whole heart. The very next day, the princess stormed into Anne's shop, fresh hope for Anne, and she lit up as she greeted date night. The princess heard this part of town was booming, so she just had to see it for herself. Anne slipped her some candy, and Denia couldn't say no. Munching on the candy, Diane clocked how quiet the place was, hardly any visitors at all, but then she reminded herself that Anne had only just opened, so things should have started booming by now. Princess heard that Anne was going on a shopping spree around the neighborhood, and Anne just grinned, saying it was all because of Dichai Selma's huge spending, and she decided to split those profits with the whole city. The princess grinned and instantly clocked exactly who was behind the sudden economic boom. As Dania left, she told Anne it was time to roam somewhere new, and Anne waved goodbye to the princess and begged her to return again. Then Dania slapped a teleporter and popped up not far from the merry men. Staring into the rabbit den, she saw it. Everyone was laughing and living it up, and she couldn't help but smile knowing the town's entertainment fund had finally been replenished. The town's mood and health shot up too. More and more people started showing up, and ever since then their business turned legit and clean, with no more headaches. On the border, everything finally went quiet, and the residents cheered, because the town's money started flowing again and the whole place got revived. This new shop had only just opened thanks to Daiichi Dono, and he'd basically powered the development of the area by himself. The princess couldn't stop thanking him. Dania kept replaying the idea that she'd thank him in person later for everything he did. Then she snapped into action, got down to business, and hit the teleporter. The rabbits beamed and told her, "We've been waiting on you. Now welcome to our village, princess." This place used to be a sprawling desert, and she turned to the rabbits like, "So, you really planning to stay here?" The girl broke into a grin and told the princess their whole way of living was tied to the establishment in the village, and with the Master Savior's help and the place rebuilt, they finally got to crawl back into the life they used to have. They thanked the Savior and the princess with all their hearts, truly and deeply. Bunny leaned in and promised Dania that if she ever needed some late-night help at their place, she'd gladly lend a hand. So Dania's cheeks flared as she admitted she didn't have that kind of hobby, even though she still loved how sweet their offer was. The princess was right on the edge of blurting out why she'd come, when the rabbit girl suddenly tugged her along. leading her straight to the place where their old establishment used to stand. The princess stared in shock at the very same massive rock that had already smashed their home to pieces. The princess tapped the rock once, and that silky smooth surface told her it wasn't a real rock at all, because she could even make out a faint pattern running across it. And that rock didn't even look like metal. She stared at it, wondering what it was made of. If something that massive crashed into the city, it'd spell disaster. Dinah grabbed a chunk of it to test during their investigation, praying that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't turn into something serious. Deechai clenched his focus on the magic's power, and then something utterly impossible started to stir beneath the ground. Sakura pressed him, "What's wrong?" And the hero snapped back that their perfect sink had revealed a hidden cavity under their house, so Sakura focused her senses too, and there it was. As soon as he buried the magic stone underground, she felt the ground shift under her, but she never saw the hidden cavity. Daichai pulled off his synchronization to tweak whatever was inside, yet he stumbled on something downright weird. The hero figured Sakura couldn't have sensed it, she was buried way deeper, but the moment he realized the cavity sat right under his feet, chills ran straight through him. Daichai was like, "We found this place, so I'll explore it," and Sakura jumped in, promising she'd stick by his side, while Daichai insisted he should tell Hestia too, because if she hears about it, she might want in. Once all three were in position, the hero urged Sakura to sync up. Then he vowed to carve an underground passage, right into a 5-meter-deep cavity, and Sakura instantly got what he meant. Raising his staff, Desai unleashed his magic and seemed to etch a perfect square into the ground. After a couple of heartbeats, an underground tunnel suddenly burst into view right ahead of them. Daichai said opening the passage was no big deal since he'd rebuilt the house 100 times, and as they headed down, they reached their destination in about a minute. Daichai spun around in shock and blurted, "Wait, this cavity is asterisk massive." No sunlight slipped through those walls, yet the place still blazed bright. It looked exactly like that same dungeon again. Hestia said the guy wasn't wrong. This is a real dungeon, carved out with the same magic stone, and Daichai couldn't help wondering what monsters might come crawling out of it. Hestius insisted it wasn't necessary, but the moment she stared at those walls, she knew this was a dungeon, because the crystals embedded in the stone blazed with a fierce, glowing light. Sakura stared at the crystals, stunned. These weren't just gems, they were magic stones, and that only one thing meant: this was a real dungeon, yet it didn't automatically mean monsters were waiting inside. Daichai blurted out, "Are you sure we can leave an area like this under our feet?" Then Hestia smiled, lifted her staff, and told him to look ahead. She slammed into the wall with a thunderous blast, and the thing snapped back up instantly, rebuilding itself on the spot. With those magic stones powering it, the wall didn't just hold, it healed. Hestia realized she couldn't smash through it unless she poured strength into her staff first. If it regenerated that fast, then all she had to do was keep up and she'd be fine. Hestia leaned in and explained that dungeons are basically natural resource mines, so she grabbed that hero's attention and vowed to stash as many magic stones as her arms could carry. So yeah, Daichai was itching to check out places like that because they felt just like ordinary mines. Then, after he went a bit farther, the hero started panting hard, wiped the sweat off his face, and snapped that it was getting unbearably hot in here. Hestia said the mana was practically sweating heat, and the hero shot back, "Is it always like this?" Hestia nodded and even likened it to the way her own breath fogs the air. Then she jerked in a sudden shudder and the hero snapped, "What's wrong?" With her finger thrusting forward, Hestia snapped that she couldn't push any farther, because from right there, a mind-jolting surge of magical power slammed into her. But the hero didn't get the whole mana magic thing and figured they should keep their distance, so Sekiro stepped in to investigate, because honestly, it didn't look dangerous at all. She hurried closer to the place and shouted to the owner, calling out loud. With water spilling into her palms, Sakura declared it was a hot spring, and that snap revelation totally caught the hero off guard. As she inched closer to Sakura, she leaned in and told the hero the water was colder than 40 degrees, and because the environment was low on alkaline, it didn't pose a single threat to the human body. He said it was amazing, even without a volcano, because the magic stones heated the water and their mana seeped into it, turning the whole spring into something different. Daichai then blurted out, "So, is it actually safe to dive in?" What? Sakura swore the host would be fine, but the skin of a regular person would melt and peel away, so yeah, this place was dangerous after all. So the guy figured this source would never catch on, no one would touch it. Sakura nodded and warned him that in its undiluted form, its power would only go so far. Hestia still hesitated, then snapped that she couldn't. Daichai just stared like, "Yeah, you're right, that thing is dangerous. Even dragon's skin can't survive it." Sekiro was convinced a dragon vein sat nearby, buried deep underground, and that's why the mana here was so thick. so she kept gulping it nonstop, and even if she splashed in water, she'd be fine. The hero even called it a killer medicine, and he figured they could use it only after they diluted it. Sakura grinned and told Daichai she could turn the water into rice, and it was supposed to be insanely tasty, too. Daichai nodded and said it could be used a dozen ways. Then he grabbed the idea and decided to build a pump to water the garden whenever they needed it. Sakura beamed with joy and promised her master, "I've got you, I'll help you." Daichai's already turned a few apple trees into a water pump and bored a secret underground path, but the whole thing's still sitting idle, so he's betting hot springs will pop open soon, and he's already dreaming up an outdoor bath just for him. One day, something wild went down right outside Daitri's house. As he inspected his golems, a thunderous blast erupted from Hestja's house, and the shock jolted the hero to the bone. He stared hard at the house Hestja burst out of, then froze as she stumbled forward, black soot smeared all over her, hacking and coughing like she just crawled through the fire. Hestja stared at Daichai and snapped that her experiment had crashed. Then she rushed forward, and the guy hurried up to ask if she was okay. Hestja insisted she was fine, and even apologized for wrecking the atelier. Daichai told them, "Don't worry. With his magic, the house was solid, and if it had been normal, it would have crumbled ages ago." Daichai shot her a question, staring like he already knew she was cooking up something risky. Hestja held up the beaker packed with the stones and told me she'd turn those magic rocks into fuel strong enough to blast someone straight into the sky. He figured it was just like that reverse bungee jump she once bragged about, except she had tested it on herself, strapping those things to her legs to see if they'd launch her, and this time the measurements were totally off. Daichai warned that it was risky as hell and told him to do it outside, and Hestja shot back, asking if he really meant it, because if it went wrong, it could contaminate his territory. But still, it was way better than blowing them up in the atelier, especially since that guy told him not to test them on himself ever again. Hestja bragged that nothing could touch her, she's the dragon queen after all, but watching her like that still crushed Daichai, and Hestja couldn't help but think he was only worried about her. But they'd been close for ages, and Daichai practically admitted, "Of course I'm worried about you." Hestja nodded, agreed, and swore she'd run the experiment on someone else instead. He shot her a quick thank you and lined in, asking who she was going to use next. The hero stared up at the sky, convinced he'd never take flight, and he refused to become some helpless guinea pig, so he wouldn't even dare ask the werewolves to do it for him. If he offered it to them, they'd snap yes before anyone even thought about their safety, because the werewolves would do it even if it killed them, and that's exactly what he couldn't let happen. Digi sat there, brains firing nonstop, and then, boom, he landed on a plan for what they should do. He jabbed at the golem and demanded, "Can we use it?" Hestja nodded, saying it might work, then pressed him, "Are you sure?" Daichai grinned and said he was, because he'd built those golems himself. And honestly, the biggest thing in his mind was this: if they could fly, it would be downright awesome. Hestja blinked in shock, because it was rare to ever see Daichai this fired up. But Daichai straight up admitted it was one of his fantasies, and honestly, he'd call it totally awesome to have muscular flying golems. He just told her, "All right, I'll get everything ready," then leaned in and begged the hero to lend her a hand. Just like that, Date Giant Hestra threw himself into the flying golem project and pushed hard to reach the sky. The bald chieftain lunged at the boar and drove his dagger into it, again and again. Grinning, he stared down the bleeding boar and said, "That pork, perfect." Even with them hacking him to ribbons, he never crumpled, he stayed on his feet. After that dungeon master fight, the squad guy told the leader it was just like that, then the leader snapped and broke both his arms. He told the head to be a bit more careful, but the guy just grinned and shut him down, saying to stop worrying, because he knew everything was already perfectly fine thanks to the restoring potion. The boss leaned back, eyes narrowing as he stared out over the city like he was plotting the next move. The city was still crawling back from the damage, just like them, because they refused to stand by while monsters tore this place apart. The boss stared straight at the wolf and went, "Yeah, you're strong," then smirked and said, "But you're nowhere near Master Daichai." With his blade thrusting toward the enemy, the boss roared that back at the tavern they'd sworn an oath to get stronger, so now they had to follow through. With the whole group roaring and morale sky-high, the boss launched at the boar. Then a second one burst out from behind him, and it charged straight for the heroes. The guys blared at their leader, screaming that another one was coming. The boss stared at the boar, stunned that they'd been pretending to be allies, then swore and snapped that if they couldn't strike them down right now, they'd all be dead. When a giant shadow loomed overhead, the guy snapped to the boss and shouted that the enemies were up there too. Then something rocketed overhead and smashed down onto the boar, pinning it and driving it deep into the ground. As he crashed to the ground, the boss winced and said it hurt, and one adventurer, shaking with fear, blurted, "Are you okay?" The leader said he seemed fine, then stared ahead, baffled about what could be waiting in front of him. He stepped out of the golem, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered that this thing was a nightmare to control. Sure, it looked fine at first, then it suddenly dropped like a stone. It all snapped into place in seconds. He fought to keep from crashing onto the people on the ground, but he still caught something, and Deitri's mind raced trying to figure out what. The leader snapped his eyes to the hero and roared that they hadn't seen him in ages, and Daichi instantly recognized the skinheads. The leader barked out a laugh and thanked Deichi for taking down the boars, crediting Deichi with saving them. Still, they were getting pounded hard, and Deichi wasn't exactly in peak shape right now. He just realized he'd stomped down more than a few monsters, and that brutal blast even carved out a crater right where they'd been lying. That golem looked downright brick-heavy. Daikai even admitted he beefed it up, just in case, but the next time they'd have to shave the weight down or slap on even more thrust. He pictured a golem packed with engines, and the idea lit him up. Every time he zoned out on it, a flood of wild thoughts tore through his head until his boss cut him off. The hero blurted an apology, saying he'd only been talking to himself, and the other guy insisted the adventurers should have headed back to the protected city, but the leader shut that down, saying they'd just been holding out under pressure for a while. Now the people needed help and the city had to be rebuilt, plain and simple. The leader bragged about killer booze and mouthwatering food, plus a whole lineup of beautiful women, and he even threw in top-notch gear, everything they needed to stay fueled and moving. Deichi hauled them to safety and the leader snapped that they'd report back. Then he told the hero straight up to keep the reward for himself, because when the guy stared at the boars, he finally understood. Those weren't random animals, they were the mission. He grinned and said he just fell out of the sky here, so he couldn't bear to swipe their reward, especially since he didn't even need it, then demanded they hand the reward to him. The leader beamed and thanked Deichi on the spot, but he still wouldn't let it end there. He promised the hero he'd bring food and drink for his help, and Daichi agreed. With that, the leader roared at the adventurers, "Get ready, we're moving out." Guy barked at the golem to wake up, then his mind raced to upgrades, more engines, fewer pounds once he got back, because stripping the moisture out of the wood was the move. He'd already been able to soar for a few seconds, and if he pushed harder, he'd do great. He could barely contain himself, because just moments ago he'd nailed 2 boars with 1 shot. Hestia spotted a sorceress sprawled outside her house, like she'd fried from sunstroke and dropped there, so she jabbed her with a stick and demanded, "Are you breathing?" The girl only gave a soft, shaky sniffle, then her surprised date hurried up to them and said he could feel someone's presence hanging around here. He spun back toward the golems and was relieved. None of them had laid a finger on her, and as Hestia thought that, her legs buckled and she passed out from pure lack of mana. Maybe it came from all that hard work, same story for Hestia while she was forging her staff, so Desai finally decided she deserved a real rest too. The princess snapped her eyes open and blurted out an apology, saying the moment she arrived, she keeled over. She swore she just pushed herself too hard, pouring every last ounce of strength into organizing the city's construction and getting the festival ready. Deichi snapped that she was too professional for all this, then said, "Fine, take me to the house and let's handle it." Hestia hesitated, then urged the hero to hand her an apple. 1 bite would slam her energy back into her like a power surge. Only now did the hero realize it. His apples could refill his energy, until Sakura warned him that if you had tons of mana, those apples weren't even worth chewing. Hestia was certain the apple had to stay on the branch, pull it now, and her condition would spiral, yet their mana was already blasting too high. So Deichi ordered the golem to grab apples from the warehouse, and it immediately obeyed. Freshly sliced apples in hand, the hero fed the princess a juicy bite. Deichi tried to convince himself that plan would never work, and Hestia instantly clocked it, like some wild idea had leapt back into his head. He'd assumed she could just eat solo since she could move her lips, but it was clear she'd have to go with a totally different method. He picked an apple tree, carved out a bowl, and filled it with fresh apple juice. Then Deichi fired off an order and made the golem squeeze that apple dry. The golem obeyed instantly, snatched the apple, and squeezed every last drop of juice into the bowl. The boy knew this still wouldn't cut it, so he squeezed 20 more apples, an odd way to make the juice, sure, but who cared when the only thing that mattered was the result. Deichi thrust a bowl toward the princess, praying she'd finally take a sip. Exhausted, the princess snatched the juice straight from the bowl the hero held out, like it was the last drop of hope. He was 100% certain that apple juice would save her. Then, out of nowhere, the princess twitched once and burst into a bright, glowing light. The flustered princess shot up and demanded to know what was happening, and just as the guy tried to catch his breath, the girl swooped down and latched onto him in a tight hug. Rodinia snapped to Deichi that her body was heating up, and she figured he must have slipped her some kind of aphrodisiac. She pinned him close and told him, straight-faced, that if that's what he wanted, she was totally in. Hestia gasped as the princess pressed her face right into the hero who had told her to calm down, and Dacia was totally lost, like, what is even happening right now? He immediately suspected a side effect because he'd never seen apples do this before. Hester snapped that he'd crushed up to 20 of them, and suddenly the guy realized he'd basically overdosed. Dania was already stripping off her clothes, then she snapped at Dichai, wait one more minute. Barely dressed for the cold, the girl lunged right back at Dichai, trying to snap him out of his lecture that she was a princess. The hero tapped into the apple tree's power and demanded she hold it for the moment. Then, before she could even understand, the roots snatched her and yanked her clean off the ground. Dania thrashed to break free and demanded, "Why is this happening to me?" And the hero snapped back that the princess needed to take care of her body. That juice she chugged slammed into her head and drove her crazy, and Hestia immediately realized it should have been watered down. Then the guy just shrugged, thinking Dania would be fine because she's no joke of a mage. Datri leaned in and asked Hestia if the exact same crazy thing happened to her too after she ate apples. Hestia snapped her eyes away and admitted she was worn out sometimes, and that she needed to refill her mana too, like it or not. Daikai's stomach dropped as horror hit him, because he realized he'd basically cooked up a terrifying aphrodisiac without even meaning to. Hestia said this only hits when you're totally drained, and it's all because one downs a ton of juice, then it kicks in like an aphrodisiac. After a bit, the girl snapped back to her senses, still baffled that she'd been pinned down by the roots, and the hero was already plotting, telling himself that next time he'd make sure to dilute it before handing it to anyone. The girl demanded to know why she was stuck up in that tree, and it took Dania the whole night before her mind finally snapped back to reality. The heroes struck sparks into a roaring fire and settled into a tight circle, staring into the flames. Dania swallowed her pride, apologized for snapping, and begged them to just let it go. I told her to chill, saying all she needed to do was remember she was so drunk she couldn't think straight. The princess couldn't process it, so she started slamming her head into the tree in pure despair, and when Dichai stepped in, he told her to breathe. He didn't mind at all. Tears welled up in the princess's eyes, even though he was totally okay with it, because what really mattered was how he was acting like this right in front of everyone. The hero brushed it off too late to panic, because this wasn't the first time. He still vividly remembered when she wet herself. First things first, she was just a girl, not a wizard, and the embarrassment hit her hard. Dichai leaned in and asked how she was doing overall. The girl suddenly lit up like she'd forgotten every worry and burst out, "Thanks to Daichai, I feel amazing." Daniel wondered if Daichi chugged that apple juice every single day, but he shot back that he only drinks it sometimes. The princess couldn't ignore the risks, but if you shut your eyes to the side effects, that sweet taste is dangerously good. A brilliant plan lit up the princess's mind, because earlier he'd told her he was picking so many apples and had no idea what to do with them. She urged the hero to whip up fresh juice and sell it in town, because the festival was coming fast and she was certain the whole crowd would go crazy for it. The boy realized it was just too risky. One wrong move and the festival would blow up into a total disaster. But the girl shrugged off everyone's worries, swearing that the apple juice, diluted again and again, was perfectly safe so everyone could gulp it down without a hitch, because apples hit hard even when cut with water, and on top of that it revives you, so in her mind it was the perfect plan. Dichai sparked the idea for a real business. Using his skills, they could open their own shop and even let golems run the place as attendants. And on top of all that, it could have turned into steady, regular income too. He said the whole idea was honestly pretty damn interesting. He was already loaded, but landing a city job wouldn't be the worst thing. Maybe he'd cook up something wild and interesting up there. He could stash the profits in the store's empty rooms, basically turning it into a cash warehouse, which is also why the golems could run on their own without needing anyone in the loop. Dainier remembered handing over that land in Daichai's city and then demanding answers. Why wasn't Daichai using it? He said it was perfect for a festival training base. Daichai realized the girl had already planned everything, then glanced at Hestia and said they could leave Sakura and the girl right there and swing into town afterward. Basically a vacation house that solved two problems at once, which made the idea sound insanely perfect. So the guy threw himself into it and decided to build a store. Then he rushed back, apologized to Dania after her recovery, and told her to fire up the teleporter and beam herself straight to the right spot. But the princess shot him down, reminding him it was night, and the hero annoyingly insisted on going right then, when hardly anyone was around. He told her to forge that iron while it was still hot, then pushed to finish the whole construction by morning, because he'd done things like starting rabbits before. Dania got it and fired up the teleporter. The heroes charged into Prussia, where Daichai summoned an apple tree and built up his stash. Just a few heartbeats later, the finished building rose right in front of him. He figured the job was almost finished, just the inside was left, and the princess even asked if it was realistic. Meanwhile, the guy started daydreaming about running a shop in the city, and that idea lit a fire under him, so he opened his own store. Dacha let out a heavy breath, still stunned that it took him the entire night just to finish the interior. Danya grinned and told him, "Yep, we pulled an all-nighter." The hero immediately apologized for making her wait so late, thanked her for everything, and the princess waved it off, saying she'd learned a ton just watching him. He told himself everything was fine, but he still couldn't shake the feeling the princess should have headed back to the castle, and when Dania said she'd stay with him, because she was the one who'd pitched the whole idea in the first place, he finally had to face it. Daichi told her not to push herself too hard, because she'd fainted from exhaustion just yesterday. The princess flashed a grateful smile, then said, "Thanks for worrying, but this juice is amazing." She was wiped out yesterday, yet after working all night today, she didn't even feel tired, until that guy abruptly decided he wouldn't hand it to her today. The girl shot him a disappointed look, wishing she could sneak even a sip, then the hero caught on to her real plan. Daichi had a bad feeling about getting hooked on apple juice, so she forced herself to quit it. Then the adventurer's leader marched up to them. He lit up when Daichi showed up and blurted, "Is that really you?" The boy stepped forward and greeted his familiar friend like nothing had changed. The boss told the hero he didn't need that leader title, just call him by his first name, Ash, and the hero thought, wait, is this the first time I've ever heard that name? Ash said heroes don't usually show up in town, and he couldn't shake the feeling that nothing had ever stood on this exact spot before. Daichi told everyone he was going to open a business here, so he built the whole store right in this spot. The guys were blown away that he somehow built the whole thing in one night, and they couldn't stop gushing over it. Then Ash leaned in and told Daichi, "You're seriously amazing." But to him it was still just a tiny shop, nothing special. Danny snapped him back to reality. Pulling off something like that in one night isn't normal, and if he wanted, he could even expand his house fast. He just had to brush up against Sakura to make his house grow, so slipping into a small store was nothing, until Daichi cornered Ash and demanded what he was doing up this early. The leader told them this is where they always run their morning patrol, and that they hunt monsters while they're out there. Danya said they were first-rate adventurers, so they jumped in to help defend the city. Sure, at first glance they looked like brigands, but you can't judge a person by how they look. Daichi clocked it right away. Ash still hadn't fully bounced back since their last run-in. His partner shrugged and said Ash always pushes himself too hard, even when he's clearly not recovered yet. For the store's grand opening, the hero decided to spoil everyone with free juice. The adventurers swarmed in, chattering about what they wanted, and Daichi knew his taste was perfect. He just needed a couple reviews before he sold it. Ash shot the hero a question about the price, but the guy shrugged, no money needed right now, and demanded to hear what they thought of his drink. So Ash didn't hesitate, accepted on the spot, and took a taste. He was bursting with joy and blurted out what it even was, and every team member shouted that it tasted insanely good, like pure energy was flooding their bodies, until one teammate told the leader his exhaustion was vanishing. Ash leaned in and told Master Daichi it was just an absurdly good energy drink, then watched the guy nod like that was exactly the reaction he'd hoped for. That surge of power made it feel like nothing could stop them, so they decided to go hunting, and the guy told them before they left to look out for themselves. They charged into the forest with a raging herd, going straight for their prey. They were buzzing with excitement, and the hero fired back that they were way too full of energy, though he still stopped to ask Dania if she was really sure about selling it, and Dania thought it was worth stretching the dilution even more. After he stepped out of the house, the hero stretched like he owned the morning, and bragged that he'd slept like a dream all night. He grabbed some apples for the store because he still had to get ready for the upcoming festival. Sakura agreed too. Even with all that going on, he still had a bunch of floors stuffed to the brim with apples. Sakura swore it was around 5 floors. The hero didn't even need to boss the golems around. Somehow they just snatched apples on their own, and even now, apples still plop out of the windows. The girl swore the golems were stocking them like canned food, because these apples never rot. Daichi couldn't stand taking up Sakura's space with pointless stuff. But Sakura told him, "Don't sweat it, using the house to store your stuff is totally fine." When he heard that, the hero felt his worries melt away, and once he pictured those hidden underground rooms too, he was already imagining the place stretched to about 10 floors, wanting the whole house to look like it belonged there. Back then he had this wild idea, an underground home carved like a castle, with a tower sticking out above the ground. Sakura's eyes widened, he couldn't help it, he blurted out that it was just too adorable. But once you see what he can really do, he'd never build a castle the right way. Sakura was convinced he'd crack it the same way he built his golems, by trial and error, and the kid nodded, telling him to go back and try again. The girl promised she'd build it exactly the way he liked, and she'd light up making the design he'd been craving. The hero flashed a smile and promised her he'd come back the moment the time was right. Sekiro shot her gaze up and told her master, "Something from the sky is coming down." Dichai spotted something that looked like a comet, and the moment he sensed the danger, he tore into action to stop it. With a sharp flick of his staff, the kid commanded the trees to spring up, stronger, taller, and more unstoppable with every beat. The trees split apart, stretched up toward the sky, and then, whoosh, caught a massive boulder in midair. The stone slammed into the trees with brutal force, flattening them instantly. Then the guy yanked up brand new ones out of thin air. After struggling for what felt like forever, he finally let out a breath of relief when the stone came to a complete stop. Sakura blurted to her master, of course you'd spot him so quickly, but the hero shot back, "No, she's the one who noticed me first." He couldn't stand the mystery, so he barked at the trees to lower it inch by inch until it finally hit the ground. The moment he touched it, he shrugged it off as just some ordinary rock. But those marks on it looked like a perfect puzzle to him, while Sakura still couldn't make sense of something else. Turns out it was some kind of metal, but no one could tell why it crashed down from the sky, so Dichai grabbed Sakura and demanded to know what she was feeling. To her, that stone didn't feel dangerous at all. It looked like an empty shell, just some lifeless, inorganic thing. The boy insisted this was the same kind of stone that wrecked the rabbit's place, and Sakura admitted it could totally be. Dichai seethed over the fact they still hadn't nailed the culprit, and he was about to tell Dania everything, because that rock was ready to smash his apple orchard. Sakura promised to meet her on the road after he took the apples to the store, but once he looked up and saw the sky already sinking into night, he gulped. This place would be packed with people, and he just didn't want to deal with it right now. He decided he'd meet the princess at night, but the girl stopped him cold and said, "First, move that stone behind the orchard." I nodded and moved forward with careful hands, then he thanked his muscular golems for every ounce of their hard work. Above the endless plains, the dragon-shaped test jet roared as it carried a heavy load. Daicha perched on her back. He apologized for the burden on her, but Hess just shrugged and told her it'd be good for her. He rocketed up to the building, told the crew to set her cargo down nearby, and then they dropped in and landed. The girl snapped back into a human form, and the hero checked on her right away, asking if she was okay, because she'd been sleeping nonstop lately. Hester admitted she'd been grinding through the whole night, stuck handling her staff, so she'd crashed and slept a ton today. Then Daichai warned her not to push herself too hard, and she promised she wouldn't, not anymore. Still, he couldn't deny it. Life got way easier once the cover was in place, because the minute he rolled into town after setting up shop, people would go rigid with fear. He just said it all comes down to people who can sense overwhelming magical energy, and that's exactly why the cover matters so much. The boy could tell Hestia truly cared, and it felt totally safe to ride into the city with her. Then boom, a loud commotion hit, and Anne came sprinting straight at them on all fours. She swore she'd spotted a white figure in the sky, rushed out to check, and there it was, staring right back at her. The hero grinned and said that even Hestia couldn't dodge this kind of mess. Panic hit her fast, so she wanted to swing with everything she had, but Daikai stepped in and told her, "Don't fight in the city." Hugging her sister in clothes, he couldn't help but light up, because seeing her again made everything feel right. Hestia shrugged and said she had to drag the apples to the shop, completely ignoring Anne as she crawled on the ground right behind her. Mad Anne leaned in and begged her sister to stop acting so cold, because yeah, she loved that sharp side too. Then the guy grinned and reminded her it was night, asking her to admire him a little more quietly. The girl shot the hero an apology, then admitted she'd gotten a little too swept up in the moment. Anne stared at the hero, shocked, and blurted, "Why do you smell my sister's magic?" He was blown away. Could magic really smell? But she shrugged and said, "No, it doesn't." Still, when it came to her sister's magic, he was ready to learn it anywhere. Dichai thrust his hand forward and blurted that he didn't get any of it, but he still snapped that he wouldn't let her come near. Her stare was terrifying. Anne lit up at once, bragged that his hand smelled like magic too, and then, straight up, licked it. Dichai clenched his fist and told her, "Don't lick that," then grabbed Hestia and ordered her to hide behind him, but Anne snapped back that he was being too cruel, and Dichai swore the exact opposite was true. Hestia, cold and half asleep, thanked him for saving her. Then he snapped at her to wake up, because she just told him the moment her sister came into view. Her night fatigue vanished like someone snapped their fingers. Anne said the festival was almost here, so she'd basically been running on zero sleep, awake for the third day in a row, and prepping food through the nights. Hestia totally got her, then leaned in and said, "When you pour your heart into making something, you don't even notice you forgot to eat or drink." The hero felt like they'd finally cracked things, at least a little, and snapped her focus back to the building. She said it looked like a store and asked what they sold here. Then the hero pointed out he sold apple juice, and yep, he brewed it all himself at home. Then they demanded to know if everyone was really sure this juice was safe to drink, because it had to be packed with magic. Guy claimed the juice wasn't even concentrated, so Hestia and the adventurers cracked a smile, made it themselves, and Dichai leaned in to offer her a taste. After she took a sip, Anne realized the drink hit her the same way, like a mix of hangover and fatigue remedies. The girl grinned and said this is an awesome product, safe to drink and crazy tasty. Kai lit up and praised it as excellent, like the awful jolt was finally gone, because if it wasn't, she'd have already charged straight at Hestia. Anne couldn't stop wondering why everyone was staring at her, and the hero just shrugged and said he was relieved she liked it. After he opened her backpack, he leaned in and begged her not to take any of it to heart. Then he demanded to know what was inside. She snapped back that it was medicine and magical artifacts she was delivering to Dania. The hero figured she was headed for the castle, but the girl shot back that the meetup was already set right there at the castle, and even at night that trip wasn't easy, so Dania yanked her into the air with a teleport. Dichai said it was super convenient and asked if he could tag along with her, but Anne just couldn't wrap her head around why he'd want to. The guy claimed he had something he absolutely had to tell her, and she shot back, so you're taking Hestia too. The girl flat out told them she wasn't going with them, no chance. While Anne was completely broken with grief, the girl grabbed the hero's attention and promised she'd stay right here, so if trouble hit, he could call for her. Anne's eyes welled up as she begged her sister to drop by some time, but her sister shut her down cold and said she'd manage without. So the boys snapped into action, ready to leave. Hestia waved them off and the heroes tore out on their journey, ready to chase whatever waited next.